some engagement. This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
He's got the map mode under the temperature.
yeah. Maybe we before we say what the outcome was of the plan. Maybe we should
2.2 million casualties and the meat war. It has been a while, so
yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting.
hello and welcome to the Hygge studio, where we will be casting the grand game Illuminate the Arrival with the Hygge community. This is our third time casting from this studio. My name is Victor and I will be with you the entire evening along with my new co-host here.
Hey,
Welcome to the stream.
thank you. My name is Olof Stern and I'll be joining the studio for today. Really excited.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We have had a rotation in. Yeah, I see Petter also waving here. You forgot me, guys. And that's not a man to forget, because we are at his house. We are. We have the green screen set up. We have the camera here. We have Petter, the technician at the moment, but he will be rotated in quite soon. Also, he is the owner of the cat cam. So you will be able to see the cat at some point. She has gone away now, but she will ready up in a minute. I would like to do a little commercial here in the beginning for our Patreon, where you will be able to participate in a little DLC raffle today. If you join our Patreon, you can join as a free supporter as well. Then you will be able to win a DLC code from Paradox, since we are once again a Paradox Frontlines event. So thank you very much to Paradox for that. And what mod are we playing?
The Hygge mod.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We have a special Hygge mod for our community here, which is a modification of their finest brew.
Right. And yeah, we're for any new watchers, new players, we're basically doing what you could call a historical playthrough. So certain events have to happen. You're not allowed to declare war on just anyone. You are supposed to stick to a certain timeline. And how well nations do in that timeline can lead to a very different endgame, even if we know that certain things are going to happen. Like, Poland is not going to resist Germany. That's just not going to happen in our playthrough.
Yeah, we have a couple of. We have like the Spanish Civil War, we have the Winter War, and we have the Sino-Japanese War, and that's the three ones that are going to happen before the big one. And of those, we have seen some Finnish victories in the Winter War lately.
That's for me. That's going to be one of the most exciting ones. I feel like that meta is constantly shifting, and it's going back and forth if Finland can really hold on or not. And the strategies that the Soviet Union uses changes all the time. So I'm really excited about that part.
Yeah, I mean, we have Jacob now as well on the Soviet Union, and he is known for some unorthodoxies historically. Yeah. So we'll see if he succeeds this time. We are playing also with the latest DLC, Arms Against Tyranny, and the new focus tree. So that will, of course, affect the meta, and it has affected the meta a bit, the latest games.
Yes, in fact, I think last time Jacob played Soviet, I think he did a infantry artillery strategy and would probably go more towards tanks now with the new meta. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Also, I mean, on the Finland side, we have Mako as Germany, and he was, when I played Finland during the Blitz game, he was very informative. Like, pick this focus, do this, place troops here, and that worked out for the better. So it's interesting to see. He's also a newer player as one of our main controllers, so it's an exciting game we have in front of us.
Absolutely, and we're still paused at the beginning of the game. So for any new players watching, when you load into the game, there is a certain amount of time that we give everyone to set up. This is very important for the larger nations who have a whole lot of things to control and set up, and they have to get everything in their build right. So before we start the clock, so to speak, everyone's going to get their chance to set it up, set their country up just like they want to.
Yeah, indeed. And now we are in the game here, and we can see here we have the starting researches going out. We have some Navy stuff from Great Britain here, along with industry and construction. And the Germans are going for planes and armored cars. This is an interesting one, 1,400 days.
That's going to take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure if that's the most effective use of a research slot, but I have not played Germany in this in the current meta, so we will see how that works out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is an interesting. You have 2 researches here that is above 1,000 days. Then again, like Germany starts with 6 research slots, so if it's one country that can afford it.
Yes, and also with air, we know that especially at the very beginning, like the first few countries that Germany faces, they're not gonna need a whole lot of air. So it makes sense that they would go for some better airplanes and maybe not kick off their air production until a little bit later.
Yeah, and if we look over here, let's see, it's blocked by a little light here. If I go to the players map mode, there, we can see the countries where we have players. We have players on, well, most of the countries that will be involved in the war have a player. We have, see here, Frutti di Mare, Algot on Italy. We have a scary Dankus coming up here on the Eastern Front. We'll see. I saw in a recent YouTube video where he did not give up Bessarabia.
Oh, really?
And we had in the Blitz game also a Romania that decided to not give up Bessarabia.
Okay.
So we might see a little winter war on the southern front. Then again, like, it didn't work out too well for Romania in our game, but who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. The Soviet will have a lot to deal with on all the fronts. We see Jonte Gulag on Hungary as well.
Yeah.
And then we have Panzer Piotr on Poland. That should be our player Matthias.
Yeah.
We'll see how well he holds out. He has played Poland before. I think we mentioned that during our announcement stream. But again, the meta has changed a bit since he played, and we'll see.
Yeah, Poland is one of those countries. I mean, if you know your World War II history, you might think that Poland is not that impactful. Then again, they were historically as well. That's what they have been trying to recreate in the DLC, Not One Step Back, where Poland became a significantly more powerful country because you get a lot of factories in exile, you get the air volunteers. So Poland can actually be quite a heavy hitter, even though they will, at the largest extent of the game, not have a country.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting to see. Also, I checked the research here for Hungary. They seem to be going transport ships.
Yeah.
Might see some naval shenanigans from the Hungarians.
Yes, and they're doing it immediately as well.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting pick indeed. In the Balkan Bros here we have also Yugoslavia. Standard research here. They will probably go like some infantry focus. We were thinking here we might go through the awards. We have a system in our community where we dole out awards after every game in order to commemorate the players that have done great plays and different stuff.
Yeah. It's usually just fun to, because there's so much different things happening. It's also fun to see, like, not necessarily who won, but who had the coolest maneuver or who managed something very, very difficult.
Yeah, and for the awards we have the Greatest Sacrifice Award, which is called the Shukov Award, and that is the player with the highest casualties by the game end, divided by the number of their factories. So some sort of per capita measurement, I would say. And that's also very easy to quantify because that's just a simple mathematical question, who gets that award. However, the award, the greatest play.
Yes, the Rommel Award is the player who made the greatest maneuver or play during the game. which might be like a great naval invasion. We see Hungary here going for transport ships. Maybe they'll do something crazy there. I think last time it went to Italy.
Yeah, they did quite an impressive breakthrough of Gibraltar and did a sea lion invasion of Great Britain.
Yeah, and that's always fun to see. So we'll hopefully we'll see that again. Not for the Allies' sake, but for our sakes as spectators.
Yeah, it will be interesting, and that's also a big thing because Italy ended up losing the game. Like the Axis lost in the end, but that was a really great play. So the awards don't necessarily reflect the winner in the end.
No. Next up, we also have we give an MVP for each faction. So we have the MVP for the Axis, and we have the MVP for the Allies. And for the Axis, that's called the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross, and usually in a faction we end up saying just which player was the most impactful for this faction. Even if they lost, even if they won, one player usually stands out. Oh, here we have a preview of the cat.
Yeah,
cam.
she was climbing over the chat computer. I don't want it to fall off.
Oh yeah. So basically, we pick who's most impactful. For example, in that game where Italy did an invasion of England, but they lost it in the end, we can say that the Soviet Union was the most impactful on the Ally side that game because they held out while the Allies had lost England and had where they weren't doing great in the Pacific either, but they managed to stay positive in Asia, and Russia really held on.
The game is going now, I think. So
yes.
we'll wait with other. I just need to. I think the cat turned on the sound, so I need to.
All right.
Fix that.
Well,
Let's hear.
the time is rolling, and as you can see here, we're playing on third speed. The Second World War is quite long, quite a few years, so. You can't play this at the slowest speed and be done in a day, but so you have to have like you have to speed it up a little bit, but at the same time you can't play at the max speed and still execute a build with any sort of real precision. So we're going to be speeding up the game or slowing down the game a bit later on when there's a bunch of micro and the wars really start happening as well, so we can really get some good combat.
Yeah, we'll see combat in a while. Now we will just present the other awards really quickly. We have the Oppenheimer Award, which is the player that has had the greatest impact on the meta, and that is one that is voted on by the admin group after the game to see who did the greatest meta impact. We do not have a Barbie Award, unfortunately. We might come up with that later. But
some sort of combo.
Yeah. But we do have the Mannerheim Award, which is the greatest grit. So that's a player who demonstrated the greatest passion and perseverance towards a certain goal, despite being confronted by significant obstacles. Yeah. And that's nominations by everyone, voted by everyone. You might call it a Jerringpris of the Hygge community.
Yeah.
Yeah, and lastly we have the Veterans Stars.
All right. Do we have the list of who is being promoted? I don't know. I don't think so.
We'll check that out later. But that's basically you get like a star for every fourth game you participate with. Fifth game, I get now. You get a star, and now none of us is wearing our shirts, right?
Yeah, no.
But we get, when we have our physical on by Godhof, we have t-shirts that we get with all our Veterans Stars on them and all of the awards. So you will see those at some point, or you can check out our YouTube channel where we are where we have the old cast of the physical on. And you can subscribe and click the notification bell as well while you're there. Get some sweet guides and see other games.
Yeah, and I do know we have some players this game which they'll be receiving a star after this game because it is their fifth game, if I remember correctly. So I think Eklund is playing Ireland, for example, will be getting a star after this game, if I'm not mistaken. So a growing community, new players.
Indeed, yeah, we have been growing quite a lot as a community. We have, and since we started this cast, since we had Paradox with us at Bergårdhof, we see an increasing interest, and we're very happy about that. So if you want to join the hype train, you can go and subscribe to Patreon and YouTube and Twitch and so on, and we'll be very happy to have you there.
Yeah, Bergårdhof was like one of those surreal experiences, like reliving your youth, which is like, oh, this is a real land. This is just all the friends bringing the computers together and playing computer games. I hadn't done that in so long until I was invited to do that. So much fun.
Yeah, it was very nice, and I remember then we had a lot of viewers. We had the stream thing and like the one on Steam, and we had the technicians booth. So looking forward to the next one of those. But now we have the game going on here, and not too much happening at the moment. The first thing that will happen is the Spanish Civil War, of course. What do you think about that?
So the Spanish Civil War, the nationalists are going to win. Again, this is a historical playthrough, so that's what's going to happen. But how long will they hold out, the republics? The Republicans, I guess you would say in this case. The longer they hold out, the more experience can be gained through the war, and that's important for promoting generals and so on, and having the army experience to create divisions and so on. Like, you want it for a lot of things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Spain is one of those countries that can really become a heavy hitter later, but if the country is like totally devastated by the Civil War, and also if the nationalists lose, they will still win, but then they have to give some off-map factories to the Soviets. So you can really get a steamroll as the Soviets. If you win the Winter War, if you get a Republican victory, so to speak, in the Spanish Civil War, you really kickstart your economy off, and you'll be better off for Barbarossa. Yes,
and just like with the Finnish Winter War, like we've seen a couple of like Republican victories, so to speak, in the Spanish Civil War. So it's not at all impossible that we could see that, and it can become very technical with like a very few tiles in Spain while the war is going on. So we'll see how they tackle that. It's very important to be an experienced general in Spain, I would say.
Yeah, and we have our player on Spain is Andreas Eriksson, and he has played Spain a lot before actually, and he is. I mean, it's kind of a comfort pick for him, so he has probably prepared quite a lot. But since the last time, we have a new rule that means you can go a volunteer-only Spain. Okay. So you don't actually have to join the war on the Axis side.
All right.
You can instead opt to join by sending volunteer forces.
All right.
Do you think that's something that he might go for?
It would be very interesting to see. I'm not much of a Spain player myself, but I'm always excited to see new things. So I hope he does it, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it can be a tactical advantage for the Axis. You don't get as much punching power from Spain, but also you do not run the risk of getting invaded at like Bilbao or Valencia or Barcelona, because we have seen games where you never get the proper D-Day. Because everyone is prepared for it, but you get like invasions of Italy by the Allies.
All right.
And if the Allies take like the ports in Calgary and so on, it's kind of a soft underbelly here. Valencia,
that is
Barcelona.
one of the paths into Europe. I wonder, will that affect the world tension at the start of the game? Because one of the things that Axis usually wants to do is starve the Allies of a bit of world tension, so that they can't ramp up their production. Because the Allies need world tension to enact some of their policies that will give them more industry. But if the Axis can keep the world tension low, they'll keep the Allies from becoming powerful industries.
Yeah, and that's a mechanic that is interesting in Hearts of Iron, the world tension one, because just as in the historical World War II, we have the Axis really controlling the pace of the war. So the democratic countries have a much harder time mobilizing, converting to war economy, and doing those stuff if you don't get the world tension, because America, for example, needs support in Congress for a lot of reforms. And if the world tension is too low, you won't get that congressional support, because the people won't be interested in the war. Meanwhile, like the fascist countries and the communist countries can just go war economy whenever they want. So it will be interesting to see how the Axis plays this. We've had
And I have a shout out, so I'll say hi Ludwig, thanks for watching.
Yeah, more Olof, less Hoy. You'll get both.
Yeah. Well, there'll be a whole lot of Hoy today, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, so the fascist countries definitely have an easier time just controlling their nation and achieving what they want from it.
I see this hat was like way too small for me. I saw it was starting to hurt my head, so I removed it, and I see on the stream I have this red band now.
Yeah, that's actually that's the same like with when I wear the uniform. Like every hat and I have every beret. It's just it leaves such a mark when I go inside.
It's good for your discipline, you know. The hat is like.
Yeah.
We see here, I mean, speaking about world tension, we have had one world attention creating event, so to speak, and that's the German Reich remilitarizing the Rhineland.
Yes.
And I mean, eventually they'll have to do that, but it's a matter of how early do you do it.
Yes. And how it's also a matter of how you pace it with all the other things you do that could create world tension, because world tension will degrade a little bit. So you want to space out those events if you can. Yeah.
If we check out the German focus tree here, they are going down the Reichsautobahn, so they're building the Autobahn, which unlocks this the extra research slot and some industry, because the Germans really need like this steel refineries and stuff, because the Allies control a lot of like the rubber and the fuel. So
yes, that's obviously historically accurate as well. Germany needs to expand to have the resources to fuel their war machine. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. They definitely have one of the scariest productions when they have situated themselves in Europe.
Yeah, and we have if we check out our players on France, that will be the next thing happening on France. Here we have the Prime Minister Leon Blum at the beginning. He will be replaced at some point. And we have who is playing France again? Let's see here. Le Gusto.
Gustav Andersson.
Yeah, Gustav.
So that is our France player. We'll see here. No.
There.
Here we go.
Yeah, interesting. Only one veterancy star so far. Did a good job at Berghof Live LAN as Holland.
Yeah.
And will be interesting to see if he can transform that to a good performance on the other side of the Maginot, so to speak.
Yeah, I think of all the nations that we know are going to lose in the beginning, France has the most potential to really slow Germany down. We've seen before a couple of times where they slow Germany down so significantly that they really can't get the production going in time before D-Day or to meet the Russian front. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. And they can really punch above their weight later on as well.
Yeah.
They can really shine, produce a lot. I mean, they will be in exile, but just as Poland and other countries. And they also, like, if you get a successful D-Day, France is one of those countries that can come back into the game, have a country, even though the game is not decided per se. So that will be interesting to see if we get that.
That is very true. We've had a couple of games like this past year where the Allies are in Europe. They're in Germany actually, but it's still not really decided. And that's I think I remember the one where they did a push towards Berlin and they just barely couldn't break it, and then they lost all steam and Germany came back. So close.
Yeah, we've had a couple of really tight games.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get a really exciting game here as well. And now the Spanish Civil War is kicking off. And we have Andreas here on Nationalist Spain forming up the Frontlines. We are probably going to see some sort of classic Spanish Civil War with... let's check out the orders here. He will probably try to clear up the pocket here around Bilbao and Oviedo. And we will see volunteers coming in from Germany and from Japan.
Yes. What are the rules on Italian volunteers?
Yeah, Italian volunteers will be coming in as well.
Yeah.
We have, so in the Spanish Civil War, just as historically, you send volunteers to participate in the side you want to win.
Yeah.
And for that we have the French and the Brits, I think, and the Soviet Union will be sending volunteers to the Republican side. And we have Italy, Germany, and Japan that will be sending volunteers to the nationalist side. Not the UK, we get the information here. So we will have a volunteer advantage on the Axis side.
Yeah.
But it will really be like a war of the volunteers in the Civil War. So the volunteers are going to try to encircle each other.
Yeah.
Because these veterans can be very good. If the Soviets have like 4 mountaineer divisions, for example, and they get veteran experience in the Spanish Civil War and manage to succeed in a lot of objectives and get medals and so on, they will be very scary for the Finns later on.
Yes.
So
yeah, and it is that shining opportunity to really train up some good divisions before any of the other wars break out. But at the same time, you can get those encircled, and you can lose your divisions in the Spanish Civil War, so you have to be careful about that.
And you are allowed to escape if you have a harbor, so you can play it quite safe, but then you also lose out on a lot of potential experience.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can look over the volunteer templates here. We have volunteer forces in transfer, so I guess we'll have to wait until they arrive. But they will be arriving in... the 8th of July, so now we're paused for the start of the Civil War here, but we will have 5 divisions from the German Reich and 3 from the Empire of Japan. That's quite a lot from Germany. We have seen some games where they send fewer.
Yeah. I know there's a cap on how many you can send based on how many divisions you have of other types and everything. So you can only send a certain percentage of your whole army, but you don't need to send that much. Yeah. So it's a bit of a trade-off how much you want to send, and like you said, it's usually that you want to send those divisions that are going to be trained, that are going to be your special forces, so to speak, so that you can have a few divisions that will really run over the enemy.
Yeah, and speaking of Spain, we have you get some better divisions because these that are on the line are not anything to write home about if you look at the template. Yeah. But you get some of the Franco veterans from Northern Africa are significantly better. So this template for the time is quite good actually. So these are the troops. The 5 divisions here are the troops that the Spanish player, in this case Andreas, will really be playing with and that are able to push front lines and do work. Yeah.
So for any newer player, a division has like different battalions in it that you can control as a player. You can decide which battalions you want, and you put them together, and you then give them equipment. And when you, the player, you do some math and you do some calculations, you can end up with really good divisions. If you just play with the ones that the computer gives you at the start, the standard templates, they usually suck. It's a real advantage to be able to make new divisions, but again, you need experience to create the divisions. So that's another reason why you really want to join the Spanish Civil War here in the beginning.
Yeah, you get the army experience. It's another mechanic. You use this army experience in order to unlock doctrines, in order to speed up research. So you want the experience. And just as Olof said here we have a division, for example. And this contains battalions. So battalion is the smallest one. Yeah. And then divisions. Yeah, you know this better since you're a military man.
Yeah, so a battalion is usually quite a large force, but in this game, we are the logistics manager. We're the generals, right? So a battalion is like the smallest thing you work with here. Well, actually, the support companies would be the smallest thing you have, but still, a company is, in the real world, quite a large group of people. But yeah, you put together battalions, you have different companies that support them, and you try to build a division, you put divisions together, you put them under a general, and you send them to war,
Yeah. So for example, here we have the Franco divisions consisting of a couple, like 9 infantry battalions and 2 artillery battalions. And you can see here on the side that takes equipment. So if you build a larger division with more advanced battalions and support companies, it will cost you more. It will tear on your industry more, and you will need to equip them because One example is like if you decide to go radio on all your divisions and you don't have enough radios, then you are better off not.
Yes, that is, and that is a crux that many players can fall into, because it is better to have a division that's not supposed to have radios, rather than to and then them not have them, than to create a division that's supposed to have radios but you don't have any radios to give them, because then they become confused, you can say, and they have we might be seeing a pocket form here.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting. We see Madrid actually falling rather early here.
Oh yes, that's
in the war,
a big push.
The volunteers have not even arrived yet. We have 4 days until the German volunteers land, but Madrid looks to be falling to the nationalists already. So that will be good for him to be able to hold that.
Yeah.
Once the Soviets arrive, I'm gonna check out the Republicans here to see.
And the divisions from the Soviet Union just arrived.
Where is the where is the core of there?
Yeah.
So now we have the Soviet divisions arriving in the country, and let's see where they are. There we have them.
And that is their mountaineers.
5 Soviet mountaineer divisions, and we have 4 divisions from France arriving a bit late. It's 2 weeks left. I think they might have been a little slow to send, which can be critical here because the nationalists have already taken Madrid.
That is very annoying. You were hoping to hold Madrid for a lot longer, and we see our first pocket of the game out north of Madrid.
Oh
here.
yeah.
And
a couple of militia divisions from the Republicans have been surrounded outside Madrid, and they will die. It's not that much of a deal, but we see the Soviets here are trying some pincer maneuvers as well.
They want to create their own pocket here to.
If we check out their template here, I mean, this is a beefy one.
This is a large template.
I mean, even the Franco divisions will not have any chance against this. So this one can really tear through the nationalist front.
And to keep in mind as a new player, when you see a division that has that many battalions and that many support companies, they have a larger combat width. So you can't use as many of them on the same tile, basically. But they usually hit so much harder that it's better anyway.
Let's check out the Germans and see what they are throwing into the battle here. They have 5 divisions, and they are. These are also your standard divisions, combat with 30. This is just as scary as the Soviets.
Yeah, and we see both artillery. Both sides use a lot of artillery here in the beginning. Artillery is in warfare. You want artillery with everything. You don't do anything without artillery, and we see that mimicked in the game here.
We said, I think it was Napoleon who said that God fights on the side with the most artillery.
And we will probably see that reflected in our game here today.
Definitely. Let's check out the Japanese divisions. It will I will go over here, and I will select Japan.
All right.
And here we have 3 volunteer divisions, not as many, but and also not as beefy.
No, we see this is, again, it's more fleshed out than the standard computer ones, but we see they have like 4 less battalions of artillery, and that will have an impact if they were to fight head on with, say, the Soviet divisions.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a bit not an optimal combat width here as well. You see 28, so you want something that's divisible, right, with the combat width of the tile.
Yes, exactly. So different tiles have different combat widths, and if the combat width of your divisions exceed by even 1, they just don't get to be there. So if you have a combat width of 90 on a tile, 30 is a really good combat width to have on your divisions, because you can fit 3 in there, and you get to use every single point of combat width.
Yeah, definitely. So like 30 is the meta now, and there are some, like if you go mountains, it's smaller, and but 30 is.
And we see another pocket here.
Indeed, we have 4 divisions of the Republicans being encircled here.
Yes, with another pocket being created more to the south.
Yeah, this is going. The Germans are going into the last tile here, and these two are also going to fall. I mean, it has been a very good civil war for the nationalist side so far.
They are very happy about this, and we can see that the Soviets didn't really manage to push through where they wanted to. They haven't lost any divisions as far as I can see. No, they're all 5 are still there, but they haven't been able to create any pockets of their own, and they haven't really pushed anywhere either.
And they are pushing into Zaragoza here, so that will give them a supply hub. We might go over that as well. If you see the supply map mode here, like you want to get equipment to the front, and then you need these supply hubs. So when the Soviets take Zaragoza here, that means they will be able to supply their front lines better. And the closest supply hub for the nationalists will be all the way over, like in Burgos and the harbors here. So they will lose supply on the front line, and you will have an easier time pushing up. Especially on the eastern front later, the supply gets really important because it's cold, it's high attrition, and it's far between the railway stations.
Yes, and it's just so many divisions. And that's what HOI really is. More so than other, for example, real-time strategy games. This is a game not of tactics, but of logistics, really. There is still tactics, you still do micro, but managing an army and making sure that it's equipped and ready to fight, that is the essence of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see here, I think they managed to actually take Zaragoza. They did. It was quite an enthusiastic maneuver before by the Soviets. They tried to push like across the river into the town, and I mean, even if they are beefy, that didn't work out for them. But we'll see here. No, I think they managed to hold Zaragoza actually. The nationalists.
And I think, just as you said, like this is a region with very poor supply for the Soviets. So even if they have these beefy units, there's just so many troops there, and they can't supply them all. And
I mean, it can work to your disadvantage as well. If you have a division with like all the bells and whistles, a lot of artillery, radio companies, headquarters, everything, and you fight, for example, in the North African desert, you will have trouble supplying all of that. It might be easier to have like some horse support companies because horses take less than trucks, right?
Exactly. And we can see for Africa as a great example, or India is another one where it's difficult to move around these heavy divisions, and you can just get encircled by a lot weaker divisions, but they have supply and you don't, and you end up losing tank divisions or something else.
See here, another little pocket here, and I think that the Republicans are on their last legs here. You are allowed to surrender if you still control a port, so you can get out with your volunteers. I don't think the Allies want to do that anytime soon, though, but as of now, the civil war is looking to be in the advantage of the nationalists.
Yeah, they're going to be happy about this. This is a great start for the Axis.
If we look over the casualties, we have the Spanish Civil War going on here. We can see that nationalists have lost 19,000 troops. Meanwhile, the Republicans have lost. Now it ticked up by almost 100,000 in that pocket. So it is looking historical, so to speak.
Yes, very much so. And for a newer player, the pockets are really the way you create casualties, because if you just push someone back off a tile, the majority of the division and the equipment, they survive and they get to go back, they get to recuperate, and they fight again. But if you encircle them, you get to completely destroy that division for your enemy. So that is always what you're trying to do in these situations, to really harm your opponent and make sure they don't have as big of a fighting force.
Also, you get their equipment, so especially later on the Eastern Front, like if you look at historical World War II, the big German encirclements in the beginning of the Operation Barbarossa is really good for the logistics of the Germans as well, because you get more guns that you can just send to the front.
And you can specifically create divisions that rely more on that, and they get more out of capturing equipment from the enemy. And you can really see those divisions steamroll if they're allowed to.
We'll see here. I think that the nationalists, we see the German divisions here are probably trying to make a push down to like the harbors here, like Alicante, Almeria, and Malaga, because if you don't have a port, you can't get out, right?
Yeah.
So
So you automatically encircle them because when you get to the shore, there's nowhere for them to go, and you end up getting a lot of experience, and your enemy loses a lot of troops. Oh, and we see them. Yeah, they're really making the push here. They're very confident at this point. Otherwise, this would be a little bit risky, just to try to go straight in and create such a large pocket. But they know where the enemy volunteer troops are, the heavy hitters. They're not in the area, so.
Yeah. Also, like, I mean, now when they have made the encirclement, so the front is not filled out, then you can do this stuff.
Yeah.
But if this 300,000 people had been on the front line, this would be dangerous because you can just walk across here and then they are counter encircled, so to speak. But now they have gotten the harbor, so they have managed to cut off the front line here for the Republicans. Yeah,
and it's not going to be super long from this point. We see the Soviets still holding on here, but they're not making any progress. And this can be a problem too when you're just sitting on a tile and you're just defending all the time, because you're losing, you're taking casualties in your division as it's gaining experience, and it's not necessarily that you're gaining from it. So you could end up losing some experience by doing that.
Then again, it's going rather quickly for the Axis, so these volunteers are still regulars.
Yeah.
So they have not been able to get that much experience, because if you win too fast, then you don't get the experience either. So you won't have any real veterans out of this. Or I guess they will be able to level up one time before.
Yeah. That's true. So it's we'll see how they do this.
The Italian volunteers have arrived as well. Let's see what Algot has fielded. They arrived a bit late.
Much like Algot.
True. And we have, 18 combat with. This is not a very big division, but they will be able to get some experience. We have this General Giovanni Messe. Will probably be with the Italians in a central role for the entire game.
If I remember correctly, we see that the Italians, you can get medals on your divisions and they can get certain upgrades. But if you change this template and you fill it out with more battalions later, they will lose some experience, but they will keep the medals if I remember correctly. He might be changing this template a little bit. Or he will be changing it later in the game, but I think they will retain some of that, the bonuses that they get here.
Yeah, we see here that this division, for example, took part in the occupation of Addis Ababa, which is a war we forgot to mention, because at the start of the game, the Italians are at war with Ethiopia. So they have a little experience from that war with divisions actually doing some fighting. And Algot, speaking about Italy, is one of the founding members of our community. He has 8 veterancy stars. That's you can calculate that for yourself, but it's a lot of games. And he will face off against the UK, that is led by Badger, which is also a very strong and experienced player, specifically on the UK.
They're both founding members. They're both very experienced, and they're both playing countries that they really like to play. That's going to be like the major showdown here, I think. Algot as well likes to do crazy strategies. We'll see if we get a seal of it or not.
Yeah, that will be interesting. I think I don't see the Soviet volunteers here are in a bit of dire straits, because they are. If the nationalists, we see the Italians trying to push down here towards the coast, and if they manage to, then we will have some Soviet mountaineers that are encircled. They have managed to get out here. You see that the Soviet mountaineers here are attacking, trying to pin this division so they don't get encircled, because they need a port to escape.
Yes.
Because if the volunteers are still in Spain when the capitulation of the Republicans happen, then you lose those. So
it might have been safer to bring them up to Barcelona.
We see here though. No, this is Spanish mountaineers. But still, good civil war for the Axis so far.
I don't think we're gonna see those Soviet mountaineers break through to Valencia. So, might be better to pull them back towards Barcelona at this point. But
I see they have managed to retreat out with all their divisions now. So
they have left now.
This pocket will get closed, but it will not hurt that much. However, You might see some tries, but I mean, at this point, Barcelona is the core port of the Republicans. When that falls, the Republic of Spain will fall, and that is a harbor. So at this point, I think we'll see quite an uneventful civil war. Which is, I mean, status quo is good for the Axis, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They have performed exceptionally well in the civil war.
Yeah.
We see now, I mean, there's 600k casualties for the Republicans to 31,000. So this is one of the best Axis performances in the Spanish Civil War we've seen in the latest games.
Yeah, I think so. And this is really going to help the Axis keep the world tension low, because it's going to start falling as soon as Spain gives up. And the Axis are going to have a little bit more room to do policies and Yeah,
that's another aspect. You don't want this to drag as the Axis, because then the world tension will go up.
Yeah.
If you capitulate the Republicans quickly, world tension will drop.
Yeah.
And you will have the advantage of your wartime production and all of those things for later in the game. Hi Commander, says Murads in the Twitch chat. Hi Murads. Nice of you to join us. Let's see how many viewers we are. I can't see that on the screen though. So yeah, but we're probably in the tens of thousands, right?
Obviously at this point. All right.
Yes, I mean, this is pretty much mopping up at this point. Let's look over at the Pacific. We will have the Sino-Japanese War will be the next war of the game. We see here Japan is planning a quite large naval invasion of Shanghai here. Usually they just do this for training, right? They take like a couple of divisions and they plan like bouncing naval invasions in order to get the invader trait for the general.
Okay.
But this seems larger. They are probably going to do a foothold in Shanghai, and that's quite bold. Like if they manage to land, if they get Nanjing quickly, that can really finish off the war early. But the Chinese have a lot of troops on the front.
Yeah, and so Japan is going to be playing against the computer here, basically, but it's still a slugfest, so to speak. There's a lot to get through. So I haven't played this war myself, but I know we used to have a lot of problem with desyncs and like how the computer did pathing or so, but I think we mostly resolved that. That does open it up for Japan to do more pockets and larger pockets in this, which you might be able to do against the computer that you would not be able to do against the player.
Yeah, definitely. On Japan, we have Sarge and Sean playing. We have Sean with 3 stars, soon 4. He has played Japan twice before.
All right.
And he played a good game as Italy in the Blitz the last time. One of the newer players in the community, but he has experience from playing with other communities as well. And 2 out of the 3 games he's played with us, he has played as the UK. So he might be experienced on the naval front there, which is important for Japan. And he managed to keep the Asia axis out of the rush in the Blitz as well. So
that's
So now he's on the other side. See if he can get.
Well, it's always good to like have intimate knowledge of how your enemy wants to operate. I'm not much of a naval player myself. It'll be really interesting to see here.
Yeah, and he is joined by Sarge, who is a player that has been with us for some time. And I think he has played Finland and some other. I don't know if he's played. Oh yeah, right. I mixed them up. So half of what I said about Sean was about Sarge.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Because we put them together here in the presentation.
True, and they were on opposing teams actually in the Blitz then. So that's interesting because then Sarge and Sean has faced off in the Navy game when Sarge played Italy and Sean played the UK. So now when they are putting their experiences together into the Japanese Navy, we'll see if that will create a division between them or if they will be able to cooperate.
Yeah. Well, that cooperation is something that's it's a kind of a special thing to do in HOI, because you can divide up tasks and say like you do the Air Force, you do I'll do Navy and so on. but you still have to come together at some point, and you have to know what the other one is doing. And it can be difficult to communicate when there's so much happening and there's so much logistics and production to manage while someone else is microing.
Yeah, definitely. And also Japan has, I mean, you have to coordinate a lot as Japan, because you have these naval invasions. It's not like a static front where you just push. You need to coordinate island hopping, and you need to supply your naval invasions and take harbors. And you are joined by a couple of minors, not minors in the geographical sense, but minors in the industrial sense. Manchukuo today will be played by Rosen, one of our more experienced players who have been playing with the community for a few years now. But he has played with other communities as well. And he has played Manchu once with us before, but he has also played Japan a couple of times.
All right.
So they have a good understanding of each other.
Yeah. And he's played the theater before. He knows like the flow of the game here.
Definitely, and we'll see also if they go for big Manchu, like if you give China to Manchu, or if you go for small Manchu, and that can also have a lot of impact on the game, because big Manchu, then you get more like big infantry from the Manchu with the Chinese industry.
I feel like we usually see Japan taking China for themselves, but that could just be the greed of playing a major. You want to get even bigger.
Indeed. Also, another important country in the theater is Siam, which is modern day Thailand mostly, and that will be played by HOI4, long-time player of the community. Has only played 3 out of our 12 games of 2023, so he might be a bit rusty.
Yeah, but he usually is playing these minors that like pack a little bit of a punch still. I don't think I've seen him play Siam before. But he's played New Zealand and South Africa and these countries. So
yeah. Also, we have like now when we have Arms Against Tyranny and new focus trees and new metas, it doesn't matter that much if you're rusty, because everyone is rusty, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
you haven't really felt in the new expansion.
Yeah.
And he should remember to garrison Bangkok. We see here in the instruction. That is an important thing, because otherwise you will just get naval invaded. And he is the one that will hold this line towards the British Raj. So if you see this little salient here, the front line will form along this Burma river here. Because there are mountains here, so you can't pass. This is usually a very static front line.
Yeah. It requires a lot of force to break through, and if Japan can, they'll probably want to do like a naval invasion of the mainland of China, or the mainland of India instead. So the navy becomes important to make sure you have these opportunities to invade at more at better geographical locations for you. So how the US and Japan matches up will have great importance for India.
Yeah, definitely. We have a question in Twitch chat I get here. Why is China in general never played by a player? That's a good question, actually. I think it's more of a balancing thing, because that is one of the wars. Like if you have a player like the Spanish Civil War, Winter War, and I mean, those wars, you can really have players on both sides. But if China wins, then the game is pretty much over, more or less, because Japan loses the Pacific if you don't have China.
Yeah. And then if the US doesn't have that counterpart of like having to deal with Japan as well, and the US just comes with full force towards Germany and Europe, it becomes very one-sided very quickly. So I wouldn't say it's impossible for someone to play China in the future, but there would have to be so much balancing to be like done to make sure that's implemented correctly.
Definitely. We'll see. We'll look into it. We see that the Republican Spain has capitulated now. World tension at 18%, slowly going down. So this was a good civil war for the Axis. We didn't look at it now, so we didn't see if there were any big encirclements of volunteers. But I do not think so, because they controlled the Barcelona harbor. But if we check out, for example, we have the Soviet volunteers have arrived at home here. Not that much experience.
No, this was a quick war.
it was a quick war, and also the Soviets were on the losing side. If we check out the Germans, for example, let's see if we find their volunteers here.
Oh, they have so much troops.
Yeah, they have a lot of troops. Oh yeah, the volunteers are of course in transfer back home.
There we go.
So they will arrive in 2 days, and we can look at those. But there were no volunteer losses then. We have the French here, for example.
Yeah.
Those 3 volunteers, also not that much experience to take home. The only 13% infantry leader.
Yeah.
They are probably not that satisfied with the outcome of this civil war. Looking at the Germans now, the volunteers have arrived home. Yeah, they have managed to get a bit more experience, but
yeah, that's not a significant difference, really.
yeah, I mean, even at the Axis side, like the war was so one-sided, so the Axis volunteers or the Allied volunteers didn't really get that much experience.
Yeah.
But that is very positive for Spain, because this sets Spain up for a very good game.
Yeah.
They managed to seize a lot of equipment. They barely lost any troops, so they will be ready to war earlier.
Yeah.
And that might set us up a bit more for a not volunteer only Spain.
Yeah, I think so.
Because if your industry is small and you did poorly in the Civil War, you don't want to go the build where you actually join the Axis, because then you will have a hard time defending Spain.
Yeah.
Now we might actually see a Spain that joins the Axis, but we'll see about that later.
Yeah. So right now we are in the process of waiting for the next war, and Germany is ramping up here, and their production is going to go crazy, while the major powers in the Allies will be a little bit more subdued.
Yeah, looking over at Germany here, if we check out like the templates they have, we have the regular infantry division here, 30 combat with, artillery, and different support companies here.
Yeah.
Nothing too out of the ordinary. We have the Panzer division here.
Yeah.
This is going to punch hard. This is expensive and
Yes.
big division.
It is incredibly expensive, but Germany can usually support this. And we see here, I think they have 2 battalions of tank destroyers out there to the right.
Yeah.
Yes,
2
exactly.
tank destroyers. They are suspecting probably. It will be interesting to see the Soviets later on, because they can go like infantry and artillery wall more or less.
Yeah.
So they just put a lot of troops on the front, and they have
Exactly.
defense in depth. They scorch the earth and they retreat slowly.
Yes, and it becomes very difficult to push through them, but they're not mobile. It's difficult to create pockets when you have that army.
Yeah, and also like the Soviets, you can't really push back. Imagine if you win the Eastern Front and you have an infantry-based Soviets, it takes quite a while for you to walk to Berlin.
Oh yeah.
So if I know Jacob correctly, I think that he will go, or he's told us, but he will go like some tank builds with like heavy tanks along the front. And that is an interesting way to go for the Soviets, because then you have a lot of counter and circle ability when the Germans attack. Yeah. But if you get your tanks encircled and then they die, you are in trouble, right? The way to Moscow is just open then. But it's interesting, because the Germans have tank destroyers now in their tank divisions. So I think they suspect that the Soviets will be up to something.
Yeah.
And that might end badly for the Soviets. If the Germans come prepared with tank destroyers and anti-tank weapons, then those tanks might be in trouble.
Yeah, I think, like I said, like those first times that the front line really clash, making sure that you put your tanks to good use, but also making sure that you don't lose them will be incredibly important.
Yeah. And speaking of Germany, we have 2 players here. We have Mako. He is an experienced player. He has done a lot of good games, but it's only his 4th game with us. So he doesn't have any veterancy stars with us yet. And this is his first time playing Germany in a Grand Game. Yeah. So welcome to playing the Major in a Hygge game.
Yeah, and I know he's super excited about this. This is going to be a good showing, I think.
Also, Christer, that is his co-op, has only 1 veterancy star and has never played Germany before.
Yeah.
So it's an unexperienced Germany here.
Yeah.
But that might also speak to some innovations, some new ideas.
Yeah.
And Mako, I think he can perform better than expected, even if he's unexperienced.
Yes, I absolutely think he will overperform, compared to his veterancy status. But again, his Soviet counterpart, like Soviet's very experienced in this game. So I think Germany will do very well, but I think they'll run into a bit of trouble at the Eastern Front. The question is, will that be enough to slow them down?
Yeah. That will be interesting to see. We have a demand raised for Olof to remove T-shirt but keep the jacket to do it. maybe later when we start drinking beer.
Yes, exactly. We'll see how many beers it takes for me to do that.
And one thing that will affect the Eastern Front as well is the Pacific theater, because even if the Soviets win the Eastern Front, then the Axis will have a hard time. If the Axis win the Eastern Front, the Allies will have a hard time, but taking the pressure off the Soviets is the possibility of a D-Day.
Yeah.
And there we have the United States as the major player for the Allies. And today the United States is played by, let's check here. Oh, Hindenburg crashed. F in chat.
Oh no.
We have Pontus Eisenhower here on the United States. And I think if we can get some information on him here.
There we go.
There. We have Pontus has 2 veterancy stars and had some solid games behind him. Never played as the US. The only time before playing a major was in the Blitz, where he played the Soviets. And this is big shoes to fill. He needs to be able to lend lease from the United States in order to cover all the equipment deficits on the different fronts. His second seat sticky though is a long-time veteran though, and he has a big overlook. He will be able to see who needs what. Yeah. And interesting to see how their cooperation works.
Yeah. There's a lot of planning that goes into to the US, and a lot of things you have to keep track on as the game goes on. So there's always the potential that you miss something and that can have a big impact.
Yeah. Now we get information that we are going to do an interview here with Andreas playing Spain, and we will hear his thoughts on the Civil War. Hello, Andreas. Do you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Nice. So, I mean, that's quite a good Civil War for you, or what do you say?
It was good, but I would have liked to take the victory a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it took some time. Like you took Madrid really early.
Yeah, we rushed Madrid and we built some really good pockets, and I mean, we didn't lose almost anything. I don't have the stats anymore after the war, but we have had very small losses. But on the other hand, we didn't push as aggressively as we maybe could have done.
Yeah, and what do you think about your prospects for the game going forward? Are you going to do the volunteer build, or will you join the Axis, or have you decided yet?
I think I have decided. The intention is to not go volunteers, but instead join the main war. We have been talking this through a bit, and I think it is better.
Yeah, I think you get the
yeah. I mean, if you don't lose a lot of manpower in the early war, you can still get sufficient an army to defend your harbors. But you can also be more flexible if you're in the war than if you just send volunteers.
Yeah, I guess like with that win, you might be able to punch above your weight in the later wars.
Yeah, but you also have some time to decide. For example, if the Allies if they take Africa, then maybe we don't want me to join. If Africa is a stalemate, then we definitely want Spain in to just go on the western side. Stuff like that determines.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat here. Ask him about the diplomas on the wall behind him. Looks very formal. Also, is that door tilted? Is the door tilted, Andreas?
The door isn't tilted. The camera is.
Ah, okay.
But the door is working just fine. And the diplomas are just those are my degrees.
Yeah, I heard you have performed a lot in academia.
A bit. Nothing cool yet. Just a lot. Not good. Just much. Like broad, not expertise.
Yeah. I think your camera disappeared here.
Oh, that's too bad. I can see myself.
Oh well. Oh no, you're back. Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what does the studio think about the war?
Yeah, we said that it seemed like a good war for the Axis.
Yeah.
Like you barely lost anything.
35,000, I think, was the total amount. Like almost like a tenth of what the Republicans lost.
Yeah. So we chalked it up to be an Axis win, but you said you wanted it to finish earlier.
Well, I wanted it to finish earlier, but I think Germany wanted it to finish just on time. I mean, this is a very important war for some of the other countries involved, for them to get the experience for the generals and stuff. And it's really hard to make a good war. We don't grind, we don't cheese, but still give them a lot of opportunity to close pockets and get kills.
Yeah.
So I think they are happy, and if they are happy, I'm happy.
Nice. Well, happy Axis team then after the Spanish Civil War. Thank you so much for joining us, Andreas. And good luck moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you. There. Also, information from the studio. Stop stream sniping.
Yeah.
We have
getting questions from players that are not supposed to be watching the stream.
Yeah. We do love our viewers. The more the merrier. But players participating in the game should not watch this stream because you will get secret information.
Yeah.
You'll have to do espionage in order to get that secret information.
Yeah.
And
speaking of espionage, Germany has finished their encryption or decrypting the codes of the Third French Republic, and they've started towards the Dominion of Canada, which I think is interesting. You would think they would do Poland or something like that. Now they probably don't need that to beat Poland, but still, I'm wondering why Canada.
I think this might be a preparation for El Alamein because it's quite common for the Allies to place Canadian armor in El Alamein. So the Germans are probably thinking that if they decrypt Canada, they will have an easier time. Like if they can pop the decryption and they can try to make a push for North Africa.
Oh, absolutely.
We can actually check out how the North African front is looking at the moment. There is nothing at El Alamein at the moment. We could actually present Canada because that is one of the minor majors, so to speak. It is really in between because Canada, just as the United States, is an isolated country with a lot of industry, so they can really make like strong tanks, strong troops to send over. It's played by Falk today, 8-star general, member of the Central Committee, one of our strongest players.
Yeah.
He has played Canada with us twice before, but the last time he played Canada was 3 years ago. So what do you think about this player on Canada?
I think it's going to be great. Like you said, he'll almost certainly build tanks. As you said, Canada is very isolated. You don't need to fill out a front line with a bunch of infantry. You can focus all your production on the tanks. You can get really good tanks and you can keep upgrading them. And having this experienced player just being able to put in these tanks wherever the Allies need them to have a large impact, I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, we'll see. The UK is going to lend lease tanks to him, so we've heard, and that's interesting. In order for the UK to get allies with a lot of tank divisions out for El Alamein.
Yeah, this is especially important in the early years, and they do this probably with South Africa too. Where you lend lease like the plans right at the beginning, so even if those nations don't start with like a good build for a tank, they can start producing tanks almost immediately.
We have breaking news. There has been an incident, clashes between Chinese and Japanese troops at the Marco Polo Bridge, and now war has broken out and diplomatic relations have been ceased, and there are frontline operations from the Empire of Japan towards the Chinese.
Who could have seen this coming?
Yeah, it's indeed a dark day for peace
yes.
along the world, and we see a Japanese push here going down. They have already taken Beijing, very close to the border.
Yeah.
But I am very interested to see how all of these naval invasions will pan out.
when will they really go here? Because you would think that they would want to take maybe all the way to King Dao or something, so that the naval invasion doesn't have too far to reach before like a pocket is created.
Yeah, you really want to link up. Like they want to invade here, and then they want to link up with the front line. So
exactly,
if they invade too early, then this might stall out a bit.
Yeah.
And also we have the mechanic for China where they mobilize different waves of infantry as the war goes along. So when they've reached a certain amount of surrender limit and casualties, you get Chinese infantry along the entire front.
Yeah.
And that can really fuck up for Japan as well, because if they mobilize like the second wave, right when the naval invasion is trying to link up, you will have a lot harder time doing that. So they really need to synchronize this.
Yeah. It's it can be a bit tricky to like know when you want to create the pockets, when you want to create that second wave. But again, you're playing against the computer, so you have the advantage of being able to plan it a bit more than you would against a player.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those wars where you can dry run it and it will probably end up like you did when you practiced. Because like the Finnish Winter War or the Spanish Civil War, of course you can practice it at home, offline. But as Napoleon said again, plants never survive contact with the enemy, right?
Yeah.
But here we have an AI that is acting predictably, so preparation can really take you far as Japan.
Absolutely. And having a quick war against China is a big deal for Japan, because they want to, again, they want to ramp up their production. They want to focus on like building out their navy and creating the army that will invade the rest of Asia.
Yeah, and also, like, as Japan, you have the advantage, just as many of the Axis, you have the advantage in the beginning, before the Allies really ramp up their production and their war support and so on. Because if Japan gets an early capitulation on China, they will have an advantage in the island hopping campaign. Because eventually, the United States will just have a lot of industry, a lot of navy, and it will be very hard for Japan. Yeah. So they really want to deal big punches to the United States in the beginning, before the United States really get into the war. Yeah. If you look at Japan here, for example, you have 100% war support. If we look at the United States, you have 15%.
Yeah.
And you need the support in the Congress. They are going to have an election soon as well, I think. 1940, so that's a ways away, but they are still like a disarmed nation. They have isolation, and it will take a while before the United States are able to participate. So
so for anyone watching, like, the US obviously has a huge production because they're a huge nation, but the production is locked away to what would you say, like the civilian economy in this case. And as war tension goes up, or as world tension goes up and war support increases, you can enact policies that unlock this industry, and you become an incredible powerhouse that Germany can only really match if they've already defeated the Soviet Union, pretty much. Yeah,
and they have, like, if you see here, they have Not Our War, Slow Recovery, some strikes, Neutrality Act. I mean, there is the American society in large is not really that interested in going to war in Europe at this point. But
Americans are
at some point they will be, I think. So we'll see. Also, like, if we look at the focuses, we see here that they are going down the Navy route, to Ocean Navy Act. And this is one of these, like, world tension events. So if the world tension is under 20%, then you need a high level of support in Congress in order to enact this act. Since the world tension is now under 30, then you still need a medium level of congressional support. So you will get 4 senators and 20 representatives into opposition when you take this. And that means that you will have a lower congressional support to enact other stuff. So that's like the backside of the democratic countries, because if you do unpopular things, if you mobilize, go to war economy before you have the war support from the people, you will get strikes, you will get opposition in parliament, and a lot of trouble. So Yeah, the world tension being below 30% at this point, even after the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War, is also good news for the Axis, I would say. I don't know how much it normally is, but I think that some allied countries would have liked to be able to transfer into a war economy at this point.
Exactly. You need, I think it's 30% you need for a war economy, and you also need like to have a certain amount of political power and so on. So it's actually possible that the world tension would go above 30, but you're not ready as a nation to enact war economy at just that time. So you miss it, and then the world tension sinks again, and you're locked away with a lot less industry.
And that's also, I mean, you can really bait the allies there as well. If world tension goes above 30%, the allies go into war economy, all of them. And then you get like a quick capitulation of China, and world tension goes below 30%. Then the democratic nations will have striking workers because they don't want the war economy since the tension is not high enough. And then you will get hits to stability and production, and that's really the Axis prerogative to keep the world tension high or low. Nothing too much happening at the front here. We do see some earlier encirclements forming here, but
how's their divisions looking right now? The templates.
We have Spanish Civil War divisions here. No changes to that one. We'll see where they are at the front later. The regular infantry division, regular 30 combat with some support companies. Not bad, not exceptional either.
Pretty standard, and you can easily just add on more support companies and upgrade the equipment. You don't need to do much changes in the template.
That's the thing, like you don't, I mean, they are at war at this point, so you can't change it up too much. If you add like a whole row of support companies and like, oh no, we're going to go anti-tank or whatever, and you change that, then it will take a lot of time for that equipment to reach the front, and you will have less fighting power, basically. And the Marine divisions, good Marine divisions. Also nothing extraordinary, but
very useful here in the Pacific. A lot of rivers, a lot of naval invasions.
We'll see here. They have 6 Marine divisions out, and let's see if we can find the veterans of the Spanish Civil War.
Well, there's 3. Yeah, they sent 3 divisions if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
so.
They are still in the home islands here, so they are not participating.
Interesting.
But then again, like they are regular divisions. At this point, they are the same as the infantry divisions. The war ended so fast, so they have basically the same experience as well. So
and they have less artillery, so they might actually, they might actually be worse in this situation.
And also, how does the war in the Pacific affect the war in Europe? We have a mechanic here. If we look at Germany, for example. You see here the state of the Pacific. It's inactive at this point because the war proper has not broken out yet. But if the Axis sees like this Delhi, Ceylon, Singapore, Sumatra, Java, then you get buffs and debuffs respectively in Europe. So if the Axis win the war in the Pacific and take a lot of small islands, then the Allies will have a very hard time doing a D-Day, for example, because you get debuffs that make it harder for you. And the other way around, like if the United States win in the Pacific, get all of these small islands, then they will have a much easier time invading Europe. And that also takes a lot of pressure off the Soviets. So the Pacific War does matter a lot, and it will be interesting to see how it pans out.
And it's not only the buffs, but a navy can very quickly be destroyed, and you're absolutely going to need a navy going forward.
We see the Japanese Marines have left port here. We see naval invasions going towards Shanghai and Shushu. They are doing this rather early. It's a bit hairy for the front lines to meet up. Then again, like when they take the harbors, they can hold here for a long time. If they need to retreat, they can really just retreat. So it's not that risky for Japan, but
and they're going to have just complete naval supremacy here. So they're going to be able to supply with convoys, since no one is going to challenge them at this point. It's like you said, it's still a bit earlier than I would have expected to see it, but it shouldn't be too problematic.
Yeah, we see here world tension still below 30% as well. I think the Germans are really waiting. We have the first Vienna award, but they have not I mean, the Anschluss have not taken place. Oh yeah, it has. It's the Czechoslovakia that has not taken place yet. But once they go into the Sudetenland, the world tension will probably spike above 30%. Even if we are playing historical, so we will have peace in our time. Chamberlain will allow the Germans to annex the Sudetenland, but it will still increase world tension anyway.
Yeah. All right, and we're seeing Japan push more here. They've linked up their different naval invasions at the very least. Yeah, they'll be pushing from 2 fronts here.
Yeah, I see they are actually pushing down a bit. That was a bit surprising because I thought they would want to link up these, but most of the expansion is actually taking place south. They might try to go inland.
Yeah, is this to reach victory points faster? I'm not. I haven't done this war myself. I'm not sure where all the victory points are and how many you need to really.
It might be like if we look here, there is still quite a ways towards capitulation, but they have. That's also one thing in the espionage. You can prepare collaboration governments in countries you're at war with. So they are preparing these collaboration governments on China, which means that they will capitulate early and they will have higher cooperation once they capitulate. Yeah. So you really want to get these collaboration governments going. Yeah. So you get a nice control of the country that you occupy and also have a lower surrender limit. China is one of those countries where you want that, but it's especially for the Soviets. Because if you do not have collaboration governments on the Soviets, as the Germans, you basically need to walk like all the way over the Urals and go like into here in order to capitulate the Soviets. And if the German army is like over here, then you will have trouble holding against the Allies.
Yeah, if you need to change like how you divided up your fronts as Germany at that point at all, like it's going to take so long for your troops to relocate that it's just you're going to lose the other front.
Yeah, we saw actually during our Blitz game where we had Germany completely dominating the Eastern Front in the beginning, but they forgot to take the collaboration governments actually. So we had a lone division played by Johan Mossberg that actually managed to snake all the way to Leningrad because no one was looking at Leningrad. So they basically walked from the Urals to Leningrad, took it back, and the surrender limit went down, or went up rather. So the Eastern Front took a long time. Yeah. And the Axis won that game in the end, but if you had a D-Day at the same time, that would have really been perhaps the play of the game to get to Leningrad.
Yeah. And I think we had one game like a long time ago now where they the Soviets did capitulate, but in the when you split up their land, the Axis forgot a bit of their land. So when they did the negotiations, they accidentally gave the Soviets back some of the land, and they just were revived into a second war.
A lot of things can happen indeed. We see here one of the Japanese spies have been captured by China. Yeah. That's actually bad news for them because it will take longer to do the collaboration government then. Yeah. So I will see the pocket expanding a bit, and
no super large encirclements at this point. Like you said, probably don't want to trigger a second wave, and also it's such a large area. It's not entirely easy to create the pockets.
Yeah, and we have. We are going to try a new thing, for this stream. We are doing polls in order to get opinions from you viewers out there on how things will go and where we will end up in this war. So we are going to try one of those polls right now. So we'll probably get it up on the screen here at some point. Petter is fixing. And the question is quite simple. Who will win the war? At this early stage, of course, it is impossible to say. We have a lot of stuff going on. But go to menti.com on your phone or on your computer, write this code in and vote. Do you think that the Axis or the Allies will win this war?
Yeah.
And we will present the results here on stream after a while.
Who do you think will win?
I mean, if you extrapolate from the beginning, like in the beginning it's 50-50, nothing is done. Yeah. The Axis performed above expectations in the Spanish Civil War.
Absolutely.
So I mean, at this point, I would say it's slightly leaning Axis, but I mean, it's way too early to say anything really.
Yeah.
But since we have an unexperienced Germany, like Germany is the untested card here.
Yeah.
It will be very interesting to see how Germany performs. If Germany like really outperforms in the mid game, manages to win like North Africa and do a lot of work, then I will start leaning Axis more. But on paper, I think the Allied side is the stronger. But they did poorly in the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
But then again, that mostly affects Spain. If we see a very impactful Spain later, that will have been due to a successful civil war. But we do not know that yet because they joined rather late.
Yeah. Like I said, I think during the announcement stream that I said the Allies, and I still feel like that's. I think it's gonna go the Allies' way, but like you said, that's based on just player evaluation and like a theoretical picture that might not happen.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Germany performs well here. Anything could happen. We have Italy being the very experienced player in the Axis, and Italy does play such an important part for denying the Allies a way into Europe. So the Allies really want to have a way to attack Europe after Germany has stomped the entire continent, basically. And Italy, if they can lock away basically all of North Africa from invading Europe, and we'll see if they actually go for North Africa or not. They don't need to lock away as long as they have control over the Mediterranean. They can lock out the Allies.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Like, if Italy manages to take Gibraltar, for example, and still control like these small islands, and Spain goes volunteer-only build, then the Allies can only really do a D-Day around here.
Yeah.
But if Spain joins the Axis, and Great Britain keeps Gibraltar, then pretty much all of this around is open to D-Day. So
yeah, exactly, and that's again where the sizes of the navy like come into play. So if the U.S. Does poorly against Japan and the size of their navy is really reduced, if Italy has a strong navy, they can hold these waters a lot more, and it can really shift from the Allies are doing a D-Day to Italy is invading England.
We'll see the results of our poll here. We get information from the studio, and we have a bit of delay here, so once it appears on our screen as well, we'll see. We have Allies overwhelmingly, 75% I think it says.
Yeah.
That's a confident vote for the Allies. I think they have looked at the players as well, maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't think we should count the Axis out, because we have a new expansion, new focus trees, new meta, and new fresh minds.
Yes.
If you are mired in the old thinking, you might lose out.
Exactly.
Then again, on the Soviets with Jacob, for example, doing some shenanigans, I think that we will have innovation on both sides. And that will also be very interesting to see, because you might see the war come down to a lot of unorthodox things.
Yeah.
We have seen games lately where you see like the fall of Gibraltar, invasion of Great Britain, naval invasions from the Soviets. We saw Hungary building up, researching naval invasions. Everything can happen. Let's see here, looking over at Japan, we have at this foothold. It has not been the resounding success that they probably would have wanted. There is quite a ways between the northern front and this naval invasion that Japan has, and I think the first wave has been mobilized at this point, so there are a lot of Chinese at the front.
Yeah.
Oh no, it mobilized now.
Okay, so they're on their way.
Yeah, they are indeed. First wave mobilized. And that will present a challenge to the Japanese. There is a lot more Chinese troops here than
Yeah.
Japanese. But yeah, they are AI, so we'll see how it pans out. Now we're going to present the Communist International
Yeah.
and their different players. And on the Soviets, we have Jacob, Ivan, and Remefors, with Jacob as the main controller.
Yeah.
And yeah, Jacob has recently been promoted to the Central Committee, so he is. You can see all his awards there. He's probably our most decorated player award-wise, even though he is not as veteran as some others.
Yeah. But he's one hell of a prepper. Like, he does a lot of preparation. He really goes into math and testing, and whatever build he ends up going with here is going to be one that I will probably use in the future.
Yeah, he is really. He has to find a lot of meta things.
Yeah.
He has failed on occasion, though. That's the thing with innovation. Like, if you do something, pull something out of the hat, it might go well, it might go bad. But his success rate have been rather good.
Yeah.
But it will be interesting to see how he performs here. We have Ivan also, 3-star general. He has gotten better every game, I would say. Played the Soviets only once before.
Yeah.
But probably like the narrow micro focus here. He will control like troops on specific parts of the front in order to make pushes and so on.
And I feel like a second controller for Soviet usually has that luxury of just focusing on one geographical location. It's kind of large because the Eastern Front is huge, but you don't have to be zipping all over the place doing both air and ground and navy. You're focused on this front line right here, and you're just controlling the troops.
And also we have Remefors and Erik Eers on the Soviets. So the Soviets have like a long front, so it's good to have many players because you can keep a look on everything. And also, like in the Winter War, it is a challenge for Finland to do the preparation for the Winter War, because you're only one player and they are four, right? So it's very hard to overlook all the micro stuff and all the situations. But you can do a lot of preparation as Finland. You do the focuses, you get the snow support companies, you really get very, very beefy troops. Yeah. So, for example, last Blitz game, I won the Winter War as Finland against the 4-player Soviet. I think that's like, as we go on in the games, the Soviets will eventually learn a tactic that can overwhelm the Finns, even though they have the new focus tree. But we have seen Leningrad fall in 2 recent games to the Finnish. And that's because when the Soviets try to push here, if they fail the push, they get deorganized. And the Finns can just take the whole stack, walk to Leningrad, and that wins them the Winter War. Yeah. So I think we'll see a Soviet that does not push the Mannerheim front, because that's historically that's what you do, right? You just overwhelm the Mannerheim front, you take Viipuri, you win the Winter War, and that's it. Yeah. But we might see some unorthodox tactics here from the Soviets. Maybe some tanks, for example. That can perhaps drive through here. It's not the best through forests, but
it could still work. And in contrast to the Japan-China war, this is a war that's more difficult to practice just on your own, because you can't really get the AI to play like a human would when defending Finland or attacking Finland. So when a new meta comes out, there is a lot of just, well, we're not gonna really know until we've tried it in our community games for a couple of times. So it's going to be very interesting.
Definitely. I'm looking here at the tank division.
All right.
Designer. We have medium tanks. I mean, this is a beefy division for this early in the game.
They're not gonna have many of these, but they're going to be hard hitting, and they're going to have some tank destroyers as well. So they're not going to crumble to Germany's tank destroyers.
I mean, if we compare this, like piercing 19, breakthrough 336. If we compare to, for example, the German tanks that they will be facing. 426. So the Germans are a bit beefier, and also the Germans have gone tank destroyers. So they are suspecting something.
So the German divisions will they will win out. What's important to note is that the armor for the German divisions, it is higher than Soviet ones, but they're still under the piercing capabilities of the Soviets tanks. So the Soviets will damage the German divisions. They won't just fall.
Yeah, we get information here that Jacob has said that he's going to run heavy tanks, so we will see that at some point. They're only medium now. And they will be spread out among companies of 3 along the whole front line.
All right.
So we might see some tries for pincer maneuvers, an offensive Soviet with tanks. And that is a new one.
Yes.
Might work, might not.
I'm very interested to see if he will keep them on the front line as Germany is moving in, or if they will be a little bit back and he will move them forward as the Germans start pushing, just in order to make it more difficult for the German players to know where the tanks are and have their focus there.
Yeah, we will see how that pans out. And another important player on the Eastern Front is the Mongolian People's Republic, which is played by Hasleberg with 2 veterans stars, but he has been absent for the last 2 games.
Yeah.
So he has not played with the new focus trees and the new stuff in Arms Against Tyranny. He has never played Mongolia before, but he has a lot of experience playing the Soviets, so he should feel at home on the Eastern Front and be able to coordinate well with the Soviet player.
Yeah.
And I guess that Jacob probably has a big plan for Mongolia.
Yeah.
They can do a lot of impact. We have seen some good Mongolia.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even when the Soviet goes infantry, Mongolia can be a nation that does tank. Probably not heavy tanks, but definitely lighter medium. And it's just like Canada can do for the Western Front. Mongolia can kind of do for the Eastern Front, where they can show up where it's most needed and just put their troops to use.
We saw here, this was interesting, the Soviet Union actually is decrypting the Kingdom of Romania.
All right.
So they are probably expecting Dankus to not cede Bessarabia. And that will be an interesting, because usually the Romanian player cedes Bessarabia to the Soviets.
Yeah.
And that's it, right? But the Romanian player can actually choose to go to war with the Soviets early and not cede Bessarabia. And that might end, I mean, it ended really badly for the Romanians last time. But if they manage to bind up all those Soviet troops on the front, or if they manage to even eke out a victory, that really hurts the Soviets. And as the player on Romania, we have Dankus.
Yes.
And if you know your Hearts of Iron 4 multiplayer, you know that he is quite the player.
All right.
He is quite a big YouTuber in the Hearts of Iron community. He has played a lot of games with other communities and is known as being a very, very good micro player and a very experienced player in general. And very welcome to our community as well. We said it last time, but we're very happy to have you joining us here. And it will be interesting to see if you cede Bessarabia or not. But I do think that we might see an early war between Romania and the Soviets. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Dankus wants some action on that front, and it seems that the Soviets are expecting it.
Yeah, they might be a little bit worried there.
Yeah, I think Jacob is probably thinking, I saw Dankus' last YouTube video where he didn't cede Bessarabia and caused a headache for the Soviets. And also the last Blitz game. When the Romanians did not cede Bessarabia. So we might see a new meta forming here, where you get the Romanian-Soviet war as like a mini winter war.
Yeah.
We have, I believe Poland will win. You go, Matthias. Says Talib 1. We'll see.
I'm sure your cheers will help Poland in a large way.
Yeah, we have seen some tactics. We have had Poland players that have done some ideas where they want to push Königsberg or they want to do some damage to the Germans. It has not panned out well for them. They will fall, but they could probably present somewhat of a roadblock if they do it correctly. But
I think we can mostly see Poland shine when you have a more inexperienced Germany or Hungary that they don't take full advantage of the power of the major, so to speak. But I feel like even though Germany isn't the most experienced in our community games, they know this game well enough that I don't think Poland will have too much to say about the early war. Yeah,
it probably won't present too much of a challenge. If we see here the Hungarian, this is a thing called one division training, where you make one division that is completely filled out with infantry, and you train just that one division. You get a lot of army experience. very important for the minor countries. You can get your doctrines out early. Looking at the research for Hungary, 3 empty slots now. Researching railway guns.
Yeah. So the reason why he has those empty is so that they can reach the max bonus. So that when he starts a new research, it will automatically take all that bonus research and just apply it. So you can see that when fuel refining here finishes, the next upgrade that he can research, he can use the research from like one of these empty slots to get a little bit of boost there. So that's probably what he's doing here with these empty slots.
Smart. And on Hungary also we have Jonte playing, another founding member of the community, part of the central committee, one out of only 4 8-star generals. So he is really a veteran player with us and has been with us for a long time. Also the host of one of the houses in Bergodhof, where one of the factions are sitting playing. He is no stranger to the Eastern Front or to the Balkans. Romania is usually his comfort pick. He has never played Hungary before, but will probably be a very solid tank player on the Eastern Front. There are so many similarities there. Like, again, the devil's in the details. There are differences in playing them, but the general concept is the same. You're going to go tanks, you're going to hit the Eastern Front. Indeed. Let's see here what is going on in the East. We still see Japan having trouble linking up the pocket here with the Northern Front, but they are going to try to rectify that with a naval invasion of 6 divisions in Qingdao, probably. To alleviate some of this pressure and be able to link up the fronts. We see here, we had this is an interesting situation, because after the annexation of the Sudetenland, we had a world tension of 30%. But as you can see, it has gone down to 28%. So let's see if any allied countries actually locked into war economy early. It doesn't seem like it. We have partial mobilization in the United Kingdom, partial mobilization. No one will get any strikes here, it seems. But,
both India, Australia, South Africa are all partial.
Let's see if we see some troops starting to line up in El Alamein now. We see that the divisions colonial infantry here from Great Britain lining up in order to defend the deserts of El Alamein, and we will probably see some Canadian armor in here soon as well. Let's see what the Canadians have put out. They have some district militia, some cavalry, no armor as of yet, but it's still quite early.
So El Alamein is one of the 2 choke points here in Northern Africa. You basically have El Alamein, you have Gibraltar on the other side, and if the Allies lose control of Northern Africa, they can't really invade Europe through the Mediterranean. So you can, as the Axis, choose to fight for Northern Africa and defend yourself from invasion that way. You can, like I said earlier, also just control the Mediterranean, but like it's one step back. It becomes more and more difficult for every ground that you cede.
Indeed it does. And speaking of the United Kingdom, we have playing the United Kingdom our general secretary and fearless leader, like the guild leader of Hygge HOI4, Badger. He has played the UK a whopping 9 games before, a very well-rounded player, good grasp of the Navy game, and not a lot of people understand the Navy game. It's beyond my scope of understanding, so that might pan out very well for him. Probably hungry for revenge after he lost the Blitz game playing as the US. And we have a disadvantage for him, though, is that he is a single player on the UK. And you need to keep an eye on a lot of things as the UK. You have the Mediterranean, North Africa, the Atlantic, watching out for sea lurvy invasions. So he will have a lot of stuff on his plate. But I think if there is one player that can handle it, it is Badger.
And he's been practiced on that before. Like he's used to playing UK single. I think he might actually prefer it that way because he doesn't have to delegate any responsibility. Like he doesn't have to cooperate within his own nation. He can just, I know exactly what I need to do and I'm just going to do it.
And also he has a lot of Commonwealth nations to help him. And if we were talking about El Alamein, one of those nations that you might not think that much about is South Africa, which is a Commonwealth nation played by Kalle, 7-star veteran, one of our 2 Norwegian players, solid micro player who is used to playing with Falk, who will be playing Canada. So Kalle and Falk working in tandem with tanks can be very dangerous for the Axis. And they will present a big challenge in El Alamein, I think.
Yes, and you usually just see them together there in El Alamein. And I like South Africa a lot. It's such a fun nation to play. Just like Canada, you're isolated. You don't really have to worry about invasion. It is possible, but you don't really consider it too much. So you just build tanks. You don't have to worry about infantry, and you can go where you're needed.
We hear some news about innovations here.
All right.
The plan of South Africa and Canada is to leave Egypt and pull down towards Sudan, and then Martin's Canadian tanks will be ready to strike from Iraq. And then they will try to defend Africa while the rest is focusing on Asia. So the UK, South Africa and Canada has some plans going on for El Alamein. So we will not see a historical El Alamein here. We have some innovative ideas coming in here.
That will be incredibly interesting to see.
Yeah, we have seen some interesting North Africa things, the latest games. We have seen like naval invasions of Tel Aviv.
Yes,
and
exactly. Italy can absolutely go Marines and be a dangerous threat there and just put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah. And also if you manage the naval invasions, if you take like Cyprus and Crete, these are basically unsinkable aircraft carriers, so to speak. You just take Cyprus, you put a lot of air here, and you can cover like the Israeli coast here, and it will be very hard to defend from naval invasions for allies.
And that's going to be a big deal, like because Canada and South Africa, they're not going to be bringing too much air into this really. So that air advantage can really help.
And also it will be interesting to see that Iraq invasion. We have seen a lot of games going towards the Middle East now. The latest Blitz game, the latest Grand Game, there were a lot of fighting in the Middle East. And that's actually, I think, what lost the Axis, the last Grand Game, when Jacob was going to invade through Iraq. And it took so long to just drive the tanks through like the mountains and the sand that he just got slowed down by some guerrilla shenanigans. And they just ended up locking up too many important armor divisions in this area of the map. And this is high attrition country.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but there is no national focus for war with Turkey, right?
No, so, Turkey is neutral.
Yeah, Turkey is locked out here. So for a new player, Turkey is not a way into Europe. So when you're fighting here in the Middle East, it's basically when you can connect through Iran to Soviet Union. That
the mountains of Azerbaijan and so on. And I remember last Blitz game when I played Finland as well. I had the Finnish mountaineers from the Winter War, and I was like, okay, what do I do now, right? And I just sent them down to the Middle East as a meme, more or less. But then I realized, like, the mountains of Azerbaijan, they are cold as hell. They are mountains. So basically, like, Finnish veterans from the Winter War can really make a difference here as well, because you think of the Middle East as very warm and deserty, but since you cannot push through Turkey, you need to go like Azerbaijan, Iran, and this is cold mountains, right? So a lot of things that you might not think will work out in the Middle East are quite good.
I would love to see that again, have Finnish troops dominating Azerbaijan.
I remember I gave one division got a medal for the siege of Leningrad and the siege of Baghdad in the same game.
That is one hell of a combination.
Yeah, we'll see. Looking over what is new on the Eastern Front, basically nothing. Still moving on. I wonder if what wave mobilization they are on. We have the second wave is mobilized now, so they are starting to crumble.
How is their capitulation looking here?
I mean, there is a ways to go for the Japanese still. I mean, casualties are massively in the Japanese favor, but
Yeah.
you will get the third mobilization wave. So I mean, this is not this is not going as well as the Japanese have hoped. I think. I mean, it's no disaster yet, but they would have probably at this point wanted to link up the front lines, do larger encirclements. But I mean, this is holding, and this will kick off at some point and will be successful. So
yeah. But I think if you're India, Siam, or Australia right now, like you're looking at this and you're feeling pretty happy about it.
Yeah. And let's look a bit on how the tension in Europe. We see we're above 30% world tension now, which unlocks some focuses. We see the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is unlocked at this point. They can go it, the Germans, and then they can go Danziger War to start off the war. And we are in November of 1938, so we'll see if we see an early war. The rules is historical. So during 1939, you need to go to war with Poland. You have to do the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But the Germans do control a bit, like when they want to do it. So.
And from Germany's perspective, it's usually better to go early, right? Because when you start off the game, you are the production powerhouse. You are the largest industry. So the earlier you go, the more you take advantage of that.
And looking over at Hungary, we see that Hungary has gotten a bit bigger.
Yes.
And that is an event where you get some territory from Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, so they're now bordering Poland and will be helping to push Poland later on.
Yeah. And they still have the Treaty of Trianon. As a little history lesson, after the First World War, we had the Peace of Versailles in Germany, but we had the Treaty of Trianon in the Balkans, where the Austro-Hungarian Empire got kind of decimated. And one of the big focuses for the Hungarian player when it comes to the political planning and the focus tree and so on is trying to renounce the Treaty of Trianon as fast as you can, because you see here you get minus 25% factory output. Yeah,
and the construction speed of your military factories is also reduced by 25%. So the industry in general is just so incredibly slowed down by this.
Definitely. Moving on, we have some players to present here in the Balkans. Bulgaria we have not been talking about a lot. They have the possibility of doing some like naval invasions from Varna to the Crimea. They usually go tanks as well, I think. Stuff go vroom vroom. This is basically
and
a very
horses.
It's horses. But, and this is the regular template. We will see some development in regards to the templates later, but I think this indicates a tank build.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
I think his intentions are pretty clear.
And Bulgaria is played by Francis, a 6-star general who has played a lot of major nations recently. Had a memorable performance at the last Bergod playing Hungary. He was awarded there. He pretty much won the game for the Axis. He did a incredible tank push up. I remember that they landed with a D-Day. With a lot of tanks here. And it seemed like it was over for the Axis, but the Try Again Army, as it was named, from Hungary, he got all his army encircled on the Eastern Front and died. And he made a new army called the Try Again Army, and the Field Marshal was named Revenge with an angry face. And he managed to push up to Rostock and rout the Allies.
And I remember I was playing South Africa that game. I was in Germany with my own rebuilt tanks because I had lost mine in India, if I remember correctly. And that was so brutal, just seeing those tanks push us out.
Yeah, that was a very back and forth game.
Yeah,
I remember,
it was.
I remember I called it for like the Allies, then I called it for the Axis, then I called it for the Allies, and then the Axis won. So I was wrong every time. So it will be interesting. It's a potential to be a very scary Bulgaria here for the Comintern and the Allies. Moving on to Yugoslavia, quite a recent addition as a player country to Hygge HOI. He has played with us only once before. Andrei is his name, and it is almost exactly a year until he played with us, I think. And he then played Poland. And Yugoslavia has a potential to be a strong Axis nation. It is actually one of the Balkan nations that can go infantry focused, because Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria usually are like some sort of tank miners. You can do some air and you can do some naval invasions if you want to be fancy, but mostly produce strong tanks and out micro the Soviets in like the Ukrainian front here. But Yugoslavia can pack quite a punch with infantry and mountaineers and stuff as well. So we'll see how that pans out. And they also have the perk of not suffering under the Treaty of Trianon. So they will be able to build out more earlier. So you can really get a lot of divisions out in the field. If you look at, Romania, for example, here you have some bad perks. You have, not that many actually, but not any very good either.
Like they're still not like an industry powerhouse.
We can see here, looking at Danke's focus tree here, he's doing the trade treaty with the Germans now, which gives him the ability to permit German advisors, license German equipment, then join the Axis, and also get like some synthetic refineries and stuff. So building up his industry there. Let's see how Japan is doing.
They have launched their other naval invasion here, we see.
Yeah, they have linked up Qingdao with... That might actually alleviate... Because I think the supply situation is the hard one here. If you look at this supply map, they have pushed so far down here. And the supply hub here is far away. And this is like way overloaded. So you see, it's very hard to get supplies to the front when you are this deep in China. And same here, like... There is not even a railroad connecting to here. Because... It works to your disadvantage as Japan, because you have divisions with all this fancy stuff, all these support companies, but you get to China and the infrastructure in China is so underdeveloped, you have a trouble getting supplies to the front here.
And we kind of like we expected earlier that they would push north via that railroad, but we haven't seen them do that, and I'm wondering if it's just they don't have enough divisions to really hold that much territory.
Yeah, probably. I think like the plan here, you see this is overloaded, this supply hub. So you see here they are pinging here. So they are going to try to take this supply hub here. Because if they take this and the tiles, then you get this supply hub and you get the railroad going down. So then you get more supplies down to this supply hub here in Henan. But there is a big... Jinan is an obstacle. But once they get this, then they will have supply here. And then they can push. So you need to like take this little chomps out.
And with collaboration governments, I feel like they should be fairly... like close to capitulating China.
Yeah, I think so. Let's check out the...
Or has the third wave come yet? I'm not sure. Oh, actually, they're not that close.
Yeah, I mean, once they push through the third wave, like if the third wave is mobilized, and it's not yet.
It's not yet. Okay, it's a ways away.
Once the third wave is mobilized, they encircle a lot, and if the front is not covered, then they can just roll. But I think this is going slower than they would like, the Japanese player. Let's see how the front in El Alamein is forming up. We see some of the plans taking place here. The South Africans probably should have some tanks out. Indeed they do.
All right.
And
they're heavy tanks, right?
Yeah, these are heavy tanks. Yeah, this is this is a hard one. Like looking at the stats of this one, the armor. And I mean, they won't have many of these, but the ones they have will be very beefy. And they're just exercising them up now so that they will be experienced enough.
Hope is probably to have like 4 or 5 divisions out by the time combat comes to El Alamein.
I would guess so, yeah. And we see here also the front. India is forming up on the Ethiopian front. because that's an aspect we haven't talked about. But Ethiopia is now controlled by Italy since they won the Ethiopian war. They always do. And as the allies, you really want to clear out this, and the Italians really want to take this. So we will see some fighting in Ethiopia. But the Italians will probably give it up.
Yeah, it's usually not worth it for Italy to try to hold on. But if you do, it's very annoying for the allies to have that behind them all the time. And if you leave it and you're not careful as allies, they could just push out and you lose a lot of territory.
Yeah. Also, you lose like the way up from South Africa.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yes, exactly. Like South Africa has to go through all of Africa to get to El Alamein, for example.
Speaking of the Raj, another allied powerhouse. Like the Raj is underdeveloped industrially. They have like the agrarian society, which limits a lot of things. It's good for supply consumption, but you really need to build up your industry because for being such a big country, you have few factories. But one thing that India does have is manpower. 2.8 million men that they are able to recruit, and they are still only on volunteer only. So the Indians are really an infantry powerhouse of the allies, and it is played by Matthias, a 5-star veteran player who is taking on bigger and bigger roles in our games, having played only majors the last 4 games. Has never played Raj before, but he will probably take this very seriously, and I think we might see a scary Raj here.
Yeah, and I think he might be a bit worried about the supply and if we check out his production, he's building, he has a whole lot of railroad queued up. So he's trying to counteract that. Still primarily focused on military factories, but we'll
he has it queued up. So I mean, this is a lot of, it's air bases, railroads, some supply hubs as well.
It's a wish list, basically. I wish I had all this.
He's really gearing up for... you can see here he's building up. The yellow ones are the railroads that he is trying to construct, and the white ones are the ones who exist. So you can see he is really trying to extend the railroad network in order to supply the front down here to the river.
Yeah, and if the other navies can keep the waters safe for him, Raj only has to really focus on this part of India, and it's a very difficult part to push. So if the waters are controlled by the allies and Raj can keep this ground, Japan will probably be stopped here.
Yeah, this is not very fun provinces. If you look at this, like mountain, very hot, so you get plus 25% supply consumption, attrition, low organization regain, and it's a mountain.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this tile, for example, you get 40% division attrition, and you get the heat attrition, and it's tough to push into India.
Yeah.
That's why we usually see quite a static front here. There are many games where nothing happens, more or less, around here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking back at what is going on here, we might start to see the first real big infantry encirclements from the Japanese players. They would have wanted to do this earlier, but better late than never, I suppose, because now we will see Chinese infantry falling. We see here the Japanese player is blinking a bit here. Push this tile, he's telling the Manchukuan player. And then we will have some Chinese troops getting encircled up here.
Yeah.
And they are pushing quite a lot inland as well. Pushing towards the mountains and...
I feel like they probably have that army just on push automatic. And they're spending their focus trying to encircle everything more towards the coast.
Yeah, probably. Like looking at the field marshal order, they're not doing like a frontline push, but...
oh yeah.
Or maybe they are. No, they are still microing everything.
All right. We should see a circle close here at any moment.
Yeah, I think there we go, and this is a lot of Chinese troops getting killed. Let's see here if the Republic of China, they have not mobilized the third wave yet. So after this pocket falls, I think that will probably mobilize the third wave.
Yeah.
which makes it harder for the Japanese player to close up this, but it also gets them more troops to encircle, so to speak. So world tension also going low again, 27%. Low world tension, I would say, for this stage of the game.
We still, I don't think, see war economy for most of the allies.
Yeah, I mean, at this point they can't really. They are locked behind that world tension.
Yeah, so they haven't seized the few opportunities that they've had there. But again, like you said earlier, it's not always a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, we get some information here from the studio that democracies cannot go war economy before they are actually in a war.
All right.
So that explains it then.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, I guess.
Yeah.
And that's what also put them a bit behind, because as you see, Germany already has the war economy going for it. Hungary probably doesn't have war economy because they still have the Treaty of Trianon, but later on they will be able to. They are now just finishing up the focus here with the territorial claims. So they will get a claim on Transylvania, Slovakia, and so on. Let's see how they do this with the Romanian player, because Hungary wants Transylvania, right? But the Romanian player might also want Transylvania. So yeah, we see here the pocket is closing up here.
It's dying out.
It will take a little while for them. There are a lot of Chinese troops here, but since it's the AI, you see that they are just charging headlong into. If this was a player, they would stand here and
try to fortify.
At least try to cost the Japanese as many as possible. But now they are just falling here. That's
probably historically accurate for like this time frame of war, but
indeed, I mean that was probably like 250,000 at least, like 500,000 casualties right there in that pocket. So that should trigger the third wave mobilization for the Chinese, and it has not actually. So I guess they need some surrender progress or something.
Yeah.
And we have the real Boppus saying "Go Francis" in the chat, and we will see how Francis does. This might be an old post, but
we see some smaller pockets forming, but nowhere near really as big. So we'll see how long it takes for them to trigger this third wave.
Yeah, I think like if they could get this encirclement here, because there are no harbors along this coast, right? Or no, there are not.
I don't think so.
So if they close up the pocket around like here, like this railroad, for example, then all of these Chinese troops will be encircled.
Yeah.
So that will net them some kills and equipment.
Yeah, and that should go fast at that point, because the supply out by the coast for the Chinese is already terrible. Even without being cut off.
Looking at the generals here, like they get a lot. All of these infantry divisions are veterans now. They get so much experience.
Yeah.
So I mean, this might come. Like if you look at this, you get the veteran. So this gets 50% plus modifier in combat, and you also have the medal, so you can get 10% breakthrough. Minus 10% supply consumption, and you have all of these divisions with these modifiers. So this can be really scary when they get this much experience. And the general as well is nothing to scoff at here. Level 6 general, only 2 attack, but 6 defense and
a lot of planning, decent logistics.
Yeah, I mean this is going to be scary, and also Fortress Buster and some other perks here. Let's see what he has. What's it? Keisuke Fujija.
Yeah. And when you when your goal later on is to island hop and just take as many islands as possible, the fact that you can send a force where every single division that you send is such a high level of veterancy, it becomes a huge bonus.
Yeah, definitely. Also, if he can get like logistics wizard here next, then he that's a field marshal trait. But if you keep the logistics down, like these troops along the like Indian front or going towards Singapore and landing in the Dutch East Indies and so on, this is very scary. The templates are big as well, so this will be dangerous.
Yeah.
And Yeah, let's see how China is doing, if the third wave is mobilized. Yes, it
Oh,
is.
there we go.
So this is China on its last legs.
Yeah.
Chiang Kai-shek will go into exile.
Yeah, and we see this like coastal pocket inching ever closer. Actually only 2 tiles away from being locked away now in the middle. Not sure if that's exactly where they'll push, but yeah, in a bit here we'll see this close.
Yeah, they might want to do it broader. I'm not sure, but that depends on the supply, right?
Yeah.
The railroad is here, so I mean, you do want to get these tiles, right? So you get the supplies, and they don't. Most importantly,
Exactly.
But
they
I mean,
are pinging a bit more inland, or were earlier, so we'll see.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the Japanese can take advantage of this railroad if they get it.
Yeah.
But it's already worthless for the Chinese because the supply hubs are in occupied territory. So the railroad does not matter at all to the Chinese, but the Japanese can really get a lot of supply situations in a better standing, so to speak. Well, we can look at some of the other minors here in the Pacific. We have some players that we haven't presented down here. For example, Australia, one of the allied minors down in the Pacific. Interesting country. Oscar is the Australian player, 5-star veteran, solid team player. Played Australia only once before. His last games have been more in the European theater, but he has a lot of experience playing in Asia as well. Yeah.
And Australia really does have the option of going for tanks or marines. We'll see here what he has a marine template there, so maybe that's what he'll be going for.
He has a marine template, and this is a big one, marine commandos. Let's check out, we might gain some information looking at his doctrines. He's going grand battle plan, but when we look at special forces, he's investing a lot of his army experience into the marine tree. So he will probably go marines.
Yeah.
And
since we don't have a New Zealand player, he has annexed New Zealand.
Yeah, that's true as well. He is able to annex New Zealand.
Yeah.
And he has done that. So it's a little boom to industry, but it's also another island where you need to put people, right?
Yeah.
And that's a challenge as Australia, because you lack manpower. You see here he only has 70,000 recruitable population, and it takes him a while to get up and be able to recruit. He's suffering from Great Depression, and it will take him some time to get rid of that.
And he also has his own incentive to hold these islands. So if he holds Sumatra and Borneo and so on, he gets defense on core territory.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see him put those marines to good use here, and it'll be a clash between very specialized forces from Australia against these really veteran troops from Japan. It'll be interesting to see who comes out ahead. And
going back to Europe, we have a country that is both in Europe and in Asia, which is Holland. And Holland is an interesting country, or the Netherlands. They will fall, obviously, but they will form a government in exile. But unlike Japan and France, where you don't have a country, they actually exile their government to the Dutch East Indies. So they will be playing in Indonesia and having a lot of impact in the Pacific War. We have Joachim Löfstedt playing Netherlands, 4 veteran stars. Has only played with us twice during 2023. Holland is probably a good choice to get back into it though, and he'll probably fit into the Asia allies in a good way. They will need him down there, I think.
Yeah, it's a very different play style, I'd say, playing Holland as opposed to playing other countries. I know I had a little bit of trouble with it when I tried it, because it is different playing in exile and so on, but it'll be interesting to see what he does.
Yeah. I'm going to look a bit at Germany, because I know my history, and it is now the summer of 1939.
Yep.
So at some point, rather soon, we will probably see an escalation in Europe. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact has been enacted. So after this focus here, or maybe in a couple of focuses, we might see a German fabrication on Polish territory and the demand of the Danzig area in exchange for peace, which Poland will not agree to, and that will see the outbreak of the Second World War. We can see that the Germans have begun to form the front lines here, put troops on the line. Hungary, though, not at all. They have nothing on the line at all.
Interesting.
And if Poland are wise to this, you can see Poland is going to try to do a holding maneuver. They have placed along the river with Warsaw. Smart, maybe. They're giving up a lot of land, but as Poland, it might be better to hedgehog a bit.
It's really annoying for Poland that Warsaw is on that side of the river. Had it been on the other side, they would have been so much better to hold.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, you get the Soviets from the east, so...
Yeah, they're not in a good position either way.
Then again, we have seen Polish players... We had one game, like, when I was casting a couple of games ago, I think. We had a Polish player, and we did an interview, and he said that he was placing troops along the mountains towards Hungary, and he was going to try to capitulate Hungary by pushing the Polish troops to Budapest before the Hungarians, or before he himself capitulated. And that went completely south that time. He didn't take an inch, and he just lost. But if they were to do it this time...
Yeah, like, I'm not...
If you have, like, the Hungarians, one division training... in Budapest, like if the Polish put like maybe 3 or 4 troops along here, put their troops here and just pushed down in Hungary, it is completely open. They could they could capitulate Hungary if they are I mean that's a bit of a Hail Mary, because the Germans will probably be in Warsaw before they will be in Budapest, but still.
Yeah, Jonte is, it seems to be going for just complete mechanized here tanks. So he's not going to be training any divisions here. He doesn't really have the infantry equipment to support putting out any more divisions. He doesn't have that large of an infantry equipment production, and he doesn't have it stockpiled. So yeah, we won't be seeing troops from Hungary here in Poland, I'd say.
Yeah, I think the Hungarians are really focusing on the long game here. Still one division training, haven't even done... here we have Tuff, so they have started to build a motorized division here, which probably will be the tank division at some point. And if we look at the production, for example, they are building a railway gun that will be ready by the 18th of March in 1941, so they will have a railway gun to Barbarossa. They are building transport planes. Interesting. We might see some paradrop shenanigans. We have seen paradrops have a high impact on the Eastern Front. It might be interesting.
It might be a way to supply just these. As you get further along the Eastern Front, it becomes harder and harder to supply. You can either repair the railways that go to the Soviet Union, or you could use transport planes. This, of course, implies that you have air superiority and everything, but you probably won't have to fight against the Soviets too hard for that. Yeah.
And we have another plug from the studio here. You can win a HOI4 DLC of your choice, except for Trials of Allegiance, obviously, because that isn't out yet. You can register for this lottery on our Patreon page for free, patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. You also get access to our Discord there and are alerted of news on the free tier. You get information, what's going on, and you get to be a part of this amazing community. And one DLC will be handed out in the lunch break, and one will be handed out at the end of the game. So please do join the lottery for a free DLC you might win today. And when we go for a lunch break, and that will be at the breakout of the Second World War. So once Danzig War is finished from the German side, and the war is declared on Poland, then we will go for a lunch break, and we will do some sort of lottery raffle here in order to give you a DLC code, because the studio here is sitting on some juicy DLC codes for all you Hearts of Iron players out there. So please join us on Patreon, subscribe to the YouTube channel, the Twitch, and so on.
All right.
Well,
we have an update on the Japan-China war. They have closed their naval invasion to their northern invasion force. They have another large pocket going on right now.
Indeed, they have. I mean,
and since the third wave has been active, we should now be a little bit closer to the capitulation of China here.
Yeah, I think this, like, the capitulation limit, they still need to get a lot of victory points. But at this point, the third wave is mobilized, and if you look at the front over here, they can barely support this front. So at this point, you can really snake. We have Xi'an, we have Wuhan, Chengde, Changsha, Nanchang, and other Chinese towns that will fall in a short manner.
Yeah.
Another naval invasion planned here. They are doing some coast hopping.
All right. Well, and those are specific Marines. I'm not sure. Have they been using those before? Yeah, they have a lot of veterans.
Yeah,
here.
I think they are trying to get, like, the invader trait is important to get in the general. If you look at this general here, Hitoshi Imamura, he doesn't have it at the moment, but if you get the invader trait, you get minus 30% preparation time on your invasions. And you get plus 50% amphibious invasion speed. Yeah. And that's a very important one, because when you're island hopping, you want to hop fast. Yeah. But the naval invasions, you can't do them without the planning. Yeah. So this basically means twice as fast island hopping if you manage to get this trait.
Yeah, and I'm imagining he really wants to get these Marines to the max veterancy level, because if he does, he can put them up to against, for example, Australia's Marines when he gets further into into the island hopping, and his Marines should have no problem against Australia's Marines if there's that much of a discrepancy in the veterancy.
Yeah, definitely. And also, like, once the United States enters the war, the United States will not have the invader trait. They will not have the experience on their Marines. So it really takes quite some time for the Marines of the United States to get online. Yeah. I mean, once you go late in the war and the United States comes with veteran Marines and Amtracs and so on, then you're in trouble as Japan, but you can really perform a lot before. I think also the United States has some debuffs on the Pacific front.
They should have. I'm not the most experienced US player myself.
Yeah, nothing yet, but you see, they just have so many negative modifiers. Yeah. Slow economic growth, so that's minus 10% factory output, minus 20% factory output. So basically they are really, really weak now, but see, 501 factories. So once they get rid of those debuffs, their factory output is going to be incredible. And if we look at the American production here, they are building synthetic rubber, they are building dockyards, they are building infrastructure. Then again, like with all those debuffs, it takes so long to build military factories. So that's obviously why they are doing that. But yeah.
Yes, and we see Hungary starting to produce their tough now. So maybe they'll have something for the invasion of Poland.
Let's check this out. Hungary, they are churning out the Tuff, and they are filled it out with the support companies. They are still lacking tanks. I guess they are going to license that from Germany, right?
They could, yeah. The combat width of those divisions right now is not very large. It'll hold up well against infantry.
Looking at the armor here, they have researched the armor chassis, but I think they have the decisions here to the tank sharing program, so they can purchase like the Panther, the Tiger, and it might be better. Now we have the war. We have the Polish have refused the German ultimatum for Danzig, and that means that we will have a war in Europe. Germany has an available war goal on the Polish, and that war goal will expire at the 7th of November 1939. So now the game is paused, and that is in preparation for a German invasion of Poland. And that also means that we are probably going for a lunch break, and we will do a switch out here in the studio as well. So I don't know who will move where, but we will have other people sitting here after lunch. And once again, I want to remind you about our competition, the lottery for DLC on our Patreon, patreon.com/Hygge Gaming, and Join there. It's completely free, and you are part of a lottery to win one DLC of your choice from Paradox. So thank you so much for Paradox for hosting us or not hosting us, but for allowing us to be a frontline event again. All of our events now have been frontline events, and that is a new program for Paradox to allow communities to be a more official part of the Paradox community, and we really like that. So
yeah, it's always great to see a company engage with a community of multiplayers and just help grow that. Yeah,
it's very nice. We have had Paradox employees as well in our different LANs, and I think we might have one or two in this game even. So. Very nice. Love the latest DLC. As a veteran Finland player, it has been very enjoyable. We have the medal here from. The stream will be back in 20 to 2, so 13-40 hours in military speak. We will be back from our lunch break. And at some point, I don't know if we are going to do the DLC lottery once we come back. Yes, we will. So, we are going for lunch here. Thank you so much from the studio.
Thank you.
We will be with you the entire day from the studio here, casting this World War II reenactment from the Hygge HOI community. Interesting to see who will win this time. We have seen the Spanish Civil War, Sino-Japanese War, not over yet, and now World War II will break out in earnest after lunch. So we are looking forward to see you then. Thank you. I am Victor Rundqvist.
I'm Olaf Stern.
And this has been the first half, or something like that, of the Hygge HOI game, Illuminate the Arrival. See you after lunch.
Hello? Hello? What's that?
Welcome back to the studio and welcome back to Illuminate the Arrival, our grand game for today, the 18th of February. And now I am here in the studio, Petter, PD. You've seen me here before, and now you see me again, but I've never been here with Olof before, and this feels nice. Yeah. And we are just about to start the war. The Polish government has refused the German ultimatum, as they usually do in our games, and that means we're going into World War II. But before we do, we are going to have a draw of one lucky person who will win a DLC, a Hearts-of-Iron DLC of their choice. So yeah, we have all the people who signed up for free on our Patreon right here. And we will draw a name right now, and that person will receive an email from us, and then they get to choose their own DLC. And we will have another draw this evening at the closure of the game. So, Olof, will you do the honors?
Sure. See what we get here. And the winner is Francis.
Francis! Congratulations, Francis! So, Francis is actually... apart from a Patreon, he's also a player in our community, so he probably won't be hearing this since he should be playing the game and not listening to the stream. So but he will we'll let him know. And if you want to be a winner as well, your next chance will be later on this evening. All you need to do is to sign up on our Patreon as a free tier member on patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. And if you do that, you also receive access to our Discord channel, where you can chat with our community, and you also get a newsletter of important events. So yeah, right now the game is still paused. We are waiting for some hot joining players to join, and when they do, we will jump straight into the war, where Poland is about to get invaded.
Yeah. We'll see how well they do. So for now we have the question of how many troops will Hungary really be able to field by the time the war gets there, and yeah, can Poland's defense of Warsaw really hold the line? We've seen that they're not holding the front line at all, which is not uncommon. You can't hold the entire front line against Germany. But we'll see how well their defense is planned. Yeah,
he probably has the correct strategy to make a hard shell around Warsaw and try to hold on for as long as possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, last time we looked, it didn't look like there will be a lot of invasions coming from the south, from the Balkan countries. So maybe he can hold out for a while. We will definitely see.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we are still waiting for the players to join us, and there we are. Now all players have joined, and we are back in the game, and we can start looking at what does Poland have to meet this German advance. As we see here, the Polish defenses are arrayed around Warsaw, using the river crossings here in the north to defend. And we look here at the southern border. It looks relatively calm. Only the Romanians here. Dankes on Romania is preparing to invade, but the main invasion force will come from the Germans, as you can see here on the border.
Yeah. We see two plans going on there. They will be pushing from Königsberg as well. Yeah, we'll see if they have any special tactics aside from just running up. We see a little bit of tank divisions in Breslau. So yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Germans, they have their army is arranged into quite heavy templates, you could say. You only have this simple garrison division, which I don't think he have any fielded, but other than that, he has these 30 width divisions, which are commonly used for attacking. So there's not a lot of defensive capability right now in the German army. They're going all on offense. Yeah. And yeah, these are the 30 width tank divisions that we will see.
Over 800 breakthrough on some of them. That's
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, or 600 there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of them. This is the other, the SS version.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty meaty.
Yeah, that is an insane amount of offensive power that those tanks have. So they are not going to have to stop attacking basically ever.
Yeah. Maybe we could break down some of these values that you see on the screen here for the newer players. So Speed, yeah, you get what speed is. Usually, normal infantry moves at 4 kilometers an hour, or is it 3 kilometers? Even
it's pretty slow. Yeah.
Yeah, but these are a bit faster, as you can see, on 8 kilometers per hour.
Yep.
But what you really want to look at are these stats right here. The first one, soft attack, is basically the attack you have versus soft targets that are non-armored.
Yeah.
And you want this to be as high as possible if you're fighting soft targets. Hard attack, self-explanatory. That's to go after the hard targets.
Yeah.
But in order to get after the hard targets, you need to have a piercing, which is higher than the target's armor. And if you don't get a bunch of damage in. Defense is basically, you want more defense than when the attacker has in offense.
Yeah.
And breakthrough is basically your defense when attacking, as I understand it.
Yeah. If you have a low breakthrough, you'll take a lot of damage when attacking, and your troops will have to cease the attack. So by having a lot of breakthrough, you can continuously push with your divisions, which obviously you really want on tank divisions, because you want to use them to continuously push through the enemy lines.
Yeah. And if you keep attacking the same troops over and over, they will never have the chance to regain their organization. And once a division's organization is at 0, they retreat. So, yeah,
so you can really end up in a good cycle where the enemy troops continuously retreat every time you try to push a tile. And you can, by doing that, you can gain a whole lot of territory all at once, and create encirclements very easily.
Yeah, we're having a bit of technical issues, but nothing to worry about. Game is still paused. Here comes the war declaration on Poland. I guess they want to do that before we unpause. Let's see, nothing here in the game chat. Still waiting for the game to kick in. I guess we could present a player or two while we wait. We still have some players that we haven't presented.
We have, for example, Ireland. I know we have not presented yet.
Yeah, let's have a look at Ireland.
And Ireland is played by Eklund. This game, he's played that before. It's been a while since he played a game. And I think last time he was capitulated as Ireland. So this will be a revenge story from his part, I think. And I'm pretty sure it's his 5th game, so he should have a veterancy star after this game.
Oh, that's nice. Congratulations to Eklund then. Yeah, as Ireland is one of the weakest countries in the game, basically, that we have as a playable country. So there are very low expectations. It won't be hard for him to exceed those expectations. Let's see if we can see what he's going for here on his templates. Still nothing crazy, just a garrison division here. So we'll see what he goes for. Probably he'll go for some kind of special forces build. Let's see. Yeah, no clues here in the equipment just yet. He's going for a few naval bombers, it looks like.
Interesting. Yeah, some submarines there.
Yeah. Another player that we have not presented is up in the cold north, and we will see what he goes, what his metal is in a bit, I guess, because the Finnish Winter War will begin in a bit. And playing on Finland, we have Skoginge. He's an experienced 4-star player. He has played Finland only once before with us, though. But he has played the Soviet 4 times, so he knows his way around the Eastern Front, you could say.
Yeah. And as we said previously, this is going to be an interesting take to see how does the Soviet go about claiming Finland, or at least not losing Leningrad, hopefully. We can see that the Soviets are building more railways towards the more north of Finland. They're building in Olonets right now. Yeah. So we have right there, might be a preparation for a bit of a push there. In the old games, you would usually not go through the forests, but we'll see where it happens this time.
Yeah, it looks like he's chosen to array his defenses a bit in the back. You could defend these tiles here, since this border here is impassable terrain, so you don't need to defend this. You only need to defend the gaps. but he's chosen to have his defensive line a bit further back. We'll see if that is a good choice or not. I mean, the pros is that his defensive line is shorter. Basically, it's easier for him to reinforce other areas of the border. But on the other hand, the front line does get a bit longer as well, because instead of just these few tiles that you have to defend, instead you have all of these tiles to defend. So we'll see if the Soviets manage to break through.
Yeah.
It's still peaceful though on this front. The game has begun though now. We are unpaused, and look at this. German forces are rolling across the border.
Yes.
Let's see, they are about to reach the Polish defensive shell here. Still no major battles happening. They are just now discovering the Polish defenders. And here comes the first attack, and the Poles are actually holding against the German armor here. The German armor is out of supply, as you can see here by the red jerry can symbol here.
Yeah.
So they're not doing too well. They keep hammering on the Polish defenses though, and they push them back towards Warsaw.
Yeah. We can see the Germans starting to push past the line up in the north though, and this is the problem with the Poland, that you don't have enough troops to really close all the borders. So we'll see. Yeah, and German tanks are filling in there, so they will be coming from the east as well and attacking the tiles from several directions.
We are right now watching from Poland's perspective, so when you see a green bubble, it means they're winning the battle, or a red bubble, like here in Radom, where they just lost the battle. So the Germans are quickly surrounding the entire Polish army, right here around Warsaw. I wonder if they have enough supplies in there for the entire army. Yeah, they do, barely. There are enough supplies, but they're still out of supply for some reason. That's weird. I mean, Warsaw is the main supply hub, so the Poles should have supplies in there, I think.
Yeah, it's probably to do with yeah, move a little bit this way. Like I said, it should support 36 divisions, but yeah, we'll see. It's not gonna be much longer at this point.
Yeah.
The German tanks are really proving invaluable here.
Yeah, and this thing, them being out of supply, you can see here how it affects their attack and defense.
Yeah.
So they are without a chance. The Polish army is being routed, and they are soon down to just the capital of Warsaw. As you can see here, red supply. This is not going very well for Poland.
Yeah, I have seen quicker Polish defeats though, so
definitely.
Warsaw is still standing.
Yeah, and as you can see here, the attack on Warsaw is no, it's looking red, but yeah, they might hold out for a while in there.
Yeah,
it's a bit odd with the supply though. I'll have to ask someone who knows a bit more about the game why it's like this.
Yeah. Now though, it should be just because there are too many divisions in Warsaw.
Yeah, and there we go. The entire Polish army, except for these two divisions, and there comes the capitulation. So Poland has capitulated. They made a valiant defense, but they are not out of the game though. They will receive some off-map factories, and let's see, do they have any? No troops from the beginning, but they will be back, and we haven't seen the last of Poland yet.
Yeah.
Now we have the part of the war that was historically known as the phony war, because France is not moving across the border and Germany is not moving across the French border. We can see the entire German army though moving over to the west. Probably they will do like Germany usually does and invade the Low Countries. The Low Countries are, as the name implies, very flat, very amenable to German armor.
Yeah, and you by knocking these players out, you just get more access to France, really. So you usually go through the Netherlands and Belgium and just continue pushing downwards into France.
Yeah, we can see here that Frontlines are arrayed towards the Low Countries, so this seems to be the plan. And you just saw the war declaration there. There wasn't the declaration of war yet. Oh, wow, look at this. The French border is undefended. He is saying goodbye to the Maginot Line.
Oh, well.
And he's arrayed his entire defense in the back here. I don't think we've ever seen this from a French player.
This is new.
This is very new. Usually, if you look at the Maginot Line here, they have a lot of forts.
Yeah. It's usually like a pretty it's a well defended area, so it's usually good to hold. So even if the Germans can push through it, it usually costs them a lot.
But now the French have left these defenses completely open, and as you see, the Germans are just rolling in, and now finally they meet some resistance.
Yeah.
Germans have to wait up a bit though, as you see. As in Poland, they are running out of supply. The German tanks have outrun their supply lines, so they have to wait up a bit.
Yeah. We see, because of this abandoning of the marginal line, that Germany is pushing into France first. So I'll be curious to see when they come for the Netherlands and Belgium.
Yeah, there's no rush really, because they have their avenue into France right now, but eventually they will want to attack Holland. But yeah, we'll see.
Does the French division have any anti-tank at this point?
That's a good question. They have a bit in the regular here.
Yeah.
You can look here. The piercing is 19.4 though. I don't think that's enough to pierce the...
No, I think they
German
had
armor.
like 20, if I remember correctly.
But look at this. 25.4. We just got a something. So maybe that's...
So they're not completely defenseless against these tank divisions.
That's good. So, like we were saying before, the French player is meant to lose. It's just a question of how long can he hold out? When does he lose?
Yeah.
Also in the south here, you see he's taken the same strategy. So if Italy joins the war, he will have free range at first, but then the French are arrayed here behind the river.
Yeah, and we see the German tanks pushing once again. 3 of them to the south of Paris and 3 of them to the north. So we'll see how it goes for here. It seems like they're being stopped at the moment.
Yeah, we can see here that the French are not able to fully pierce... wait, they are. Yeah, they can pierce the German armor divisions, but it's not enough. As you see here, they are failing to hold the German armor. They're breaking through in at least 2 places. South of Paris here, around Troyes.
Yeah. And we have the first French pocket.
First
Three
encirclement,
divisions.
3 divisions, quickly disposed of by the Germans. We have a small French counterattack here from Paris.
Yeah.
It's actually doing quite well.
This is the danger with pushing with tanks. If you push too far with them, normal infantry can just get in behind, and tanks without supply are not going to be a problem for normal infantry to just clean up.
Yeah.
And that can be a very expensive mistake. And that is something that the Germans really need to avoid, because they will need their tanks to break through the Soviet lines.
Lots happening now at once. While the Germans are breaking through the French lines, the Soviets have declared war on Finland. And we see a bit of the same thing happening here. As we said before, the Finnish lines of defense are a bit in the back, so the Soviets have some ways to go before they reach their enemy.
Yeah.
But we can see the Soviets have actually taken the same strategy. They've also have a defensive line further in the back. So
with
we'll
the
see
railway gun though, which surprises me.
Yeah, it's a good strategy. Oh, here we see they try to break through on the Leningrad line. They have green bubbles.
Yeah.
Finns are still holding though, and they do have some reinforcements available here on the back.
Yeah. So it seems like the tanks for the Soviets might be enough to go with the old strategy, or rather the old geographical location at least, but with new kinds of troops.
Yeah, it does look like they only have light tanks right now that are attacking. Yep, just light tanks.
Yeah.
We have some information that Jacob is eventually going for heavy tanks, but right now just the light tanks.
Yeah.
But they seem to be doing an okay job here against the Finns.
Yeah, again, you don't really need heavy tanks against an opponent that only goes infantry anyway, so trying to rush to heavy tanks for the Winter War would probably not be ideal. And we have a fairly large pocket in France right now. There were 6 divisions killed by the Germans.
They are systematically breaking down the French army here.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be any big surprises coming.
They are not taking Paris immediately though, so it seems like they're going to be content with doing more encirclements and getting more experience and not trying to break the capital quite yet.
Yeah, they seem to be taking this slowly and methodically. The French are trying to do some counterattacks here and there, but not much is happening. I'm gonna see if I can get this monitor working. If you can.
Yeah. So they are starting to get further around Paris, and we'll see them go up to the coast here, maybe at Le Havre, and see if they can't encircle all of these French troops. Yeah, we see a lot of German tanks here. Paris is encircled. They have 11 divisions in there, and it's not going to hold out for that long. Meanwhile, we have the Winter War that seems to have been caught in a bit of a stalemate as of now. The light tanks, they're not fighting right now. Nope. Well, in that case, let's watch the fall of Paris. Germany has smashed through the entire line, and we have some other events. And here we can see the last stand of France as all the tanks start pushing, and we are going to see Paris fall here in a short while. Italy never had a chance to really join in here. Oh, and there we got the second monitor working again.
Nice. Yeah. This is a sad day for France. This is a sad day for democracy and all the free countries of the world. Let's see. The French usually are quite quick to surrender in this game. We can see here how close they are. They are... Okay, 1 second.
Oh, we had the sound on the second monitor.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, Paris is still holding though.
Paris is still holding. They are, yeah. But the bubbles are red. It's a valiant last stand of the French defenders. We'll see here what happens to the surrender limit. They are 96% towards capitulation, and that means once they take Paris, that will be it. But as with the Poles, the French will keep on fighting in exile there, and let's see, yeah, at midnight the French surrendered. So let's move up again to the Winter War, see what's going on here.
It
Soviets
is still a stalemate.
They're trying to break through, and it looks like they might be successful. Yep, the Finns are moving back here from the other part of the line. Let's see, no attacks in the north. It's just here in the south that where the Soviets... No, yep, they are breaking through now because the Finns left the defenses. It looks like they have a bit of a missed micro here because they still have the garrison line. Let's see. I need to be in picture.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, you saw they had their garrison line still on this tile, so they were trying to get back there. But yeah, it looks like the Soviets are holding off a bit, not really taking advantage of that victory there.
They don't want to be overexposed, and again, just like the Germans, they don't want to lose their tanks at this point.
Yeah. And the way the mechanics work in the Finnish Winter War is that this is not a war to the death, so to speak. Once one side loses enough men, that side capitulates, basically. So right now we don't have too big losses on either side. The Soviets are actually ahead a bit, which is rough for Finland. But even if Finland were to lose the Winter War, it's not the end of the world. They as long as they don't lose too many troops, they can get back in it later on in the real war. Looks like the Germans are now taking care of the Low Countries. Belgium and Luxembourg, both AI controlled, have both fallen, and now we are looking at Holland fighting for his life. He does have some defensive dudes here doing their best.
Yes, and we'll see. Oh yes, the German army does have their tanks there, so we should see them push through here fairly soon.
Yep, they are holding out a bit in The Hague, but this will not be a long affair either.
Yeah, he has moved his troops from the north to south, so he's completely open to the north. But since the Germans are only pushing from the south right now, that's helping him hold out just a little bit longer.
Yeah. yeah, so far he's holding his capital, and that's about as much as you can expect. But yeah, look at this. The Germans are about to break through. Don't think we will see much more exciting things happening there. In Finland, though, yeah, Finland is slowly being pushed back while not inflicting enough losses on the Soviets to eke out the victory. Yeah, look at this. We're at 2-1 casualties now in favor of the Soviets. And Jacob, as the main controller of Soviet, must be pretty pleased with himself.
Yeah, he has started to push a little bit further north, so there has been some combat up there as well. And we'll see if this more pulled back finish line can hold on or not.
Yeah, they can't go through here, right? These are lakes, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Finland is basically half lakes. So.
Yeah, the land of 1,000 lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, still heavy fighting down here by the Leningrad line.
Yeah, and now it should be a lot easier for the Soviets to push through because they've taken that extra tile. They have one more tile to attack from. That matters a lot in terms of just flanking bonuses.
Yeah, we can see them here slowly grinding down the Finnish defenses. One tile at a time.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Holland has fallen. So Germany is now in complete control of Europe, basically. Vichy France has been created. And yeah, now the Axis can really get to work with their powerhouse.
Speaking of Vichy France, we have a player that we haven't presented on Vichy France, I think.
Yes.
So Vichy France is one of the Axis miners that are pretty good for newer players to play, and that's what's happening today. We have August Lundholm playing Vichy France. He's a new player, the first time player in our community, so welcome August. The AI Vichy actually did a good job in the last Blitz game that we had, so let's see if a player Vichy can do something more. We haven't had too many crazy things seen from Vichy players, but
no.
You could do potentially a lot because yeah, you don't have too much land area to defend, and yeah, you're safe under the big German umbrella, so you can go off, do your own thing.
Yeah. We usually see them do stuff in Africa, if I recall. If the Axis decides to really push Africa and try to make that a contesting point.
Yeah. They're still slugging it out here on the Finnish border. Yeah, Finland is holding, but they are losing a little too many troops. Not enough yet to actually have to surrender, though. You can see here on the win conditions. No. Yeah, we don't see that now. Yeah, never mind. I think it's something like 80,000 casualties or something. Yeah. Then you.
It's a ways away, but Finland is losing troops faster than the Soviets.
Which is a bit odd, I guess, because they are defending, and if you look at their defense here, 1,000 defense, they should be able to do a good job, and they are able to. No, they're not able to completely pierce the light tanks. I think that might be the issue.
Yeah.
If they just had a bit of anti-tank in their divisions, they would have an easy job of it. But they have 0 anti-tank right now, as it looks like. They are starting to produce some anti-tank, but still not a lot out there.
Yeah.
Let's have a look over in Asia and see how the China war is going. They are still slugging it out with the Republic of China. Let's see, how close are they to a capitulation? Not super close.
No, that's a while away still.
It's a while away. But having a look at the casualties, 6.3 million Chinese have been killed. And the Japanese have lost 300,000. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, let's go back to the Winter War, where we actually have players fighting players.
Yeah. This might be one of the slowest Winter Wars I've seen.
Yeah.
I am curious if this is a strategy from the Soviets to make it slow, just to not take any risks and win in the end anyway.
Yeah,
I don't know if there's a time limit.
I don't think there's a time limit, and I guess as long as they take less casualties than the Finns do, they are happy. They will win eventually.
Yeah.
Let's see. So after things quiet down in Europe, usually the Axis move down towards North Africa, as they did in history. And yeah, here we can see the German tanks. They are moving towards El Alamein, where the big historical battle took place. They have 9 tank divisions.
All right.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, they're putting a lot into this, and we'll see if Italy backs this up with anything, maybe Marines or
we can
something
see
similar.
Here Mako or Antonio on Germany. They have some medals to give to their troops, and they haven't done that yet. That could give a nice extra boost. But here we see the Allied special plan. I've been told the special plan. They have completely evacuated Egypt, as you see here, and their defenses are all the way down here. Oh wow, that's even further down than I thought. As we see here, they since they are losing the channel here, the Suez Canal, they do not want to lose this straits here. So here you can see the Badger. He's got his defenses up here.
Yeah. Meanwhile, they're just cleaning up Ethiopia and making sure that Italy can't take them from behind.
So we have Raj in Australia here picking up the pieces of Ethiopia. But yeah, the Axis must be like, where are the defenders? I don't see anyone, guys. We're taking Egypt, guys. We're taking Egypt. And there's nobody here. Yeah. But the Allied plan is a sneaky one. They intend to defend down here, and at the same time, Canada is going to attack from Iraq. So here we see the Canadians in the back in Baghdad building up for their counteroffensive. And here we see some more of Badger's troops holding the line to hide Folk's tanks.
Yeah, the Axis should be a bit worried. Like, you don't give up El Alamein without a reason.
Yeah.
So they should be wondering what the hell is going on right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they actually dare to go off with the tanks alone like this, because you never know what you run into. But yeah, seeing what we see, it looks pretty safe.
Yeah.
So let's see.
The Finnish Winter War is going pretty much the same. Some small headway with the Soviet tanks further up north, but they haven't really broken through anywhere.
Yeah, and looking at the losses, we'll see. Yeah, it looks about the same. The Finns are losing more. The Soviets aren't losing much at all. They are only attacking with their tanks right now. Yeah. Because the Finns can't pierce the tanks, and as they can't pierce the tanks, the Soviets are taking basically 0 losses. So as long as the Finns don't have any anti-tanks out in their division templates, this will continue.
Yeah. And I think the Soviets are pretty happy with that. See, their production right now is a lot focused on steel refineries.
Oh yeah.
So they're happy with their amount of factories. Obviously, they're gonna keep building more, but I think the Soviet players are very happy with their production and feel like they could put more resources into getting even more resources. So that is a very good sign for the Allies.
Looking at what his industry is focused on, you can see here there's a lot of heavy tanks coming. The KV-1 chassis here. Jacob intends to have 15 heavy tank divisions out by Barbarossa, which is a lot.
Yeah.
15 tanks, that would be a lot even for medium tanks divisions. So 15 heavy tanks, that's
exactly.
That's
and that is a build that is dependent on the other allies trading with the Soviets very heavily. That is not something you can replicate when just playing on your own and against the AIs that don't help you out in the same way.
Yeah. Looks like Italy is invading Greece. Greece is not a player in this game. We do have them as a player nation sometimes, but not this time. They have a great many mountain tiles to defend, but right now, it's just an AI, and so the Italian troops together with the Balkan troops here will make short work of him, I think.
Yeah, I think last time we had a player on Greece, they did hold out a few of the islands a really long time.
Yeah.
So you have the potential to be really annoying as
Greece.
Greece.
Definitely. And you're in the heart of the Balkans, basically. Like, if the Allies land here, the Axis are forced to respond, because you can start taking out Axis nations quickly if you make inroads here. We can see the Italian garrison troops and infantry moving up behind the armor here to occupy the abandoned Egypt.
Yeah.
But there's still no defensive line here. I would have expected them to put up a defensive line here, at least as far north as Khartoum.
Yeah. Maybe it's because they're not completely done with Ethiopia yet.
Yeah, but they should be a bit worried. I mean,
Yeah.
you have to put up a defensive line sooner or later, or the Axis can actually take Africa.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they were expecting this weak resistance though. So you see the Italians are scrambling to catch up with the German tanks here.
Yeah.
German tanks looking for someone to fight,
Yeah.
but there's no one there to fight them.
Maybe that's the plan. Just get the German tanks lost in Africa. Oh, and we see progress in the Winter War.
Oh wow!
The Soviets are breaking through, and they're starting to surround Viipuri.
Yeah, and the Finnish counterattacks are not working. So now Finland really needs to start being worried, because they can afford to lose the war, but they cannot afford to lose their army, because Finland is a small country with very little manpower.
Yeah.
So they have the opportunity to surrender in the Winter War, and I think we are getting to a point where they should actually surrender immediately.
Yeah.
Because if they lose these divisions, I mean, their front will be basically empty when the real war starts. Yeah, we see them keep pushing inwards here, and this is scary for the Finnish army. You can see here they have 3 mountaineers and 3 big divisions down here. They do not want to lose these.
Yeah. They're not going to be able to remake any of these, so they cannot be surrounded here. Otherwise, they will put up very little resistance come the real war.
And here we see the Russian light tanks heading towards the coast. They are about to get encircled. No, they managed to get away. That was close. You can see here the Russian tanks are out of. There we go.
Yeah.
So Finland's just surrendered, which means they lose a bit of territory, but they did not lose their army. So they are still in the game, very much so.
Yeah.
They will just have to bide their time and come back with the help of the Germans.
Yeah, and the next time they face off against the Soviets will also have to face off against Germany, which will be the strongest player in the game at that point. So that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and here in Africa we see finally the German tanks have made contact with the Allies. Right now it's just Raj and Australia forces fighting the German tanks. The German tanks are of course fighting on their own, as the Italians are still in the north.
Have they discovered Canada up in Iraq yet?
No, they have not. We see here from the Axis point of view, they haven't even seen the Allied troops who are standing here.
Yeah.
And you see here behind, we are up to 7 now, 7 Canadian tanks.
Yes. And a railway gun down in Basra as well. So they should have the potential to break through some fortifications.
This is the Allied comeback plan. We will see. Badger is hoping for an Oppenheimer award for this, but it's a gamble because they've given up a lot of real estate.
Absolutely. So Italy will have a lot of freedom to play around with, and I'm sure Algot will find a use for that freedom.
Yeah. Right now the German tanks are alone down here in the Sudan. They are fighting quite successfully, but they can't go off on a big offensive on their own. No,
there's very few of them, and that's good right now because they don't take supply from each other, and it's very hard to get supply over here.
Yeah.
But as soon as the Allies get a bit more troops, the line is going to be too thin to really hold on.
Now we see Italy is moving up some infantry. They are coming down. They were not expected to fill all this territory this soon. We see a bit of naval invasions going on here from Italy as well onto Cyprus, but the Mediterranean islands are also being evacuated. So Italy has already taken Malta. They are going to take Cyprus unopposed. The one thing he will be defending though is Gibraltar, because as long as the UK holds Gibraltar, the Italian fleet can't go out from the Mediterranean, at least not the short way around.
Yes.
And the British Isles are basically safe from an invasion, at least from the Italian.
Yeah. So, and then as long as you hold Gibraltar, you can keep the Italian fleet there. You know where it is. So when you want to challenge that fleet and destroy it, it's not as much of a problem tracking it down because you know exactly which sea it is in.
Yeah.
And if they choose to go through Africa, which depending on how their plan here goes, they may or may not. If their plan here fails, Africa will not be an option. So then they will have to control the seas outside of England and go through France, basically.
Yeah. Still not a lot of British troops. It looks like all the British troops are up in Iraq. And now we also see the Canadians are moving up to the border. They're doing their invasion now because the German tanks are all the way down here in the south. So they plan to spring the trap and shut them into the Sudan. And here comes Martin's tanks rolling in from Iraq.
Yes.
Italy has of course seen this now, so Italy is scrambling. Okay, we lost Greece, no big news. Yeah, we see Italy is scrambling up to defend here, but this won't be enough to stop Martin's tanks.
No, so how fast can these tanks push through the desert?
Yeah,
they cannot get stuck here.
And when will the German tanks retreat? Are they retreating? No, they are not. They are not yet.
And South Africa tanks are now coming up from the south to meet these German tanks.
Yeah, the Germans are in danger. I'm not sure if they realized how much danger they are in, because this defensive force that Italy has here, this is not enough to stop all these Canadian tanks.
No.
I think, at least. Looks like the tanks are a bit low on supply though, so they are moving really slowly.
Yes, and they might run into a problem even if they push through here. If they want to push down to close off the German tanks, then they're going to be between German tanks and reinforcing Italian infantry. So they themselves could get cut off if they're trying to cut off the Germans.
It's a risky move.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you are on low supply, like you are here, let's see if we can get the point of view of Canada. Here we are. Oh, he's actually... Is he training his army? No, not... Yeah, he's... Is he training his... No, he's not. Yeah, they are.
Oh, that's a huge mistake.
Yeah, that's not something we usually see from Falk here. It seems like he's training his troops. And for you who aren't very experienced in the game, when you train your troops, your organization goes down to 0.
Yeah.
So this is really anticlimactic, and it's a sad way to fail. That he forgot to take off this training button.
Yeah, you also...
Somehow he's still winning the battles though. I'm not really sure how this is happening.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're seeing some pings here from the Allies down in the south, because the Germans, they keep
pushing.
Yeah, they keep pushing.
So they are not
confident.
afraid. Yeah.
But yeah, we can see here Martin is having some success, still training his troops. But yeah, they are on conditional training, or what you say. So when they are
it's
regulars,
not all of them.
Yeah, so they are not actually all of them training, but some of them are, as we can see here.
So those 3 divisions with the 3-leaf clover, those should have those should basically have attrition and very low organization.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, the attrition is also a problem because like these nations don't have like a huge amount of equipment.
Yeah.
And you do lose some of that when training.
It looks like Germany has some tanks here to meet the Canadian armored advance. I'm gonna go down and see. Yeah. At least 4 German tank divisions are here to meet the Canadians. That may be enough to hold them off.
I think it's safe to say that the plan has not gone the way the Allies wanted it to.
No.
And
the longer time goes on, the more infantry comes here from the Italian player. I'm not sure if we see any other Axis players reinforcing. Doesn't look like it. It's only the Italians and the Germans in North Africa right now. Yeah, the front down in Sudan looks quite stable, and there's no clear winner over here in Syria and Palestine.
No, and this is a problem with these territories, that when it gets to a standstill and there's so many troops, there's not enough supply for anybody. So doing anything becomes really difficult.
Right now, though, this supply shoe is on the other foot. It looks like the German tanks are low on supply, and the Canadian tanks have finally managed to get some supply.
Yeah,
So
they're actually only one tile away from encircling some of those tanks.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah.
They've left the tile completely empty, and now Algot on Italy saw it and is pinning, where you attack someone so they don't move.
Yeah.
So he's making a pinning attack here, and but
yeah, the
yeah,
German
look at
tanks
that.
moved back a bit.
yeah, that was crucial.
Yeah.
Because the Germans are playing a risky game here with their tanks as well, trying to go around in the east here, around in the desert, but that was a bit a bit risky. They looks like they are pushing the Canadians back though. Martin is fighting his little Canadian heart out.
Yes, in the end, this is the problem with giving up a choke point. The Germans and Italians have a lot more space to spread out their superior army at this point.
Yeah.
And Canada and South Africa, they are not going to have enough divisions to really face this head on. That is why a position like El Alamein is so crucial.
Yeah.
So I think it's safe to say that this has not paid off for the Allies.
Yeah.
And if this turns into a stalemate here, that will favor the Axis quite a bit.
Definitely, because all of this has been given away for free basically, and the trap that was supposed to be sprung has not worked out. We can see the German tanks are at least evenly matched with the Canadians. They seem to be even a bit stronger. So it looks now like the Allies have realized this. The Badger is taking some defensive positions further back to protect the retreat of the tanks if they are forced to retreat. They have not decided on a retreat yet though. It looks like they're still trying to see if they can find a way to punch a hole into the defenses here. Let's see, I'm hopefully in the picture now. I've been a bit... oh wow, China is capitulating.
Oh, there we go.
So
that was not the fastest China-Japan war.
Not the fastest, but also not the slowest. I think it's within reason. It's still 1940 right now, right? Which is a bit late. Yeah, it is a bit late. So now we will see if they will go for the so-called small Manchu or big Manchu. In this peace deal, you have the opportunity as Japan, or the choice rather, to give most of China to Manchukuo, who gets core provinces on them. So they become the Great Qing Empire, and they basically become a China.
Yeah.
Or Japan can take most of it for himself, which will make Japan stronger, but Manchukuo much smaller. We have Rosen playing Manchukuo, a very strong player. So if I was Japan, I would probably go with a big Manchu. But I've heard a lot of people claim that the small Manchu is objectively stronger somehow, but I don't know.
That might be true just straight mathematically, but at some point you have to take into consideration what players do you have available and what are their skills.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can spread out the talents and have another great micro player be given a greater army, that could be a greater advantage than like some mathematical bonuses.
Yeah. Looking at this now, this looks like a small Manchu. It's not the smallest of Manchus. They've got some of China, but not the big important juicy parts. So Sarge and who else was it on Japan? Yeah, well they went with the small Manchu.
Yeah. So linking this up with Europe. Having a larger Japan can mean more production, a larger navy, and seeing as the Axis have a pretty firm grip of Africa right now, if Italy can break out of Gibraltar, the US and UK will have a problem defending the UK because you have a strong Japanese fleet and an Italian fleet that doesn't have to defend the Mediterranean.
Yeah. Yeah, basically the Mediterranean is now an Axis Mare Nostrum, so they don't really have to defend mainland Italy or the Balkans or anything. They can be safe from naval invasions as long as they keep holding North Africa. The Allies they keep trying to push through, and it looks like they might actually encircle some German tanks here. The German tanks are trying to fall back, but they're being pinned down by Martin's other tanks. But we have some counter pinning moves here by Algot on Italy. You see they are pinning the Canadian tanks here, so they can't move there. but at the same time they're trying to pin these German tanks here, so they can't retreat there. We have some. This is quite a decisive few battles here, I think.
Yeah.
And there we go.
We see the encirclement. At least 2 German divisions. They will probably fall unless they can take back that tile immediately.
Yeah, it looks like they are still holding for now, but not for long. But they did manage to push back the Canadian divisions, though, so I think they will be saved in time.
Only 1 tank there. They need to get. Oh, they're getting 1 more division in. Okay, that's a big difference.
No, they lost one German division gone.
Yep. Can they get the last one?
No.
No, they can't. Oh,
but still, one tank division is 1 tank division.
That's not a small deal, but if they could have gotten all 3 of them, that would have been huge, especially for the Soviets later on when that initial eastern push comes. The fewer tanks that the Germans have, that makes all the difference.
But look at this. It looks like the Canadian tanks are winning out in the end. The German tanks are without supply. So this looks like another one encircled, and this time I don't think there's anyone to save him.
Oh, they had a chance to pull back and they didn't.
I'm not sure. I mean, they are when you are on red supply like they are now. Their speed is so slow. At the same time, the Brits are pushing a bit towards Jerusalem, Tel Aviv. But the main action is here by Martin's tanks, who have just taken out 2 German tanks divisions, and now the road is open towards Cairo. And the Axis have to start thinking: are we going to retreat from the Sudan? Because if they manage to take Egypt while those troops are down here, that's the end of those troops.
Yeah, and that's not a small amount of divisions. There are a lot of Italian troops, and especially the German tank divisions.
Yeah.
So we could see the Allied plan work just like many months after they thought it would work.
Looks like Martin is taking it a bit slow. There is a hole in the line here, but he doesn't want to risk it too much. As Canada or any other miner, if you lose your tanks, that's you don't have much to do after that.
It takes a long time to rebuild them. So losing them at this point, you would basically be joining the action after D-Day again.
Yeah.
And you would not be as strong of a player, not even close.
The clock is ticking a bit for the Allies now in North Africa, though, because the ones holding the front in the south is it's mainly Australia and British Raj. And if you look at a map, this is where Australia and British Raj is. So this is where they will be doing their fighting. And since the China War is done with, the Japanese Empire could attack the Allies at any time. And as soon as as long as Australia and Raj is here, that would be a disaster if the Japanese attack now. Yeah. So they need to be relieved on the line, basically, unless they manage to break through here in the north. But it doesn't look like they're doing any aggressive maneuvers right now.
No, and I think that would be quite the optimistic risk from the Allies to take, to just leave the islands open for a Japanese fleet. Especially since Japan was given such a large part of China. Yeah. You don't want a major power to snowball even more. Yeah, I would really like to see the pullback from the Allies. I don't think this gamble in Africa is going to work out for them. I think they have to call it.
They probably have to call it, but they can't pull back much longer than they've already pulled back.
Fair enough.
But right now they are being a bit pushed here by the Germans and Italians, and you can see there's a lot of forces here on the line, and here in the north too. The Italians have really pushed everything up towards the front. So right now I think that the Canadian tanks will have a hard time breaking through. The Italian Marines are equipped with some anti-tank, as you see here, so they do have some piercing. That's bad news for the Allied tanks.
Yeah. While that is happening, we do have the Romanian war that has broken out. They have denied the Soviets, and they're not doing terribly.
They are actually moving into the Soviet Union, aren't they? Or where are the borders in the beginning? I'm a bit unsure.
Yeah.
No, I think it's around. Yeah. So we have Dankes Mimicus saying no to the Soviet ultimatum. He's saying, I'd rather fight it out, even if it's one-on-one. And the mechanics in this war, they are similar to the Finnish Winter War, so this will be no war to the death either. One side wins or loses, and it's just a matter of a bit of territory.
Yeah, and Chad is actually informing us that they killed like 15 Soviet divisions and 3 heavy tanks.
Oh wow,
and
look at
I
the
believe
losses
it
here.
because they have a whole ton of casualties. This is not good for the Soviets.
This is what you call esports gaming Alta, as Dankus likes to say. Wow.
We might have a rehost here at some point. Or that the players have a lot of input lag.
Ah, okay. Okay, so the game is paused right now, or we're trying to figure out if we are pausing the game or not. But yeah, look at that. This is a good showing from Dankis Mimicus, showing why he's one of the strongest Hearts of Iron players out there.
Yeah.
What is he working with though? He's got 40 divisions in one army here. Seems to be 2 types of divisions, and those are these guys. 30 width defensive. Victor is just collecting the stream cat, who's not staying in her lane. He had these defensive troops and also some mountaineer troops. Yeah, only 30 width. Using 30 width as a defensive division though is a bit of a double-edged sword, because they do have the most defense and organization and so on. But if you look at a battle here, these are the divisions attacking, and that's the division defending. If you have 130 width defending, that division could start retreating before it's been reinforced, and then you lose the battle automatically. So you basically want more smaller divisions, so you keep the defense going.
So that there's always something on the tile that isn't retreating.
But okay, so we got the server lost right now, which means we are doing a rehost probably.
Yeah. So at the moment, it does not seem to be going in the Allies' way.
No.
The Axis have been doing great, really, in these last few decisive encounters.
Yeah. Apart from losing 2 tank divisions and the Finnish Winter War, I think the Axis are definitely ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Romanian thing, we've never seen this before.
No, this is something new that Dankus is bringing. So
maybe we could get the Finnish player in for an interview. Maybe you could set that up, Victor. We'll see what his comments are. Right, we have to rejoin the game as well. So this happens sometimes when you play Hearts of Iron, especially with this amount of players. You get some stability issues eventually, and you need to do some rehosts and restarts and whatnot. We are trying to get the Finnish player for an interview. We will probably get that in a little bit, and we can ask them, why didn't you get any anti-tank? So is there, you guys in the chat, is there anything you would like us to look at once we're back in the game? Just let us know, and we'll try to make you happy. We did have one lucky winner, Francis, winning the free DLC from Paradox, so he gets to choose a DLC, Hearts of Iron DLC of his choice, except for the new one that hasn't come out yet. We will have more draws later on today, so if you want to join for free and have the opportunity to win a DLC, go to patreon.com/Hygge Gaming and just register there for the free tier. As well as being in this lucky draw for the DLC, you will get news when we have events or new tutorials up, and you get to join our Discord. That's it for the free tier. If you want to donate some money every month, you get a bunch of other stuff. You get to choose your own tutorials that you want us to do. On the bit higher tiers, you get to rename generals in the game. So when we play games, you can see your custom generals showing up and so on. We will have a look at 1 or 2 of those when we get back into the game. You are watching Hygge Gaming's Grand Game Illuminate the Arrival. Our Grand Games are let's see, it's the bigger level of games. We also have our Blitz games, which are less prepared, more ad hoc. These grand games, the teams are set at least 2 weeks before, so the teams have time to prepare and set up their strategies and so on.
And there's different awards also. You don't get all the awards for Blitz games and so on.
No, right. You get no awards except for the veteran C stars.
Exactly. But you do see more crazy stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, Blitz games are always fun. We've had quite a few of them with nukes, if I recall.
Yeah. We'll see if we see nukes in this game.
Yeah.
You never know.
If the Allies have a chance of winning, it's probably gonna be in a situation where the Soviets really drag out the war they managed to stay on, and the US has a convincing victory towards against Japan. So we're not gonna see a quick Ally victory at the very least. I think we can say at this point.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. We are, like I said, we are rejoining the game. I'm going into observer mode. Why can't I? Do I have to click ready?
No, nope. It works on the second computer. Try rejoining, I'd say.
Just click a random country.
All right, random country, and then observer mode, I guess.
Yeah, there you go.
Won't I become France now?
No.
It looks like I'm playing France.
Okay.
Pick another country, a neutral country. Turkey. Let's see. Observer.
There.
Ready. Okay.
Right.
That should probably do it. Sorry for the technical stuff. We are in the rehost, waiting for players to join. You have the stream cat on view, Ulla the cat. For next games, we're going to have some donation systems set up, so you can donate money to have us do things with the cat. Put some hats on her or something, I don't know. Whatever you guys want.
Snooze for the cat.
Snooze for the cat. Why not? I think we need some more beers up in here. Technician guy.
I will get the beer. I'm just
Thank
trying
you.
to put the hat on the cat.
Yeah, she seems to be resisting.
Where the beer's at?
Just
outside the door.
In the chat, in the rehost chat, you can see the Soviets are asking Dankus to stop fighting, please, because he seems to be quite a menace, having killed 10 times as many Soviet troops as he lost.
When the Soviets become all about diplomacy, you know, it's not going well for them.
Yeah. They had an easy time in the Winter War, but the Romanian War was no pushover.
Yeah. This, the Romanian war is actually new to me, so I am not at all sure how long we can keep this up. But I feel like as long as the Soviets don't lose any more divisions, they'll recovery will be possible for them.
We'll see. We're still waiting for players to join. It always takes a bit of a while when you have this many players. We are about 30 players today. Hope you are enjoying the stream so far. We'll be with you until this war is over, and after that we will have a bit of a lottery draw again on the DLCs.
And then there will be a dinner break at some point. And,
probably.
Unless the Axis has a smashing victory.
We have a question from chat. What nation is Dankus? Dankus Mimicus is playing as the Kingdom of Romania, and right now he is in his very own war with the Soviet Union, which he is winning, looks like.
So this is not something that Jacob is very happy about.
No, we probably have Jacob going angry Stalin right now. Isolating himself in his dacha, like completely shocked. What's going on?
It's time to pick which general you're going to blame.
Yeah, exactly.
Publicly executed.
And who will it be?
We'll have to ask him later what his preparation against Dankus was.
Yeah. I wonder if we have any word on the interview. Any word on the interview yet, maybe?
But this will be scary for the Soviet Union later. We saw in the beginning that Hungary did not help at all with the invasion of Poland.
Yeah.
And the trade-off there is, of course, that they're spending all their resources trying to build up for more tank divisions later.
Yeah.
So Hungary will have more tank divisions than usual against the Soviets, and Romania is doing, it's beating the Soviets down right now. So the Soviets will be under a lot of pressure.
I mean, if the Soviets lose to just Romania, imagine when they're fighting Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Germany, Hungary,
exactly.
Finland. I mean, yeah, it's a bit worrying. If I were on the Allied side, I'd be a bit worried right now.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting for some joining players, and we in the studio are waiting for an interview victim. We want answers.
Yes.
Why did he not have any anti-tanks? Why did he lose to Soviet light tanks? All these questions require answers.
Yeah. I wonder a little bit what Vichy France is going to be doing here. Now, if the Axis keep this hold of North Africa, Vichy France will be under basically no pressure at all.
Yeah.
And they will have a lot of choice in what they want to do. And I'm kind of wondering if they will try to take the western part of France, or if they will... they have, if I remember, like a fairly respectable navy that they can do something with, maybe reinforce.
Yeah, I think they get like half the French navy. So they have a viable navy.
Yeah.
I think since Spain is not going a volunteer build, he's going to join the war.
Yeah.
We'll probably see close cooperation between Vichy France and Spain. Maybe they will defend Northwest Africa against Operation Torch.
Yeah. Do you think they'll try to break Gibraltar now that they've taken basically all of North Africa?
Oh, they will definitely try. They will definitely try.
But will they invest the resources to really attempt it?
Yeah, and I think according to our rules, Spain is not allowed to join the war until 1941. So if they want to get out of the Mediterranean or get out through the west side, they would have to do it without Spain's help, and that's a lot harder because then you can only attack one of the two tiles there.
Yeah.
You can see on the stream here a bit. Gibraltar is 2 tiles, which means if one tile gets attacked, you can reinforce from the other side.
Yeah.
And we do know that the Badger has defended Gibraltar quite heavily right now.
Yeah.
But at the moment, all the Italian Marines are fighting over in Syria, Palestine, or defending there against the Canadian tanks. So probably won't see anything like that just yet.
Yeah. The crux of Gibraltar is just that it's such a slow grind that you forget about it. And I think we've seen games where people forgot their air on air superiority over here, and they just were intercepted down over the course of an entire year. Lost 1,000 planes.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of in this game, and you don't get notifications for everything. So if you're not attentive, you can you could lose your entire fleet, for example. that's happened many times.
Yeah. We have some trash talk from Japan as well. He's looking forward. He's done with China. He's going to start looking at the rest of the Pacific.
Hirohihi. That's a good name. That's a good name.
Japanese Michael Jackson.
Moonwalking across Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how many players we're waiting for at the moment. I don't know, Victor. Can you see anything in the command chat? Is there any word?
We're all 32 players in the lobby. Canada has not readied up.
Oh, that's a rookie mistake. He's as unready as his tanks were when they were training.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like the team leaders are not completely sure who we're waiting for either. So we'll see.
And here, Badger is saying go go.
Okay, so looks like we're getting ready to start. We have the goes from the Allied team. As long as the Axis team says go, we will have a go. They're asking the Asia Axis if they are ready as well, and they are. So here we are, moving into the game.
And we are going. So all players are going to get a time here to get set up again after the rehost to make sure that no one just plows over anyone else while they're not ready. But after a few minutes, we're going to unpause and we'll see how the situations develop.
Yeah, and to recap, the British and the Canadians are trying to push back towards Egypt, but the Axis are holding them for now. At the same time, though, the Axis are pushing south in the Sudan, and there are only Raj and Australian troops defending, basically, and they will have to leave for Asia soon. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Germans, they could stay here theoretically for a year before they have to invade the Soviets. So they have time. They have time to keep attacking the allies in Africa.
Yeah. And on the other side of the map in Europe, we see Romanian and Soviet forces clashing.
Yeah.
When we left, I think the Romanian advance had slowed down, so I'm not sure if we'll see them actually close. It seems like they're kind of trying to create a circle here in the north, but we do have the mechanized Soviet troops there, so the Romanians could be in danger of being encircled themselves.
Yeah, we see here the Soviets scrambling to get more troops towards the line. This was not the pushover that they had anticipated.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't check which player was playing Romania. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this. We have the Soviets preparing a paratrooper invasion.
And they were building transport planes earlier. I kind of assumed that was for supplying themselves if they had the opportunity to do a repush. But and we are going again. The game is live.
I'm actually not sure with the mechanics what would happen to Dankus if they managed to land on all his victory points and capitulate him here, because this is not supposed to be a total war. This is like a limited war, like the Finnish Winter War is. So it's based on casualties and whatnot. Right now the Soviet casualties a lot higher.
Yeah.
And there we go. We have peace. I think that means that Dankus won.
Have been removed.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think Dankus just won. So we have peace on the Eastern Front for now. These paratroopers never got to show what they were made of.
No, maybe they'll get to keep them for later though. It'll be a surprise tactic in another part of the war.
The Italians are on the offensive. They want to show the allies here that they can attack as well, and they are making some headway right now. No, they are not. Just in the north, a bit in the north. Badger is scrambling to hold them. If they manage to shut this this hole here, they are in trouble because all the Canadian tanks here, you see them moving up. They know the threat.
Yeah,
they cannot let that happen.
The allies absolutely cannot afford to lose one of their major miners, so to speak, at this point.
So far, it looks like the allies are holding, but the Germans have now moved up their tanks to the north as well to try to shut this little pocket here. And yeah, it looks like the allies are having a hard time throwing them out again. The German tanks do seem to do well against the Canadian tanks.
Yeah.
They're pushing more and more troops to defend here, and they managed to hold this tile for now. It is a mountain tile, so it favors the defenders. The Canadian armor is there now defending on the tile, and it looks like the Italian advance has halted. The allies can breathe a sigh of relief, but they also had to let go of the southern salient here, so I don't think we will see a glorious allied push towards Egypt, at least not at the moment.
Yeah, and in the south, it looks like Australia is getting ready to pull their troops back, so we're not going to be seeing the same amount of force from the allies down here in the south. So right now, it looks like the Axis has secured Africa.
Yeah, at least the northern parts. But who is going to take over for Australia and Raj? They have to leave soon, very soon, I guess, because
Yeah.
Japan could attack at any moment. But
Yeah.
they are not allowed to leave because the Germans keep attacking.
Yes, and 2 South African tank divisions is not gonna be able to hold this line on its own.
No. So the Allied plan, I spoke to Badger, and the Allied plan was that Canada, South Africa, and the UK, along with Brazil later on, they will hold Africa, but the rest are supposed to go to Asia. Right now, we see more players in Africa. Yeah, the Australians and Indians have not been allowed to leave just yet. They will have to leave soon, though, to protect their homeland.
Yeah.
Still heavy fighting up in Palestine. The Axis forces are on the offensive, trying to push the Allies back. It seems like they are pushing them down to this small choke point towards Jordan.
Yeah, and it seems like the Allies are abandoning the supply hub as well. And if they do that, I don't see them holding here at all. They're probably gonna pull back.
They will have to
Iraq.
downsize their forces here a lot if they lose the supply hub, which they just did.
Yeah.
So right now we see this symbol here, meaning that the Allies are out of supply. The Canadian tanks are losing their movement speed, and they get great debuffs to their attack and defense.
Mm. And Australia did manage to get their Marines out of Cairo, or the Cairo area at least.
So they're moving their stronger forces back towards Asia.
Yeah.
Looks like Canada manages to save all its tanks though, so not a complete disaster. They live to fight another day. They will probably leave the defense here to Badger's infantry.
Yeah.
But where will the Canadian tanks go instead? Because this avenue seems pretty close to them now.
Yeah. It is an option to just choose Al-Hajara as a new choke point, concede North Africa, and put those troops in Asia instead, and try to, by having a sound victory in Asia, and then just invade Europe through France instead.
Yeah, and we can see here, looks like the Badger has built a fort in Al-Hajara, so it looks like that is the plan, that they plan to defend here, this choke point, and yeah, leave Egypt for later. Looking back again at the southern front here, yeah, the Indians and Australians are reluctantly staying on, fighting for their lives.
Yeah.
But they will need to get back to Asia. Let's have a look at Asia, how it looks. And if I look from Japan's point of view, you can see here the naval invasions are being planned quite aggressively. They will go towards Manila in the beginning, a common choice. The US is allowed to defend the Philippines, but not straight away. So the Japanese will probably be able to take the Philippines before the Americans are able to respond.
Yeah.
Also, we see invasions here towards Sumatra, and also pushing down towards Singapore.
Yeah, the Dutch East Indies are actually, out of all of these, probably the most well defended at this point, because the Netherlands actually have troops there. If you look in the area, Australia basically doesn't have any troops here.
No.
And the defensive line in Raj is not looking too impressive either at the moment.
No.
Obviously, we're still a little bit away from the actual war here, but yeah, they're going to need to fix this.
Yeah, it's not the Allies who decide when the war comes to the east. It's Japan, and right now they are on Strike the South doctrine. Yeah, so they are preparing. They are preparing. This is a bit scary for the Allies. Let's see how the African war is going. It looks like they are still defending. No huge advances from any side. The Germans do seem to be able to break through if they choose to attack at the place. There's no Allies defending here in towards the middle of Africa, but I guess that's mostly desert and wasteland anyways. You see that most of the forces are arrayed here towards the Ethiopian mountains. Still heavy British presence in Oman, Yemen, in the Gulf of Aden, because they definitely don't want the Italian fleet to escape from here. As long as you control this strait, the Italian fleet are shut in. Oh, look at this. Yeah, the Axis are trying to push in a bit towards Iraq, but here the 4th and the defending UK infantry, they have no problems holding them back. So it looks like the northern front is stable, and we'll probably see it staying like this for quite a while.
Yeah. The United States is building their own Marines at the moment, so they're going to be looking to face off against the Japanese special forces here.
Let's have a look what they are doing here. Yeah, so they have 35 divisions ready, all 30 width. That's quite the army.
Yeah.
Still no Marines ready to go, but I bet you will see those coming in a bit. Yeah, you see the template is already prepared here.
Yeah, and they're training. They don't have a location set, but they'll have like 5 or 6 ready.
Yeah, but they have spread these beefy troops out on the Pacific Islands here. This is quite the defense, and yeah, like Victor and Olof were saying earlier, the island mechanic in the Pacific is completely crucial for the entire game, basically. Let's see if we can find it. No, not here. I guess we can look at Germany here. The state of the Pacific. Yeah, like you can see here, the more of these points that the Axis control, the worse it is for the Allies, basically. So what happens in Asia definitely affects how the war goes in the West, in Europe. So if the US has not taken these crucial islands, or rather if they've been unable to defend them, then they are definitely not able to attack in Europe, because they have such debuffs.
Yeah. So the eventual confrontation of the US Navy and the Japanese Navy is going to be kind of the last hurrah for the Allies. If they lose that, they are so far behind that they don't have much prospects of victory.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see them really focus their attention towards Asia at this point. And at the same time, we might see the Axis, some miners focus really heavily on Navy in order to augment the Japanese Navy. Because if that's a victory, then they are almost guaranteed to win.
Speaking of the Japanese Navy, let's have a look at the Japanese Navy here a bit. Let's see, what are they going for? I can have a look in production to see what their dockyards are doing. Submarines. We got some, yeah, it seems like they're going for battleships. Are those regular battleships or super heavy battleships, though? I'm not
I don't
sure.
know. Navy
We'll
is
see.
not my forte.
Neither is it mine, but yeah, we will do our best here. Let's see, this is his sub-fleet, anti-submarine warfare fleet, but where is his main fleet? These are just the carriers. Here we have some battleships. Yeah, it seems he's going for a battleship build anyways. Some carriers, but I think it's the carriers that he starts out with. Not completely sure, but I think so. Maybe we can get the Japanese player in here later to tell us about his strategy.
He was building dockyards earlier, so yeah, that's pretty standard for Japan though. Like, you want to increase your production even more. We'll see how heavily they went into that though. And we see Raj here has pulled back their troops.
Yeah, this line is quite thin now, you could say. The UK has stepped up their presence a bit, but they're still a bit reliant on the Australians. The Australians will need to leave for Asia soon, I think. But the on the bright side, though, from the Allied perspective, the Axis are very hesitant to move further. They do not want to overextend. They're quite happy holding Egypt and these choke points here. They know that the Mediterranean is safe from Allied invasion as long as they hold the edges of it. So I think they seem to be satisfied staying here.
Exactly. There's not really too much for them to gain. Like, this is not a country that is very high in production. You don't get a lot of factories from taking it. There's some natural resources, but I don't think in this particular area. So it's really about that control of the Mediterranean and control of the Italian fleet. So if we see them make a push towards the strait, it will be to release the Italian Navy.
Yeah. I mean, they could potentially go for a big invasion and try to take out Free France or South Africa, but they don't see what we see. They don't know that it's pretty much undefended, the entire west of Africa. They only have some allied troops defending here in Ethiopia, but other than that, it's open. But yeah, that's easy for us to say with God's eye view, but yeah.
And I think there's a question from the chat that you're more prepared to answer than me, because you've been here far longer.
Right, so we have a question from Urban Banner. How long has the Hygge Gaming community existed, and do you think the Axis versus Allies balance has stayed pretty much the same? Well, on the first question, I think our community has existed basically since Hearts of Iron 4 came out, so 2016. But we've only done these live stream games and released tutorials and stuff for the last year or so, you could say. And I think the balance has been quite balanced, I would say. Like sometimes we feel, oh, now it's very Axis-sided, but then quite soon we see an allied win. So I don't think it's been too heavily on one side for too long. And I think the last 2 games have been split as well, like allied win here, Axis win there.
Yeah, I think so. Like by being smart about the composition of the teams, you're able to get a good balance. So, and if that is usually the deciding factor, that's like that's a good measure of good balance, because if it matters more who's playing what country rather than just like what country's in the game, that's good for balance.
Yeah. Having a look at the African situation here, the north is stable, nothing happening. The south is stable, nothing happening. It seems like both sides are preparing for other things.
Yeah, and Raj has developed their defensive line towards the Empire of Japan now, so they're a lot more prepared than they were for half a year ago.
Yeah, but they are arrayed on the very defensive line though. This is what we like to call the Dhaka line, which is quite far back. Usually the Raj player likes to array their defenses here along the river and mountains down in Burma. But it looks now like they are releasing all of Burma to the Axis, which could be a bit risky. The Axis, we have a house rule. Sometimes, let me start from the beginning. Sometimes it happens as such that the Axis, they take this little strip of land here and they build a port, and then they naval invade immediately on Raj. Yeah. And we have disallowed this in our games because it's so hard to hold as Raj. So basically the Axis have to take Singapore before they are allowed to build a port here. But if they take Rangoon, they don't need to build a port.
Yeah.
And Rangoon right now is undefended. So basically the Axis can just walk into Rangoon and then naval invade wherever they want.
Yeah. So then the question becomes, where is the US Navy? Will the US Navy get there in time to block off that section of the ocean?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Defend India?
And here we are again trying to look at navies, which is not our strong suit. We can see here one big navy arrayed in the Atlantic. This looks like one of their battle fleets. We have another big navy also in the Atlantic. That's the third big navy in the Atlantic. Yeah, it looks like all of the US big navies are arrayed in the Atlantic. In the Pacific we see only submarines right now. This is interesting. We don't usually see this. I mean, the big naval engagements for the US early on is usually towards Japan. Now it looks like they are more worried. Maybe they're worried about the Sea Lion.
Yeah, and I see the UK Navy is also just completely focused on the Atlantic. No presence in Asia whatsoever. Yeah. So that makes me a little bit worried for the Allies.
Yeah, who's taking care of the navy in the Pacific if the UK and the US are not?
So we, the Netherlands does have a navy. It's not going to hold up against the Japanese navy.
And if you have a look at the Raj Navy, yeah, they have one pride of the fleet, HMIS Delhi.
Well, if
yeah.
you have one ship, I guess that's automatically the pride of your fleet.
Yeah, exactly. It's simultaneously the pride and the shame of the fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a bit interesting for the Allies. Who will defend the Asian seas?
Yeah.
We can see here how their defenses are arrayed right now. There's no one defending Malaysia or Singapore. It's just the AI, British Malaya, and that won't hold anything. Holland is of course trying to hold his islands. I think he is a bit spread out though. If I were the Holland player right now, I would probably consolidate a bit, because you can see here the amount of troops he has arrayed on the defense, and you can contrast that to what the Japanese have for attacking. And yeah, you see here, for example, 5 Japanese divisions heading to Palembang, and only 2 divisions from the Netherlands defending.
Yeah.
So that's we'll probably see some landings.
Yeah, we do have Australia going for a navy strategy though. They have absolutely built out their original fleet, and they are producing a lot of submarines and destroyers.
Yeah.
So they're going to have something to say about the waters around Asia.
They have one super heavy battleship protecting the Bay of Bengal. So we were wondering who's defending India, and now we have the.
It is.
Now we have the answer.
It is that one ship. And it seems like the rest of the Australian Navy is guarding the coast of Africa.
Yeah, they're probably convoy escorting.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a bit boring name though. Super Heavy Battleship 1. I was hoping for a bit of a more.
Well, if you're only gonna have one of them, I mean,
minus points for lack of imagination. Right now we have Spain joining the war, and they celebrate it by invading Portugal.
Yes.
Let's see if the Allies manage to get Portugal into the Allies before they are completely occupied. This matters a bit, because if they are not a part of the Allies, they get completely capitulated, and if they are part of the Allies, they only get partly capitulated, I suppose. Yeah. Portugal, of course, is controlled by the AI and is completely without a chance. It looks like Andreas on Spain already has some tanks out. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. That's a good name. 30 width, medium tanks. Yeah, this is quite a template. And how many of those do you have? Ooh, he's got some mountaineers down here. That's sneaky.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to be trying something here.
It looks like he's going for some type of African adventure with these guys.
Oh, and in the south of the African front, we also have Australia pushing.
And there's Portugal.
Portugal has capitulated. This is a terrible time for this to happen for the Allies, because they're just doing a counter push for like against the German and Italian hold.
Oh, right.
And they were probably hoping that the Axis wouldn't notice, but they get that pause, and the Axis players can talk amongst themselves and become more aware.
And there are many resources in this game, but one of the most important resources is attention. And if you have your attention elsewhere, that could cost you the game. Yeah, the Australians are the ones pushing here towards the north, probably egged on by the Brits, saying, "Go ahead, you go, mate.
Yeah,
you go for it." But it's a bit scary now, since Spain just took all the Portuguese colonies, so this is now Axis territory, and the Axis could just land there if they want to.
Yeah.
There's not too much Axis stuff ready to get into the fight. Only these few Spaniards here.
Yeah. And the South African tanks are making some headway down here. Now
we see Italy is trying to take Gibraltar, but it's a hard nut to crack, and it seems like the first attempt has failed. They waited until the Spanish joined the war so they could use the Spanish ports, but yeah, they weren't able to break. Or are they?
Ooh,
we see a green bubble now, but
this could be terrible for the Allies.
Since they have 2 tiles though, they can reinforce. as you see here.
Yeah.
So even if they're winning the battle right now, the Brits are reinforcing. Yeah, and now it's a red bubble.
Okay.
We'll see if the Italians can keep on the attack though. This is a very strategic objective, Gibraltar. If the Axis manage to take Gibraltar, then the Italian Navy is free to roam the Atlantic as they want.
Yeah. And the US does not want to fight both the Japanese and the Italian Navy.
Yeah.
Especially because if they lose that naval battle, you don't have a path into Europe anymore. Like, not only is Africa now blocked to you, you can't invade France because they're just going to defend the coast, and you basically are locked out of winning the game. So we see the South African tanks making some headway due to the fact that the German tanks are no longer there. However, they don't have any troops to fill out the line, so they can't actually go any further.
But look at the Italians. They are all out of supply, and I'm not sure Algot has noticed. They won't hold out for long against these Australian and South African troops. They need to fall back now. They are falling back. They're not strategically redeploying, so they're not using the railroads or anything. But they are falling back. It seems like the Allies have taken the only railroad, though.
Yeah. So they're actually getting some pockets there, and German tanks are on the way down again.
Yeah. And they are pushing back the Australians. Yeah, as long as the German tanks come down again, they should be safe here. The Italians should. We have a small encirclement here of Italian troops, not too much. One 30 width it looks like, and one garrison division, but
I am wondering where the rest of the South African tanks are, because they don't actually have any more.
They only have 2. That's a bit little at this stage of the game. Is there anything
going on?
Yeah, they are low on heavy tanks in the stockpile, so they don't even have enough to fill out their 2 divisions right now. But I think most of the British support has gone to Canada. Yeah. So if we have a look at Canada, he has 6 tank divisions, a bit less than we were promised. Yeah. They said he would have 10, but I only see 6.
This is absolutely a problem for South Africa. They have a negative stockpile of both trucks and heavy tanks with their only 2 divisions, which means those divisions are not fully equipped. They will be fighting with reduced capabilities, which is not what you want when you're going up against German tanks.
Yeah. The game is paused right now. I'm not sure why.
I lost the connection to the server actually.
Okay, so we may have another hot join or rehost. We will see. Server lost. That probably means a rehost. Yeah. So you get to see the stream cat again. She seems she's got her own custom hat.
She might be sleepy enough to let you put her on.
Maybe
the dessert fox.
The dessert fox. That's perfect. Yeah, and she looks like she's actually wearing the hat too.
Cheers.
Cheers. And cheers to you guys following us on stream. So we're just waiting for a quick rehost now. Yeah. These things happen.
I feel like this push in the middle of Africa is really just it's not something planned by the Allies. It feels like just they saw an opportunity, and they're going for it. And if it works out, maybe they can equalize a little bit here.
Okay, I think my game crashed. Let's see if we could get a player for an interview now during this little break. Are we having any luck, Victor, getting players for interviews? We'll see. Sometimes they are ashamed and they don't want to take responsibility. They don't want the inquiry.
Yeah, especially if you're a smaller nation with no co-op players. you just have to take all that yourself.
Observer. Yeah, just one moment. Okay, yeah, all set. So we are in the lobby right now, waiting for players to rejoin. This happens sometimes. We've had quite good stability in our games lately, though. There's always some voodoo to making these games work. It's like when you were a kid with the Nintendo cartridges, like blowing them, rolling them around in the air, whatever rituals you had. Players are joining up, though. You can have a look here at the player map mode. You can see that almost the entire world is covered in player names.
Yeah. Mandate of heaven.
Players are joining up.
There we go.
Looks like we are still missing Dankus and Vichy France. We'll see if they join up. So yeah, we've seen quite the unusual game so far.
Yeah.
I mean, the Allies completely abandoning Egypt and then trying to retake it, but failing.
Yeah.
I don't think the Badger is too pleased with this plan at the moment, and I don't think he will get an Oppenheimer award for it.
No, I don't think so. I'm sure there'll be some discussions between the UK and Canada and South Africa and everything. But yeah, not only that, we've seen the Romanian War that Dankus executed brilliantly. We see a lot of new strategies. We see Australia going Navy. Yeah, maybe that will surprise Japan quite a bit. I mean, if you have several task forces of submarines extra, that can be...
the last Blitz, I played Australia. It was my first game playing for like a year since I've been stuck in the studio for a while. And I also did the submarine build. And you can sink quite a few convoys because as Japan, you really can't afford chasing around submarines everywhere because you have to focus on the big battles, the big guns. Yeah, and when you're a major power and you're producing, like you're trying to supply your production chain, you need the trade. So having your convoys sunk for any amount of time is going to greatly impact your ability to field both an army and a navy. Yeah, and if you're playing Japan, as soon as that convoy counter hits 0, you are basically dead because you can't send any supplies to troops who are not on the home island. Since you are an island nation, you're completely dependent on your convoys to transport your supplies. Do we have an Brazilian player, right? Yes, we do. That's the only player we haven't presented so far. So playing on Brazil, we have Ville Nordström. He's a long-time player in the community. He took a 2-year hiatus though. But he came back in 2023 and has made a good showing in the games where he's played. He's never played Brazil before, at least not in our games. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he goes submarines as well, because Brazil does have that as an option, just to focus completely on submarines and add those to the ones that Australia has, and they could be a real menace towards the fleet of Japan. And I mean, any minor nation that has dockyards, it's nice to use the dockyards for something, and you usually have a focus or two that gives you free dockyards. So if you have a plan for your navy, like I'm going for good submarines or destroyers, like you can really make a difference even if you're a small country. So we're still waiting for players to join up here. In the meantime, you can maybe have a look at the Streamcat again. Streamcat is very disciplined today. She walked around a bit, hit some keyboards, but now she's found her place again. Yeah, almost knocked over some laptops, unplugged the screen. Hello. It is a war game though, so we don't want anything to be too Pacific here. Right now she is covered in snooze. Great Swedish product. It is still a cat, so sleep is like what, 18 hours of the day or something like that. players have joined. We should be starting the game shortly.
Yeah.
Being the Axis, though, I would be a bit worried because they tried to leave Africa now with the tanks, like they usually go towards the Eastern Front, preparing for the war with the Soviets. But as soon as they did, the Allies started pushing, and the Italians weren't able to hold them off on their own. So the German tanks had to stop and beat back the advance. But I wonder if this means that they will have to remain in Africa. I think almost that they would rather leave Africa than having to keep their tanks there, because they really need all the tanks they can get for the Eastern Front later.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they had to choose, they would rather have an Eastern Front that goes very well in the beginning than to keep the north of Africa. Like, they don't lose any production or anything really. It's just that extra buffer against an invasion of Italy. And Italy has their fleet still. I mean, they haven't broken out with it, so there's nothing else it can do except defend the Mediterranean.
And as long as if you hold North Africa, you need no garrisons up in Italy or in the Balkans and so on. So it's a huge boon to the Axis sense of safety. But then Italy needs to be able to hold its own against South Africa, for example.
We have Canada telling Italy that they should do a 1v1 in Palestine. And I don't think Italy will agree to that, because
Italy says no thanks.
They don't need to. They've won that fight. So yeah.
I think Canada just does not want to face the German tanks.
Yeah, exactly. But that is an interesting line to see if Germany will sacrifice a little bit of aggressiveness on the Eastern Front in order to keep the Allies back, because it is still like Allied troops that need to defend this line as well. But they'll probably not be as useful in Asia as the German tanks will be useful on the Eastern Front.
Yeah. It looks like also like the Germans, you could go more towards the soft attack route or the hard attack route, and right now it looks like the Germans have gone more for the hard attack route, meaning they are good at beating enemy armor, but that's on the expense of not being as good versus infantry. So right now they had no problems beating back the Canadian armor, for example. And we do know that the Soviets are going for a heavy armor build, so it seems like the right choice to go for anti-tank instead of anti-infantry.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the Soviet players switch up their strategy and just start producing a ton of garrison units. They will have that buffer of the defense of Moscow and a lot of extra divisions, but they could also change up their production quite a bit. The one thing they have going for them is that their industry really took off this game, so they have a ton of factories.
Yeah, they've been a lot of people have been trading with them, which gives them civilian factories. You see here on exported, they are exporting a lot.
And we have a question from the chat here.
Look at that! Germany is buying a bunch of oil from the Soviets.
What?
Maybe they don't have enough oil on the Axis side, but that's quite a lot. That's like 20 civs.
Huh.
Oh well.
Yeah.
We have a question from the chat.
I didn't expect that.
Speaking of Brazil, from Urban Banner, speaking of Brazil, is the Hygge community exciting about the upcoming DLC? Or sure.
Yeah.
I can't say I've played too much with the South American nations. I have played Mexico once or twice. I'm not sure if they are involved in the new...
I've played Mexico once, and the Axis capitulated before I got to do anything here. So I literally did nothing. So I'm not too sure about Mexico.
That's sad. But for sure, it's always nice with more focus trees, and there's usually a few other mechanics coming in as well, like with the latest DLCs, which had new focus trees for the Scandinavian countries. You also got the weapons market thingy.
Oh yeah, I have not really researched that.
It's
yet.
Yeah, it's quite underused in our community so far, because potentially instead of sending a lend-lease, you could sell it to someone and they give you civilians as well. Maybe there's some benefits to that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, That's like one of those things where someone who really likes to do the math they'll do it and they'll have an advantage, but then they'll tell me about it later, so I don't have to do the math myself.
But yeah, speaking of people who like to do the math, if you haven't seen already, we have a bunch of tutorials on YouTube where you can see our nerdy nerds Badger and Boppus doing deep dives into different subjects. So if you are not very new to the game, but you played for a while, you will still learn something new, I guarantee it. We have an interview ready right now with Japan, so hang on a moment, we'll see if we can get Japan on the line.
Yes, hello.
Hello! How are you doing, Hygge?
We're doing fine in Asia. It's going great.
Yeah, was the China war going according to your plan?
Actually, better.
Better than you planned?
Yeah, so we did a test run this Tuesday, and we kind of went too soft on them, but this time we went a lot harder, and we did a lot of encirclements, and it went well.
Interesting. It doesn't seem like you have your camera on. Come on, let the viewers see you.
I don't have a camera, and I'm sitting in my underwear, so...
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. We will leave that to the imagination of our viewers then. But he is a strapping young lad, sad for our viewers. But anyways, so right now we can see you are preparing naval invasions towards the Philippines, Sumatra, and also Malaya. What's the plan there?
So the plan right now, since they don't seem to be defending anything on Singapore, they only have the British Malayan troops, from what we've seen. Our goal is to quickly invade the Singapore, as well as take the Spice Islands, and at the same time take some of the American islands that are good for the spirit.
Yeah.
And after that, we'll full focus on India and Australia to try to be able to do a 42 attack on the Soviets.
And what is the plan for attacking India?
So the plan is to win. We don't really have a plan right now, but it's we're going to do some naval invasions. But for that, we need the Spice Islands and Singapore.
Yeah.
And after that, we'll see how it looks. Maybe they have built up a strong defense. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
And we'll take it from there.
Do you have any intel on the American Navy, what the Americans are going for?
We have seen that they've built some super heavy carriers, so we're right now planning how to deal with that, but we are looking positively on our chances to defeat them.
Okay.
So, but my co-op Sean is doing the Navy stuff because I suck at it, and he's good at it.
We in the studio can sympathize with you.
Yeah.
We're not Navy people.
Yeah. So it's going to be great. You're going to see big gains for Japan in Asia, and we've also had European Axis yell at us to start the war earlier, but we're like, nah, let's take it on our own pace.
Yeah, we were noticing here in the studio that Raj and Australia were still tied up a bit in Africa. I mean, I don't think I'm saying too much because this is common knowledge if you're talking to your Euro axis. So I think that might be why they were nagging you.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity, but I also don't see it ruining our chances to fuck them up.
Okay. So we noticed that you were going for a smallish Manchu instead of a big Manchu. I was betting on you going on a big Manchu, seeing as you have Rosen playing Manchukuo and he's a strong player and so on. What's your reasoning there?
This was a decision made with the whole team that we wanted a strong Japanese navy, so we thought, yeah, let's just take all the factories we're gonna build up. We're gonna have a lot of troops out, so that's the focus right now. And Rosen was happy with not having to do as much and just focus on tanks and having a small tank force.
Right. I see we are back in the game and we are about to unpause. Just a last question for you. When will we see the Japanese declaration of war?
We're going down the focus tree right now, so maybe in 50 days.
Okay. Well, good luck and cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, as you can hear, the Japanese player is sounding pretty confident, and he sounded pretty pleased with himself about the China war and everything. Everything's going according to plan in the east.
Yeah. And we do see Machuca does have some tank divisions out.
Oh, really? This is interesting. We don't often see a lot of armor in the east.
Yeah. He's went for medium tanks with some tank destroyers as well. So most of the tank divisions we've seen this game also have tank destroyers.
It's a tanky game.
Yeah, yeah.
It's definitely a tanky game. So yeah, we rarely see this heavy type of tank division on the Eastern Front. Sometimes you see a bit of light tanks and so on, but rarely this much medium armor and
yeah, it's difficult to push in these instances with a lot of vehicles. So we'll see how they do here.
Yeah, right now though, British Malaya is completely undefended. We saw this in the previous Grand Game as well, where the Allies just neglected to defend Singapore, and I think this is a mistake because apart from the strategical value and the how should I say, like the rules value that when you take Singapore you can naval invade Raj. Apart from that, you also have all these resources. If you look here,
that's a lot of rubber.
That's a lot of rubber, and the Axis don't have a lot of rubber, so they definitely want to take that. But right now the Allies seem content with letting them have it. Still no big defensive build-up in the east here from the Allies. It's just Holland defending his islands, but he's spread thin. Over in Africa, it looks like the Australians are trying to leave more and more. Yeah, the French are here now to relieve them, so that allows the Australians to move back a bit. The game is now on pause, and the Germans are continuing their attack, or rather their counter attack.
We have 7 tank divisions from Germany there. That is a lot. It's definitely not how many tank divisions they want to stay here, so they're hoping to get some encirclements, get rid of a lot of these divisions. But getting rid of the South African tanks would be a dream for them, because then they really don't have anything heavy to push with, and they could just leave knowing with certainty that they can hold this with just some Italian infantry.
And just to underline your point here, we see without the German tanks, the Italians are not able to hold against the South Africans here. So the South Africans, together with some Frenchmen, are routing the Italians here. Yeah,
and we're actually seeing some Canadian tanks coming in from this side as well. So they're no longer in Iraq. They have gone all the way around, and they're going to be facing up against the German tanks from a different angle at this point.
Yeah, this is probably exactly what the Allies needed in this region, because they did not... They weren't doing anything good up in Iraq. The Badger has this on lockdown right now, as you can see here. He has a fort, he's got static AA, he's got a railway gun, and 10 divisions of infantry holding. So no access is coming through in Iraq, so the Canadians might as well come down here to the south. But this puts the Axis in a conundrum, because they have to leave their tanks basically if they are to defend against the South African and Canadian. But if they don't leave, then they will have very little tanks to for the Operation Barbarossa, the Eastern Front. Right now the German forces are arrayed on the Atlantic Wall, basically. Oh, we see some furious pinging here. It's because Gibraltar is being attacked again, but so far they are unable to break.
Yeah, they seem to be holding pretty well.
Looking here from the British perspective, we see a bit of a naval battle here. The Spanish fleet is attacking a smaller British fleet. They are trying to attack it from both sides. No, not at the moment, no. So yeah, the Italian Marines were unsuccessful this time as well. They will have to try again. The best way is, of course, if you manage to attack from both sides at the same time, because then you can't reinforce one tile from the other side.
Yeah, attacking a tile pretty much locks the units that are in that tile, and can be from retreating or from supplying another tile with fresh units.
Look at this. We have the Spanish Navy, supported by some Italian naval bombers, are really hammering the Allied fleets in the area here. It's risky business staying too close to the Spanish coast when the Spanish are at war. because you get to fight all these land-based naval bombers as well that Italy is sending.
So we've seen a fair amount of battles here, it seems like, and
see some light pushes in the southern Egyptian frontier in the Sudan. The German tanks, when they face up against the Canadian tanks, they seem to do a good job of it. But yeah, there's no real intention to keep going here. They just want a place to defend, I think.
Yeah. And there's a lot of convoy raiding happening. The UK and the US, they don't have complete control over the Atlantic at this point, which is a little bit scary for them.
Yeah, they're still sending their convoys here. You can see here on the white lines where their convoys are going, and all convoys are going past the Iberian and African coasts.
Yeah, it might be time to lock those tiles and send the convoys a bit more around. It's further to go. It requires more convoy.
Look at this. The German main fleet is out and about. What is going on?
That is not every game either that we see a German fleet having impact.
Why are they out convoy raiding in the Atlantic? Let's see here. This is the German main fleet. Yeah, they are out and about in the Atlantic with the German main fleet.
Yeah.
Doing convoy raiding.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
as Victor said,
Victor said earlier today that we had a newer German player, but they had played a lot with different communities, and here we see some different takes on what you can do with Germany.
Yeah, this is very interesting. So the German main fleet is out and about, and if it gets sunk, I mean, Germany they won't be able to build another main fleet. You have one main fleet. That's it. And they are out convoy raiding in the Atlantic.
There's no concept of a fleet in being for this Germany. They're going to actually use their fleet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a bit curious. The US had all of their main fleets stationed in the Atlantic before. Let's see where they are now. Yeah, we have one up here on the eastern seaboard. Another quite big fleet. No, wait. They've split their fleets up a bit now, so they have one in the Pacific, but they still do have one fleet up in the Atlantic. I don't think they've noticed though that the German main fleet is. Oh, but wait, the US is not even in the war, so it doesn't really matter. But what about the British fleet? Yeah, the British is out hunting the German main fleet here.
Yeah.
And we have this looks like a big engagement.
Ooh.
Yeah, look at this. The German pride of the fleet is sunk.
Ooh.
They're losing battleships, losing battle cruisers. They're losing a lot here. And this is the end of the German main fleet, I think. And where are they retreating to? I mean, where can they go?
Not sure, but this is the German the German player going up against a very experienced British player.
Yeah.
So and the Allies desperately need this win. So if they can sink the German fleet here, that will be a big deal.
Yeah, and then the British player can really relax because the risk of Sea Lion is much reduced. Right now we have the war kicking off in the Pacific. And we see here the Japanese naval invasions beginning immediately, at least the ones for the Philippines. Having a look at the Philippines, there's not much defending, so the Philippines will fall in short order. We still don't see any other naval invasions firing because they don't have the naval supremacy, or they do have the naval supremacy.
Yeah.
Oh, almost. This is a weird one. Look at this routing here. It's going around. That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
I feel like that's probably like a click and point, and that the computer has done something very weird.
Yeah. So right here we see the AI British Malaya on their own defending Singapore, and Singapore is going to fall very quickly.
Yeah.
The Australians though have managed to get back, so they are here on Sumatra helping the Netherlands defend. Yeah.
And the Netherlands have built up like a couple of divisions here, so this shouldn't fall immediately.
Yeah, we'll see how well they hold up against the naval invasions that are inevitably coming.
Yeah. We do see. Oh yeah, we have here in the Philippines.
Yeah, the Philippines won't be able to hold against this Japanese
No,
attack.
yeah, Manila should fall here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And we see in Africa, Canadian tanks are pushing the Italian infantry back.
Oh wow, this is interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like the German tanks have left them. No,
Oh,
they're
they're
coming
on
back
their
again.
way back
They're
again.
coming back again.
Once again, the German tanks are driving down this
Yeah,
railway
they are
in
forced
Africa.
back.
Yeah.
There goes Manila. No surprise there. But yeah, the Allies are pushing hard to the north.
Yeah.
I really need to pee.
All right, you go ahead. All right. So it seems like the German tanks are not quite able to push back the Canadian tanks as of this moment, and it's probably a little bit due to their supply here. And okay, here we get more of them coming down. So we'll see how this turns out. I am going to put it up on my second screen here and hopefully catch any encirclements. I don't expect Germany to lose any tanks here, but we'll see how that works out for them. In the meanwhile, we'll take a look at how it's going for Japan. And yeah, we have successfully invaded the Philippines. We've taken Manila, and we have begun the island hopping, so to speak. British Malaya is not falling as of right now, and here we see actual Australian troops have been transferred over, so it's not just the AI defending at this point. And this is, again, like we said earlier, very important. We don't want to lose Singapore. I'm saying we. I'm not on the ally side here. I just I just speak as if I am. But we don't want Japan to get to do naval invasions of India, because we really want this line to be what Japan has to push through. And now there's a lot of stuff happening in the world. So we see Canadian tanks are continuously pushing. The German tanks, they came down and they left again. So they're continuously pushing, and yeah. Welcome back.
Did I miss anything?
Nothing big. Canadian tanks keep pushing. Japan is taking Singapore, or not Singapore, my bad. Manila in the Philippines.
We seem to be paused again for some reason.
Barb break, says Badger.
Barb break. Okay, so that means we are going to have a short break while we prepare for Operation Barbarossa. Because the German players are, yeah, they are just done with that focus, I suppose. Yeah. So that means we will have a short break. I'm unsure how long. We'll check this with the committee. We can have a look at the forces arrayed here for the war on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
So the Germans, they have some tanks. Looks like 7 tank divisions. This is not a whole lot, and this is because most of their tank divisions are.
They're not here right now, but they should be on their way back to the Eastern Front, because they were just here.
Okay, so they have left it to the Italians to defend alone now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Unless they come back again. It's happened like 4 times
yeah.
now.
Yeah, we could. Let's see. Yeah. These guys are headed back.
Yeah.
They won't go back to Africa. So they're saying to Italy, you're on your own, kid.
Yeah.
Good luck. And so far the Italians have not fared well against Allied tanks, and it looks like they are being pushed back wherever they are attacked. So they need to decide where to make their stand and to make it good. So still no word on how long this break is. We'll see.
Yeah. Brazil did not opt to go for a full-out submarine tactic. So I'm kind of interested to see what they will be providing here.
From what I've heard, they are supposed to... Oh, I was going to say they are supposed to be the infantry support, but look at this. they are building tanks.
No, you're looking at Germany.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I was like, wow, that's a lot of tanks for Brazil.
Brazil has secretly become a powerhouse.
Yeah, as I was saying, they are going for infantry.
Yeah,
you can see it. You can see it right here. Quite heavy infantry divisions with a lot of anti-tank, heavy anti-tank as well. These guys will be able to hold German tank divisions.
Yeah. So I'm kind of wondering if they're expecting to just follow the Allies front and fill in to defend all the places where they don't want the Axis to push.
Yeah. From what I was told, like their area of fighting is in Europe, so they together with the UK, Canada, and South Africa are tasked with defending Europe. But the rest of the allies are supposed to go to Asia. So far, not too much allied activity in Asia, though. The Australians are barely back from their African adventure.
Oh. I missed this. Spain has done an invasion of South Africa, actually.
Oh shit! Look at that, Andreas Eriksson. He's feeling it.
Yeah.
These are the mountaineers that we saw standing here before on this little island in Equatorial Guinea here.
Earlier today, I did say that this was possible. I said it was very unlikely, but I did say it was possible.
Yeah, unlikely does not mean impossible. Which is bad for South Africa, but as you can see here, the allies are really mobilized to.
They're going to push this back, but that does mean the South African tanks. They're not supporting the Canadian tanks at this push. They are down defending their core territory.
Yeah, and look at this amount of UK infantry here. This is an overreaction. I mean, these are just 3 lonely Spanish mountaineers who are lost on the continent of Africa, and that's a lot of UK infantry here. To meet them. Even if they fail this invasion, it might be a good move still, because they're binding up a lot of troops.
Yeah. Hopefully those troops would not have made such a difference in the Pacific. We're not seeing Japan really invade British Malaya on any larger scale at this point. They probably will here when they're done with the Philippines and everything.
Looking here at these naval invasions, they've cancelled the naval invasion going to Sumatra and Java.
Yeah.
And instead they are going for the southern Philippines. So they're focusing on taking out the Philippines first, looks like.
Yeah.
Looking here at Burma though, they are moving in on the empty Burma line.
And they do have Rangoon.
Yeah, they have Rangoon, and that means that they are allowed to do a naval invasion on Raj if they would like to.
Yeah.
But so far they have not.
And what do we have here right now in terms of Navy? Is Australia still there with their 1 ship? No, there's some more here now. We see the Australian task forces have relocated to support India in this case.
But the Australians, I don't want to criticize the Australian Navy, but if the Japanese Navy shows up, they are toast.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, it looks like they've left it up to the Oscar Ericsson's Australia to defend India. We'll see how that goes. So we have some messages here in the chat. How could this duo be creating? Playing HOI4. Good luck to your gameplay. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Preservative Naruto. We're glad to have you watching our game. So if you're just joining us, we are in the middle of a grand game called Illuminate the Arrival. This is Hygge Gaming, a gaming community where we play Hard Survivor 4. We have a tight-knit community with, you could say a lot of hygge. Hygge is a Danish word meaning sort of like coziness, niceness. I'm not sure of the mys. I'm not sure of the exact definition, but that's our name and that's our game. And right now we are quite evenly matched. No side winning anything spectacular just yet. It's still anyone's game. The Allies had a quite a different strategy where they decided to completely evacuate and give up on Egypt in the beginning. But now they are slowly but surely retaking it, as the German tanks have to leave North Africa to prepare for Barbarossa, which is about to kick off, and that's why we are paused. We are having a short break right now while the players are setting up their attacks.
And we do see Australia using their submarines here, convoy raiding outside between China and Japan. We'll see how this works out for them, if they maybe can split up the Japanese navy in order to defend these convoys, and maybe not have as an aggressive force to naval invade India.
Yeah. I'm having a look right now at the US and where they are deployed. They are quickly trying to reinforce in the Pacific here. You can see a bunch of American divisions heading over to Australia and New Zealand to shore up their defenses there. These crucial islands in the middle of the Pacific are quite heavily defended. We'll see if it's enough to stave off the Japanese Marines, but look at this, even railway guns here on Wake Island.
Yeah.
And these guys are 30 with lots of artillery as well.
Yeah, and those are quite expensive. The US is quite the powerhouse, so it's not going to be the end of the world to lose it, but it's still an expensive unit that can absolutely be used elsewhere.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, if you're unable to defend, you would rather have nothing there than a bunch of stuff. That's
exactly.
So the trick is to have just enough that the enemy doesn't get through.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the Soviet defenses, because Jacob is doing an innovative strategy. Jacob is usually doing innovative strategies. He has a few of our Oppenheimer awards, and right now his strategy is quite the new one. He's going for heavy tanks, which is not terribly innovative in itself, but the way he's playing with them, look at this. He's got them in groups of 3, arrayed just in front of the defensive line.
He has them in front. That is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. So they are not meant to do any big encirclements or attack or anything like that. It's just they're just meant to respond to the Germans' attacks. So if the Germans attack with their tanks somewhere, these heavy tanks will attack back, basically.
Yeah, I think Jacob is thinking at this point that he should not try to do any big fancy plays. He just wants to hold for as long as possible, and that is the point of Soviet in essence. You can play fancy, and if you manage to get a few big encirclements, you can really push Germany back. We've seen this before, but the usual state of the game is that Germany is pushing you, and you just want to hold on for as long as possible.
Definitely. We have seen some games recently where the Soviet Union has basically won the game on their own, but that is not it's not the normal state of affairs. They are meant to hold out as long as possible.
Yeah, and he has enacted the Scorched Earth at this point. We see he's very well supplied with his defensive line. He has made sure that his supply hubs are all upgraded. He does have the what you would call it, the railroads to support all this. So I think he's hoping that this line will hold for a fairly long time, because the point with Russia and the Union is that it's so big that if you lose the part where you built up all your defenses, it becomes even worse as you go back, because you don't have supply there anymore.
Yeah.
And suddenly Germany instead has all those supply hubs that you built. So where you build your defensive line is very important.
We have a comment here from Urban Banner. I doubt we will see the Soviet tank victory as smooth though, as we did not long ago. Yeah, I seriously doubt that as well. Mako Antonio on Germany, very experienced player. I don't think he will be routed too easily. And of course, here on Romania we have Dankas Mimicus. We also have really strong miners here with Jonte on Hungary, Francis on Bulgaria, and so on. So yeah, I don't think we will see a walkover victory here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at what's facing the Soviets from across the border. Starting here with Dankas then on Romania. He's going for pretty much all the way through 30 with infantry. Here's his special stuff. Oh, look at this. He's got He's got some
Oh,
Marines.
Marines. Yeah, they're trying for Gibraltar here.
Yeah, he's got some Marines, and these are his other strong infantry, it looks like.
Yeah.
And all his best infantry now are preparing to attack Gibraltar, probably in conjunction with Italy. We see there. Let's put on Allied battle plans. Doesn't seem to be any.
We'll probably see that at some point in the future here. On the Soviet side, we do have Mongolian flame tanks that are going to be helping them, and right now they're positioned against Finland.
That's
they're
interesting.
right outside of Leningrad.
Just the two of them, but
yeah,
still.
yeah. They're producing more. They're not going to have a ton of these, but they do have some artillery in them as well. So they'll be fast. Oh, actually, scratch that. They won't be fast right now. At least I'm looking at their speed, and it's only 2 kilometers per hour.
Yeah. I can see the speed here. It's not fast. It's faster than infantry, but it's not fast.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are their tanks are specialized towards infantry then with the assault guns and the self-propelled artillery. So a lot of soft attack in this template, as you see here, 700. That's a lot.
Yeah. So the Soviets are really hoping to make quick work of Finland in this case, because I feel at this point they're very worried about Romania and the other miners combined with Germany.
And the game is running. So we see here the Axis are taking all of this empty territory before they actually reach the Soviet front. Let's see what happens down in Africa. The Italians are being pushed back. They are out of supply. They are taking attrition. The Canadian tanks are basically doing what they want.
Yeah. If they really tried, they might be able to get like a fairly large encirclement on Italian troops there. Like it's the weaker of the infantry, so it's not the biggest deal, but it's still a lot of it here.
Yeah, just looking at these guys here with the red jerry can symbol, that means that they are out of supply, which means that they are extra slow, which means that they are even slower than usual compared to Martin's tanks here. And I think all of this infantry is going to die actually, because there is nothing on the Axis side that's able to fight them.
Yeah.
These guys are about to be cut off from their only avenue of escape here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks a bit grim for Italy. I think he might be considering moving back to Italy from Africa right now.
Yeah. And the
look at
Germans are
this.
they still have not reached the Soviet line, so there's not much happening on the Eastern Front right now.
Let's have a look at the Italian losses before and after. They've already lost 460. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
500k. There's a lot dying right now. These guys are all dead. Definitely all dead. And these guys are not long after. The Italians are completely out of supply here in the south, and even if they did have supply, they don't have enough anti-tank to fight the Canadian tanks, so the Canadian tanks are just going to kill everything here.
Yeah, and the South African tanks are on their way back after having wiped up most of Spain. There's just some UK infantry there now.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to deal with even more tanks in just a little bit.
Yeah, not looking good for the Axis in Africa. Let's see the Soviet front. They are not yet at the front line. Finland is not pushing either. The Soviets are awaiting. Let's see what happens in Asia. So we have a naval invasion prepared for Sumatra. The Philippines are still not falling. They did have a naval invasion down here before, but it doesn't look like it.
They're a bit indecisive of where they want to go right now, it seems.
Yeah, they could be a lot faster here, the Asia Axis, I think. Usually you see them as a big octopus in the beginning, like with huge amounts of naval invasions. They are focusing quite heavily on Singapore, and it looks like the Australians have actually showed up to try to defend Singapore, and they are holding for now.
Yeah.
We have the Manchukuo tanks, but they are specialized at fighting tanks and not infantry, and right now it's the Australian infantry holding.
Yeah, with some of those Marines from earlier, and we're not seeing any of the Japanese Marines there at the moment.
No, they're probably up in the Philippines and so on.
Yeah, We could do a vote right now on the Eastern Front if we wanted to.
Yeah, let's do a vote. You people watching right now, do you think Moscow will fall in this game? Yes or no? Go to menti.com and type in the code you see on the screen, 24 43 64 53, and vote if you think Moscow will fall. And we will see the results in just a bit.
Yeah, and we do see the Jonte's tanks here, making their way towards the Soviet line. So they have reached at the moment, and we'll see if they can push past. I don't think they'll want to right now because they don't have any infantry behind them.
Yeah.
But yeah, this will be interesting.
Yeah, I would be surprised if the Axis go for a big offensive this early on, because they probably need to build up the railways and so on to make sure they have supplies for the bigger push. The Soviets are trying a bit on the line, just demonstrating that if they want to, they can beat the frontline infantry. Just teasing the Yugoslavians a bit here. Let's see, Dankes is not moving up, he's staying put. Maybe he has some special operation in mind. Let's have a look down in Italy again. The Italian route continues here. Ah, it looks like the Germans did move down their tanks again.
They did! This is like the 5th time now.
Yeah.
Alright. But now there's both Canadian and South African tanks there. So
and at the moment they are out of supply, the German tanks are.
Alright, so again, an opportunity here for the Allies to swing it a bit back in their favor. 4 tank divisions is not nothing, and they're all needed on the Eastern Front.
I think we have a civil war in Yugoslavia.
Oh, okay.
That's not supposed to happen. But yeah, there you go. Sometimes things happen.
Well, it's a world war. Nobody's happy.
It's a world war. A civil war, more or less, doesn't make much difference. Okay, so we have the results coming in from the poll right now. Will Moscow fall? Yes or no? We will see right now. Most people think no.
All right.
It is quite an even split though, but yeah, most people seem to have faith in Jacob, Iron Tsar.
Some confidence in this Russian line. Yeah, we'll see. It's not looking good for the Allies so much overall, but this line does look strong.
Yeah, and I mean, right now the Allies are taking back Egypt, and the Italians are losing a lot of men trying to defend it.
Yeah.
Let's see what they're up to now. Oh wow, 870. When we looked last, it was down to 500 or something.
Yeah,
so.
they've almost doubled their casualties in this time.
And if you look at the total Axis losses, they have almost 900 out of 1 million. So it's Italy taking the brunt of the damage right now.
Yeah.
The Allies are still, they've still lost twice as much, but it's mostly the AI countries, I think. Yeah, Polish Republic,
Yeah. So I feel this pause might actually be one that is in... Oh, well, it's unpaused again. I was gonna say it might be in favor of the Allies, because we have had the Hungarians' tanks up towards the north, and the Soviet, if they're paying attention, have the potential to notice that, because all the Soviet heavy tanks are on the southern part of the Eastern Front. So they might want to send some of them up north in order to be ready to meet the Hungarian tanks, but I feel like maybe they're more worried about the Romanians right now.
I think also like the plan, as I heard it, was to spread out these groups of 3. You see, like that he has here, but it seems that he still has them in the same area, so that they're able to support each other if needed.
Yeah.
But like you said, there's none up in the north right now.
Yeah.
If we look at the Axis side of things. Yeah, nothing crazy happening right now.
They pulled back all those tanks. They still have some Hungarian tanks up there, but they seem to be moving, so they might be heading south actually.
Let's see, can we see what his plan is? So yeah, there's no battle plans just yet for Hungary. Jonte is playing a tank miner.
He only has the 3 divisions, and he's not producing any more. Actually, never mind. Yeah, no, he's not. Yeah. But he, I think that might be just him stockpiling at the moment.
Look at that. They blew the Suez Canal.
Oh, all right.
Italy is seeing the writing on the wall and decides that it's better to blow it up. There will be no Italian invasion of Africa, so I might as well blow up the Suez Canal. So if the Allies want to use it after they recapture Egypt, they will have to rebuild it.
Yeah.
It does seem like the front has stabilized, but just a bit. We are very sparse on Italian infantry here now, and these 4 German tank divisions, they really want to leave. Look at this. As soon as no one's looking, they're like, okay, let's go now.
On the flip side, I think they're how's the supply looking for the tanks on the Allied side there?
Yeah, let's have a look. They're okay on supply. They're taking some attrition as they are in a desert province and so on, but they're okay on supply.
Yeah, they're taking back supply hubs as they go here at the moment.
Yeah.
So it seems like they're going to be continuously pushing here.
I don't think Algot is too pleased with the way things have turned out so far here in Africa. I think he wishes he put more anti-tank into his divisions.
Yeah.
Let's see. Does he have any anti-tank in his? I'm looking at Hungary.
Yeah. So meanwhile in Asia, Singapore is holding, and the Philippines are holding as well. So Japan is not taking over here with the speed that that maybe the Japanese player really wanted to.
Yeah, and I mean Singapore is being held single-handedly by Australia.
Yeah,
they really made it back in just in time. You can see some pinging here going on. What are they pinging about? Missed it. Let's have a look here at Asia. So, why is the Philippines still alive? What is Sarge doing on Japan?
Yeah, and I'm not sure where his navy is, because right now it seems that Australia is actually controlling the sea around Japan, as well as the sea in front of India.
Yeah, this is not something you want to see if you're Japan, because all of his convoys are leaving through here, and there are Australian ships wreaking havoc in there.
Yeah.
You can see them sinking Japanese convoys here. Let's hope for Japan's sake that he finds them in time.
Yeah.
But it seems like he has his marines, most of them ready to invade Wake Island. And what about the rest? These are more garrisony divisions. Those two. Yeah, not too much going on here for the Empire of Japan.
Yeah, it's definitely not the blitz he was hoping for, but that does not necessarily mean that this isn't gonna go his way. It's just gonna take a little bit longer than he wanted to.
Yeah, it looks like Rosen with his Manchurian tanks have decided to go up towards the Raj border instead, but so far they are unable to break through the Dhaka line here, and just from a short look at it, it seems pretty solid. I don't think they can break through with what they have here.
Yeah. The German tanks are once again on the front line in Africa. So they're holding up in Cairo right now. I'm not sure if the idea here is to actually try to hold the north of Africa.
They have to make a decision.
Yeah.
They have to decide, do we want to hold Africa or not?
Yeah.
Because if they do, they probably need to get more infantry in there. Preferably some kind of infantry that has anti-tank, so you don't need the German tanks here.
Yeah.
But the Italians have lost a lot, so I don't think they will be able to do it by themselves.
And right now Germany is not pushing the Soviets, and that can be good in that they're not splitting up their focus too much. Germany is a production powerhouse, but that does not mean they have infinite resources.
Yeah.
However, on the other hand, the Soviets are a slow beast to rise. If you give them more time, they will get stronger.
Have a look at this.
Ooh.
More German tanks going to Africa.
All right, they really want to clean this up before they engage in the Eastern Front, and that is very dangerous, just because the Soviets will just get stronger and stronger and stronger the longer this goes on.
Yeah.
Especially with the powerful industrial start that Jacob had as the main controller here.
Yeah. There are a lot of trade-offs though, because if you lose Egypt, then you suddenly have to garrison all of this.
Yeah.
And those are troops that can't be on the Eastern Front then. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. It's a lose-lose situation basically.
Yeah.
Right now they are deciding to move more troops towards Africa, it looks like,
Yeah.
while the Eastern advance remains completely still. But you can see the Soviets getting restless though. They want to
Yeah.
fight, and they are trying the Axis defenses. And if the Axis takes too much off the line, we may see a big Soviet invasion.
Yeah. They're only pushing with the. Oh no, is this the same template? It's some different kind of template they're pushing with. It seems like. But they need to be careful in some regards, just because Germany is not focusing on them right now.
Look at this.
Oh.
Dankes is moving his entire infantry army down to Africa as well.
Okay.
They really don't want to lose Africa, so they are focusing there right now.
Yeah.
Maybe this push here, it might be an attempt to like strike a decisive blow so they can go back again.
Yeah.
But right now they are very vulnerable against Soviets.
Yeah, yeah, and that's probably why the Soviets are pushing here. They're probably saying they're like, Africa is being reinforced with German tanks, and therefore Jacob is feeling more freedom to push against the Germans.
He could basically kill all of the Balkans right now. There is nothing here, nothing to defend at all. But the Soviets do not know this. Maybe they will get a signal as soon as Dankes troops reach the line here, that wait guys, the Romanians are all here. You should push in the east. Let's see if they do.
Yeah, that will be like a crucial decision, because it's hard to make that decision to go forward against what seems like free territory.
Yeah.
Because you're always scared of a trap. Much like the trap that Badger tried to lay for the Axis in Africa. But maybe here, several years later, we're seeing the Allies actually take Africa.
Yeah, this is a bit of an Axis trap though, in waiting. These are Dankes troops and the German tanks waiting in Alexandria.
Yeah, yeah. And in this case, like with this slow front that keeps going back and forward, it's totally okay to just wait with some troops, because what you want to do is to get the encirclement. You don't want to push them back, you want to destroy the divisions. Especially against these miners that will take several years to rebuild. If you do that, you will have free reign over the territory.
Yeah, now it looks like they're pushing the go button. The Axis seem to have pushed back the Allies on a few of the tiles here, so Dankes is moving up on the line. Dankes troops are a bit under strength though. It looks like, he's not really able to support that many 30 width. They lost some attrition going down there.
Yeah, and it might be a more built area, but it's still Africa. There's not infinite supply here.
Yeah, let's see how they look supply-wise. Yeah, they're still fine. Let's see if they try to go on the offensive though, because they are definitely not going on the offensive in the Soviet Union.
No, they're staying put.
Things look now. But Jacob and the others, they really should just push in. If they knew what we knew, they would. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, the northern German front, this is not enough to hold the Soviets either.
No.
They need more troops on the line.
Yeah, they are pushing in Finland though.
They are pushing in Finland. That's where they're laying their energy right now. And yeah, so far seems like they're doing okay. Spain is up here with some of his tanks.
Oh.
Helping out Finland.
Yeah. So that should do well against the Mongolian flame tanks. But I don't think those light, because there are light tanks from Spain, right?
I think they're medium tanks.
They are medium. Yeah. Okay. That might pose a problem at this point, actually.
Yeah, it seems like the Soviet advance has halted a bit. Finland is not in mortal danger.
Yeah,
but
we do see the Philippines have fallen, so maybe Japan will start focusing on other things here.
Yeah, right now we don't see any invasion plan except for this one onto Wake Island, and right now there are no divisions on that order. So yeah, and he just lost the effects of Tora Tora Tora, which is a buff that Japan gets early on in the war. He's lost that now, so now he's fighting on more even terms.
Yeah,
they still are trying to break through.
Yeah,
still trying to break through in Singapore.
Yeah, he's regained control of the waters surrounding Japan, so he shouldn't be taking as many convoy losses at this point. I think, yeah, as you said, Singapore is still holding, but he's pretty far away from doing a naval invasion at this point. So I think you could probably say that the Australian strategy, like, maybe not worked exactly like they thought, but it proved effective. Like, India has not been naval invaded.
Yeah. They are running a bit out of supply now, the Australians are, in Singapore. I wonder if they... maybe their convoys are getting raided, because they seem to have enough in that supply depot. It should be enough for that amount of troops. Yeah, so far they are holding though, which is good for the allies. It seems like the Axis are really focusing down there, and if they don't break through there, maybe the rest of Asia is safe as well, except for the Philippines then, of course.
Yeah. We are seeing the German tanks push back the Allies, so this is one hell of a yo-yo in the Northern Africa.
Yeah.
Once again, the Allies are losing this territory. The German tanks are superior, and the Canadian and South African tanks can't keep up.
Yeah, I think the Allies must be surprised to see the German tanks back here again.
Yeah. And this really should be, if the Soviets are going to make a push, this is the time.
Now they definitely know that there are no Romanian troops anywhere near, but still the Soviet troops are not moving.
Yeah.
They are standing still on the line. They could walk unopposed through Bucharest. They could go down to Greece if they want.
Yeah. Like the German line here consists of Yugoslavian troops. Like they should and like 3 Hungarian tank divisions.
All German infantry is on the Atlantic Wall right now, and I wonder why. Because there is no D-Day coming right now, and they must know this, because all of the Allied troops are arrayed in Africa. So they really should move some of this.
Yeah, it's a strange gamble from the Axis to say like I like, it's like betting Soviet that I don't think you're gonna push.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, but like Soviets just going to get stronger. They don't really need to push. Like, I mean, it would greatly help them to do so right now. But they will just get stronger.
Yeah, it seems so far that gamble is paying off, in that the Soviets are not pushing. They're trying to push in Finland, and they are making headway now. Look at this, almost in Helsinki.
Where are those Spanish tanks?
That's a good question.
We get more pings in Africa. They're trying to surround the Canadian tanks here at the moment.
Gonna see if I can find those Spaniards. They are down in the Balkans now.
Oh, well, Yugoslavia cleaned up their civil war.
That's good. And now they're not just Yugoslavia, they're Radikalna Yugoslavia. The better Yugoslavia. Okay, so the Axis are beating back the Allies in Africa with all those extra troops.
They missed the encirclement as far as I could see, but still they're being pushed back. I see the Canadian tanks leaving. I'm not sure where the South African tanks are.
There's basically no one left. Look at this. It's just the Canadian tanks here.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. The South African tanks were encircled. They're defeated.
They're gone.
Yep. They have no divisions.
They have no divisions at all.
South Africa is out of the game at this point.
Ouch.
And he's not training any at this point. It could be that he's just stacking up on equipment. Like, he will be able to make more divisions. It'll just take like 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, and you won't see that many of them probably.
Yeah, no, like he might have a couple of divisions for a D-Day, but not more than that.
Yeah, we can see here in his stockpile he's got 22 heavy tanks.
Yeah,
we have a quick look at his.
You need 308.
Yeah, for one division.
Yeah, and you'd want like 400 just to have spare parts and like being able to resupply your division.
We can see him here queuing up 4 new divisions.
Oh, there we go.
And then we can see how long it will take until he gets those out.
3 or 4 years.
We got a few years.
Yeah.
few years before South Africa is back in the game.
Yeah.
But that means the Axis can breathe a sigh of relief now down here in Egypt, because the Allies are pushed back, no longer advancing.
Yes, the Canadian tanks they're just hanging out a few tiles down though. So if they leave again, we are once again going to see the Allies push for Cairo.
Yeah, but you can't push with just 5 tanks.
No,
I mean, you could, but that's very risky.
Yeah.
But he would need some help from his friends.
Absolutely. But yeah, like the Soviets have not pushed at all. They're happy to just hang out there. They're taking Finland. They are making the progress they need to. So
yeah, they definitely have a Finland first strategy.
We see Hungarian and German tanks though in Finland right now. So that is
Here comes the counterattack.
Yeah.
And the Hungarian tanks are doing really well against the Mongolians, and the Mongolians are just now losing 2 divisions.
Oh no!
They lost one. They lost one.
Oh, that's going to be good. Is the Soviets going to move their heavy tanks, or at least some of them, to meet up with this tank counterattack?
That's a good question. Let's have a look. No, it looks like they are still.
No, they have 3 of them actually.
Okay.
There already, but I don't think that's going to be enough against. I don't know what is this 7, 8 tank divisions from the Axis.
This has turned into a major armored battle outside of Helsinki.
And
heavy fighting. The Hungarian tanks of Jonte are doing really well against the Soviet counterparts.
Yeah.
You can see here the Germans pushing back the Soviet heavy tanks. So that's a nice sign for the Axis that they are able to beat the heavy tanks head on.
Yeah, that is important. If they were to lose those battles right now, that would mean that they would have to go through an entire new cycle of upgrades and resupply before being able to push down into Moscow.
Yeah, it looks like the Finns were able to make a small surround here, killing some Soviet troops.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at the losses so far. Not too much Soviet casualties at all, actually, while Finland has lost almost 3 times as much.
Yeah.
Mostly to the Mongolians and their flame tanks.
So yeah, Finland is staying alive by the grace of Axis tanks right now.
Yeah.
And we see the 3 Hungarian divisions here. Jonte is not building any more tank divisions, and this is basically because by being in combat all the time, he's losing equipment anyway. So just when he's producing more equipment, he's literally just resupplying the divisions he already has. And we can see here that he has negative right now, actually, and that's a problem because that means the divisions have to go back to earlier versions of tanks. So by being in combat, you not only you have casualties, which are replaced with new recruits, which are less in experience, but you also lose equipment, which goes back, and you're using older equipment. So if you're not careful, your division of well-equipped, experienced, modern tanks will quickly turn into a much worse division.
Yeah.
And if you're not an experienced player, you won't even see it happen, and that can be tricky.
Yeah, because it's a tricky thing to see. You have to like go into the divisions and see what. You see me here. I'm not even finding it. Here we are. You can see what kind of equipment they're using, if it's the latest or not.
Yeah.
You could also set restrictions like only use the latest equipment, but you rather have some equipment than no equipment.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't have enough of the new equipment, that's a problem.
Yeah. So we should maybe do a caster switcheroony.
Yeah, we can do that right now. You want to hop in?
Yes.
I will run to the back.
And on your way back, maybe you could bring a beer or two.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cheers.
See, I will take the place on the little lower chair here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Welcome back, Victor.
Thank you, thank you. Let's
So-
see if I can raise this up a bit.
I seem to be a bit low as well. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm
This
tall.
is good.
So we are in the middle of the war. You are watching Hygge Grand Game, Illuminate the Arrival, and right now it's anyone's game. In Asia, the Asia Axis have made limited progress. They've taken the Philippines. They've finally taken Singapore after a valiant defense of the Australians. So this could be the thing they were waiting for, and you can see them immediately preparing invasions on the Dutch East Indies, both on Sumatra and on Java here. The Japanese are preparing their naval invasions, supported by the Manchukuo tanks. Up here in Burma, they are still not able to break through, but yeah, they don't really have to at this point.
And they get such a nice jumping off point as well, the Japanese. Once they take Singapore, first of all, it's part of the State of the Pacific debuff that the Allies get in Europe, but you also get that as a jumping off point for other naval invasions in the area. So if I were the Netherlands player, I would be worried at this point, because they are probably going to continue.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a hot join coming in, Nooshi Red Star.
The names.
Swedish joke, I guess.
I was very from the technicians bench. It was very interesting to see like this very big armored engagement outside of Helsinki.
Yeah.
As I wrote in the little news feed, that it's the biggest armored engagement of the war so far outside Helsinki, and I think that really saved Finland, because they were on their last legs.
Yeah, definitely.
And Spanish tanks outside Helsinki is not something you see every war.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, since the Soviets weren't pushing on the rest of the front, I mean, the only fighting going on was up in the north in Finland, so that's where you send your tanks then, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there are some, when it comes to special forces, there are some similarities. Like a lot of troops go, or a lot of countries go mountaineers, for example, and they work in Spain and the Middle East and Finland, so...
Cheers.
Cheers.
I hope you watching at home are having a grand day of Hygge and watching us playing this game and commentating this game. Cheers. Cheers, Victor.
Cheers, cheers.
Cheers, Olof.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ulla. Streamcat.
Yes, and this is Olof's first time at the technician bench as well.
A real,
stream deck, everything.
real natural. I think you agree. So
Can we remove that little thing so we see the chat?
That's a good idea. There you go. You guys are doing a great job, especially the cat. Yeah, I must. I have to agree. She's really done her job, because she was inside all night sleeping, and today she wanted to go out, but I told her, no, remember, today we're going to do the stream, and your place is on the blanket right there. And yeah.
I have some. She did, however, revolt.
Yeah.
She revolted against the hat.
Oh no! No. How very ungrateful.
Yeah, I tried to put the hat on her, and she was not having it, so she just ate it up.
She's a fierce, warlike cat.
Yeah.
Okay, the game is running again, and we see here in Finland, Hungary has stopped to practice a bit, and here the Soviets are renewing their attack. They have regrouped a bit after being pushed back. You can see the Hungarians responding by moving into a defensive position further north. Yeah, there's no full line here though, so the Finns will need some support. They have four German tanks down here that seem to be able to head off the Soviet advance though.
Yeah, they really want to fulfill the Finland first plan.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want that to fizzle out. They were so close to getting Finland out of the war, and they still have the forces up there. So
look at this. The Soviet heavy tanks were able to beat back the German tanks, and this is disastrous for Finland, because Finland does not have anything to fight these tanks on their own. And yeah, look at this. Even with all of Finland's troops here and the Germans, they are barely able to hold off the Soviets. They are just able to hold off the Soviets, but not convincingly, and not for long. We see British Malaya capitulating. That's the AI that was holding Singapore, and Singapore just fell. And that is... No, they're still holding Helsinki, but just barely.
I mean, at this point, I mean, they can hold Helsinki, but the Soviets can just drive around it at this point.
Yeah. We see the Hungarians engaging now from the north. They are a bit out of supply though, but they are still pushing back some Soviet infantry.
If they can get some of the crucial supply hubs around the railway lines there, if they manage to push towards Kouvola and so on, then the Soviets might be in for an encirclement as well.
Here's 4 more German tanks coming up to Finland. It's a huge armor battle north of Helsinki right now.
Yeah, the second battle of Helsinki.
Second battle of Helsinki.
once again ended in an Axis victory. But it's really a back and forth up here, and I mean,
right now the Soviet line is crumbling though.
yeah, they are, and we'll see if the Axis try to get some encirclements here. This is probably not what the Soviets have wanted. They wanted to knock Finland out quickly, be able to have their heavy tanks along the eastern front and focus westward. And they still haven't really wised up to the lack of garrison in Romania and the Balkans. Technically, they could have taken Dankus out at this point, but...
yeah, this is really cheeky of Dankus to leave his entire country undefended. I mean, it just takes one of the 4 players playing Soviets to take some of their hundreds of divisions and walk down here. And they could cap Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia. I mean, there's nothing here defending, as we can see here from the God's Eye view.
Very interesting, and we see the Axis trying to take back Africa as well. It has been a back and forth here as well.
Yeah, we have the Andreas Eriksson with his Spanish tanks are very keen to be in combat. So you saw them in Finland, and now you see them in North Africa.
Yeah, I mean at this point, like how much energy do you invest as the Axis in North Africa? Because they know they have surrounded and killed all the South African tanks, so there will not be an armored threat from the south of Africa in a long time. The Suez Canal is blown up. Do you really want to commit that many tank divisions just to clean up Ethiopia? Or is it just better to leave it at this point? Yeah,
just looking at this, it looks like a bit of an over engagement. The Brits are all down here, just a few of them, and then you have the Canadian tanks up here. But on the Axis side, you see this quite a big concentration of forces. All of Dankus infantry, like we were saying, 3 German tanks and the Italians here. Looks now though that the Italians have finally managed to get some proper anti-tank divisions of their own. So maybe they will be safe to be left alone in a bit.
Yeah, it's about time now when the South African tanks are dead.
Yeah. We see some pinging up here in Finland. Finland is not as big as it used to be.
No, it's not looking too good for Finland, but it's not looking as bad as it did just a couple of months ago either. The Axis are quite happy with tying up this amount of Soviet armor up here. And as long as the Dankus Gambit is paying off, I think the Axis are rather satisfied. They haven't really pushed though. I mean, Operation Barbarossa has barely moved along the front. It is basically just the Soviet half of Poland that has fallen. Everything else is still status quo.
We can safely say that nothing is going according to anyone's plan right now.
Yeah, Finland don't give up. Sisula perkele, says Urban Banner. As an avid Finland player myself, I do have a soft spot for Finland.
And Finland is really fun to play. They have basically the strongest infantry in the game. Not too many of them, as you can see here. He is all out of manpower right now.
Yeah, he is at extensive dose. I mean, he could go all adult serve, extensive conscription. Technically, he should. I remember when I played Finland, I went all adult serve very early because then you can do like one of the Sisu focuses, so you get more manpower.
Oh, okay.
If you look at his focuses, for example, if you look to the left, way left, over here, you see that national unity. You want to go down that one because you get the trust and you get the Sisu modifiers, and you can proclaim Greater Finland, and then you get the course on the Soviets. So that can really snowball you into the late game. At this point, since he hasn't even taken those focuses, you see he has like 15% trust in his leader, and that means he doesn't get the Sisu effects. So then it is not the strongest infantry in the game anymore. Then it's just a regular Axis minor. So you don't want to miss out on that path.
Not much happening on the Eastern Front. It's a real phony war going on here at the moment. Both sides are very content to just sit back on their respective lines, looking at each other. The only fighting going on right now is up in Finland, but that seems to have stopped for the moment, as well as the Soviets are thinking about their next move.
They are making a little push there above Tampere as well. We see some blinking going on here.
Yeah.
And I mean, at this point, the front line is open here.
Yeah. Finland does not have a lot left to defend with. We can see here their entire army is down to 11 divisions.
Yeah.
And not all of these 11 are good, proper divisions either.
I mean, this is nothing to write home about in 1942.
No. Finland has apparently lost... Yeah. they've lost quite some troops, mostly to the Mongolian flame tanks. But Mongolia also got a bloody nose before. Doesn't look like they lost too much though. It was just one division, but they don't have too many of those to go around.
Yeah, I mean, if the Soviets manage to keep the front line stable, even if they take their time finishing Finland, they are in a very good position. I mean, obviously they could have gotten more, considering they could have moved down the Balkans.
Yeah.
And from our perspective, it's a massive missed opportunity. But I mean, what you don't know won't hurt you. And if they knock Finland out of the war, Dankus cannot attack either.
No.
Since his army is in Africa.
Yeah,
So.
that's very true. That's very true.
But at this point, if I were the Soviet player, I would be a bit surprised. Like, I mean, where is Dankus? Where is Hungary?
Yeah, and I mean the European allies should have told them by now that the Romanians are down here, or are they? Yeah, we still have Romanians down there.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
I mean, they will move back at some point. Like this line here is only good as long as no one realizes it. And at this point, I mean, they have the border.
Yeah.
They can just, if they just look at their screen and say like, oh.
This to me looks like a lack of trust in Italy. If you have a look at this, we have the Romanians here in front of the Italians. This, it's not.
I mean, it's not optimal, because if you're going to commit Dankus to just holding the line in Africa, then the Italians should go home.
Yeah, this was not.
There is no
to
reason to have
plan.
like a defense in depth along the Nile. There is no supply anyway.
I bet by now Algot is saying, "It's okay, guys, I got this," and they're like, "You said that last time as well," and so we'll see.
There is some action going on in the Middle East there.
Oh, they are moving.
They have broken through the line. Baghdad is falling to German armor.
Yep. Oh, we missed that. Oh, a fall of Gibraltar. Oh my God, things are happening faster than we can keep up with here
Definitely.
in the studio.
There's the Romanians.
The Romanian, their elite infantry and marines were over here, and they've landed together with the Italians, and this is the end of the Brits in Gibraltar. And at the same time, the Axis are taking all of Iraq.
Yeah.
The Brits that were here defending are just about dead. So they are really doing an allied first strategy, it looks like, while Finland is just left to hold the Soviets.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like the Axis are winning on a lot of points now. But the Eastern Front, like, it's been a year since Barbarossa started.
Yeah.
And I mean, Ukraine is still in the hands of the USSR, basically.
Oh, yeah.
So,
and plus Finland in a bit.
I mean, you lose the buffs you get from Barbarossa, and Soviet gets stronger as it moves on. So, I mean, Gibraltar is a big win, obviously. The Middle East is nice for the oil. They have managed to pin down the Soviets a lot up in Finland. But at some point, you really need to move towards Moscow if you want to win out in the end.
This, though, taking Iraq means that they can invade AI Iran, which means that they get a southern front to the Soviets as well. So I guess that's nice, but as it is right now, they're not even even populating the front they have. So I don't know if an extra front is what they need.
It's interesting that if the Soviets realize that all of these movements means that they have nothing on the front, because they are still a bit scared to push up.
Oh yeah.
I think they are a bit scared of like Dankus and the veteran players on the minors. But Finland is falling though. I mean Finland is not long for this world.
This looks like a matter of time, and you can see now the area that the Axis are defending is so small that they are starting to have supply issues. You see here the yellow supply.
I come to see my country being overrun again. This is a conspiracy against Finland in Hygge Gaming.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Seve82. We have seen some glorious victories from Finland as well, though. Yeah. Like when you were playing Finland
I remember.
last time.
I took Leningrad. That was
people were saying like, Victor, does he still have it in him? I mean, he's been in the studio for so long. Does he even know how it works anymore? And he showed them. He showed them for real.
Held Leningrad for 10 days with minute instructions from Germany. But still.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear from some of the players. I'm not sure right now though. It's hard to get an interview when the war is raging as hard as it is right now. But we'll be sure to get an interview with some of the players as soon as we get a bit of downtime or a lull in the fighting.
We were talking about the Finland interview later, and it seems that the Finnish player will be available for an interview.
It does look like he will be able to for an interview for the rest of the game. We'll see though. It's not looking great, to say the least. They are losing more and more territory. Turku here in the west has fallen, and we're almost down to just Gibraltar.
Fall of Gibraltar
Again.
What?
Yeah, Gibraltar is now firmly in the hands of the Axis. Let's see, the Italian Navy is hanging out just next to Gibraltar. They were supporting the naval landings. The question is, will they head out?
Will Finland capitulate with if the Soviets take Hanko, or do they actually need to take Helsinki? Because I think they can be held in here for quite some time.
But once it's completely surrounded, do you think they can hold?
Yeah, they are getting supply issues now.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's look at their surrender progression. Oh, wow.
And they need to.
99%. So I think even if they take Hanko here, it's over. Yeah. We look now at midnight. No, they're still alive. Still alive.
It's interesting that Finland actually can.
There we go. There we go. F's in the chat for Finland. They fought bravely. They fought really bravely.
Yeah. Finland, first country to be completely gone.
Yeah. And we'll try to get Finland in here for an interview now that he has the time. Moving on though, apart from Finland, the Axis are scoring some important victories. They've taken Iraq, they've taken Gibraltar. The German tanks are now arrayed towards the Iranian border, and they could start moving in there if they wanted to.
Yeah.
The Sudan is on lockdown, still with a bunch of Dankis infantry down here. We'll see what the Soviets do now though when they're finished with Finland. They should be starting to probe the defenses.
I mean, at this point, like if I were the Soviets now, they have to realize at this point that the line is understaffed. They might think it's a trap, they might think they have an ace up their sleeve, but I mean, at this point they could just take Poland and the Balkans, and everyone is just too far away to do anything about it.
Right now, we are on the Soviet point of view, and as you can see, he can see that there are no troops on the Romanian border. Even if his defenses are here, he still has control of these provinces, which means he can see that these are empty. So that should be a signal that you should go ahead and just move one of these guys, just one guy, down here, and that would cause massive issues for the Axis.
Yeah, if we just go to Budapest at this point, we could just go Bucharest, Budapest, Belgrade.
Because this is the Axis point of view, and this is the defense, which is nothing. Nothing. Yeah, this is a little scary.
Very big missed opportunity by the Soviets, and I mean, I wouldn't be too comfortable as the Soviets. They might have taken out Finland, but you see Axis victories across the board. The fall of Gibraltar, domination in the Middle East, and the Allied plan in North Africa didn't pan out at all. So
here we see Dankis Marines are back in Europe, or back in mainland Europe rather. Alright, wait, I guess Gibraltar counts to mainland Europe. It's the southern part of mainland Europe. But they're back in the Balkans. And they are heading home to defend his fatherland.
And I mean, at this point it can go the other way, because the Soviets do not have the defense. And these are veterans at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I'm a bit curious what Algot on Italy is going to do with his Marines, now that he's taken all the obvious targets like the Mediterranean islands and Gibraltar. Where will they head next? Still no naval invasions that I can see.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any attempts at Sealöv.
No. I'm wondering if I mean, this massive concentration of forces here on the Atlantic coast, I wonder if that could be like a plan for a sea lion. We see Vichy France is here with some light tanks even. We have a hot join.
Indeed we do.
It's the Finnish player leaving. Maybe he's rejoining as a co-op on one of the other nations. We'll see what happens. Yeah, he's rejoining here. His name was Hygge Helinen, and now he's back i Helinen.
Yeah, good Sisu.
Okay, Olof, so when we get this window, we need the StreamCat window up. So push the StreamCat button so we don't have to see this boring multiplayer lobby.
Yeah,
window.
the cat is still there. She moved around a bit before.
So yeah.
All right, I moved the StreamCat window before.
Yeah,
because
Olof.
I wanted to stream when she was eating the hat.
Oh yeah.
While you were still commenting on the stage of the Pacific Theater.
Fair enough.
So I just moved her over there.
You messed up the cat cam. Okay, let's see. This is Olof's first time on the stream, so yeah, let's see if we can figure it out. Okay, we are back in the game, and I wonder where they put Hygge Helinen. Let's see if we can find him.
Yeah, we have Hygge Helinen.
Is on Finland.
Will he do Exile Finland somehow?
I guess they still have Åland here.
They still have Åland.
Yeah.
I wonder, he can't really do anything with Åland. I guess they can station planes there.
I don't even know why he left the game. If he's still playing as Finland, why even leave? But yeah, maybe there are answers somewhere. Let's have a look at Asia. They are still... Ooh, look at this. We have an allied attack. We have Canadian tanks helping the Raj, and it looks like they have the axis on the route here. They are scrambling to put up another defensive line. You can see here, a fallback line. But the Canadian tanks seem to be quite unopposed as of yet. Yeah, just waiting a bit for a hot joining player. I think Finland rejoined again.
Yeah, we have some save games getting sent out here.
So this is interesting. I wonder if how many tanks Rosen has as Manchukuo, because that's probably most of the anti-tank capacity that the Asia Axis have. So that's the weapon they have to fight the Canadian tanks, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the Pacific Theater pans out. So far, we haven't seen the United States that much.
No, I'm a bit curious what they are doing. Let's have a look. We have some comments here in the chat. They are Finn-ished. Good one.
Indeed, they are.
Good one, Skrotnisse. Mascot is doing well, we see. Mascot, I guess that's Mako, and yeah, he's doing pretty well.
No, the mascot.
Oh yeah, the mascot. Oh yeah, the cat is doing great. She's living her best life.
Now when she has killed the hat as well,
yeah,
she's very happy.
Yeah, she's usually a bit more restless, but she really loves it when we set up the studio here. She really loves the studio and being in the middle of things. Right, the United States. Let's see. You can see here they are preparing some naval invasions on these crucial islands in the Pacific. Yeah.
And they haven't really lost out that much either. I mean, such a dominant Japan could have been close to Hawaii at this point.
Yeah, although the forces that the US did have were arrayed defensively here, so
yeah,
it's a hard nut to crack. But you can see here they are right in the middle of a naval invasion. They've landed here on the south side of Palau. But the port is on the north side of Palau, so if these guys don't manage to break through here before, or I mean, if they don't manage to break the north side, these guys are done for.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a regular infantry division, but you don't want to throw them away.
No, still a 30 width, lots of nice, expensive equipment here. Anything else? They have, yeah, they've taken Borneo, Japan has. Let's have a look from Japan's point of view. They've taken Borneo, but there are no troops there right at this moment. I don't see any battle plans, really. It looks like most of their attention right now is to face this advance from the Canadian armor.
Yeah, they are going to try to hold the line here, and there is a naval invasion coming in from Calcutta as well.
That's sneaky.
That is indeed sneaky. If they take Rangoon, then you will have supply issues at the front.
This is a really good move because they are right now, as we could see. Let's have a look on the other side. Oh, it's already going. Look at this. Australia is here with Amtraks and Marines trying to break through, but they are not doing a good job of it. Or maybe they are.
I mean, the Amtraks at this point can be really dangerous. The Japanese garrison there is not too big. You see that they are reinforcing, but one marine has landed.
They landed outside the port though.
Yeah,
which
I mean
is always risky. And
this
right
is
now,
nervous.
Right now they are defending. We are looking from the Axis point of view, and the bubbles are green.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
These Australian Marines.
Yeah, that
are
marine
dying.
is going to go.
Yeah, and these guys are not landing. No.
No.
But on the other hand, it looks like these tanks are still moving on. They're not too many though, so he can't. This is about the maximum extent that he can spread out.
Yeah, I mean he still needs to cover the front. If there are 5 tank divisions and 7 tiles, it doesn't matter that the divisions are strong.
Look at this. Here we see a face-off between Rosen's Manchu tanks and the Canadian tanks, and it looks like the Canadian tanks are a bit stronger. They are defending though right now, so it's hard to say, but
yeah, it's river crossing as well.
yeah.
Then again, it's in a forest, so
Yeah, it's not a complete fair fight, but it looks like the Canadian tanks are holding their own. Going back to Palau, they did not take North Palau, so they're standing here awkwardly on South Palau, running out
the
of food.
81st Wildcat Division is in dire straits.
Yep. They're gonna be a domesticated cat soon enough.
Yeah. Wildcat, that's the High School Musical.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Wildcats, that's the basketball
Oh, what's going on now? Vichy
Oh.
France annexed. Okay, we are not getting the information in the studio that we deserve. We did have a player on Vichy France, but right now Germany annexed him, and I don't think he would annex him if he was still playing.
team. Yeah.
Look
So
at
we
this
have,
though.
we have Italy declaring the Roman Empire after their successes in North Africa and the Middle East. So now we have Roman Emperor Algot.
It's a bit cocky though, considering these victories were not his.
Yeah,
basically.
it's a bit.
Yeah, we see someone now pinging. You should defend here, Algot. You should defend here, and he's like, "Oh, right. That's where I should defend."
Dancus has saved the Roman Empire.
Let's have a look over here in Asia. Yeah, the Asia Axis are massing troops on the border here to stop the advance of the Canadians.
Indeed.
But yeah, with the help of the Raj Gurkha forces, they are pushing them back slowly but surely.
Yeah, it's hard by extension. Like if they manage to push across this river, where do they go? They form up the next battle line at the next river, but
yeah, which they could have held from the beginning because they start with this territory.
yeah, so it's a bit like. I mean, you might be able to steamroll from there if you have the supply, but if you want to make a push in this region, you really need to kind of commit for it, I think.
Yeah. We see Oscar Eriksson here with his Australian Marines again and again trying to take Rangoon, but so far unsuccessfully.
Yeah, and at this point, the Rataconosian Empire has kind of wised up to their ambitions on invading Rangoon, right?
Yeah.
So it will be hard at this point.
It looked like Jacob cleared up the border gore here, so we have nice borders, but still very, very peaceful here. They have a demilitarized zone.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting that nothing is happening in the Balkans. There are no Soviets.
Look at
And
this.
there are no-
The Soviets hate Finland. They really hate Finland.
Soviets are getting Åland, and that is finally it for the Finnish player.
Yeah. Now he should definitely be out. I don't think he's still here, right? No.
Yeah. F in chat again for Finland. Now they are completely gone.
They're definitely. But he's back as a co-op on Germany, so that's good.
Yeah, interesting. Now they have deciphered the Bulgarian crypto. I mean, at this point, they should just go. They should have gone a year ago.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, their job is to survive, and they are surviving. They could have done more, but they don't know it. They should maybe know it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Eastern Front, we haven't really talked about it because you might get the impression that the Axis are winning from our casting because you get the fall of Gibraltar, you get the wins in North Africa, the Roman Empire, the Japanese successes in the Pacific. But looking at the Eastern Front, like Operation Barbarossa have not moved the front an inch basically, and it's September in 1942, so they should have inflicted like 1 million Soviet casualties at this point.
Yeah, Operation Barbarossa is fake news, definitely. We know this by now.
Yeah, it's not much happening there. We have a little front here forming. We have Brazilian troops in North Africa, and
and it looks like Algots, Italy, or should I say Rome, the Empire of Rome. They seem to have their new target set, so their marines are down here, going for Brazilians here who are defending, and also we see a naval invasion onto is that Madeira?
Yeah, I wonder.
Azores.
Are they going to try something towards like across the Atlantic?
Maybe.
I mean, they could go Canada or United States even.
Looking here at the naval map mode, they are free to go. They are going to take Madeira if they attack now. And I mean, from Madeira, or should I say the Azores, you are not too far away from the US.
And we have Skrutnes said there, it's a weird game on the Eastern Front. More like Barbarossa. No one is making any move. Great if you're Soviets. And I am inclined to agree. Like, even if the Axis are winning across the map, forming the Roman Empire, winning in North Africa, taking Gibraltar, at some point, like if you are the Soviets, you are rather happy about not being pushed on the Eastern Front, because it's in the beginning of Barbarossa where you get all the pressure on you.
Yeah.
And then you really have to claw your way back with a D-Day and so on. But, I mean, at this point, if we go into 1943, the Germans will have no buffs for Operation Barbarossa. The Soviets will have removed all their negative modifiers from Perch and so on. They won the Winter War. They lost the Bessarabian, though, but...
Yeah, they seem to have lost the effects of the purge, the Stalin's purge of the officers and so on. So they don't have as many negative modifiers as you say right now.
And they could also, I mean, at this point they don't even need to do an ultimatum for Bessarabia. They could just walk there.
Yeah.
So the Azores is in United Kingdom hands.
Yeah, still no invasion there from Rome.
We see some pinging around Sevastopol. I wonder...
That's interesting. That was from the Allied side, I think.
Yeah, they might try something. I remember Hungary doing some research before about naval invasions. Dankus has formed up his army on the front again, so the opportunity is lost when it comes to just walking in.
Yeah.
They still technically could do it, though, because these are not the creme de la creme troops, right?
No, they are not. They are 30 width and so on. With lots of anti-tank. But I mean, the Soviet mountaineers would be able to beat this if they wanted to. No mountaineers just here though. But these guys have been standing still since the war began. Let's see, what are they doing up here? They still have a lot of troops up here in Finland, not doing anything now.
I wonder what they have. If I know Jacob correctly, he has some plan. He's going to do some weird invasion somewhere. There is a reason why they have not pushed the Eastern Front.
I think his plan was defend. I mean, the heavy tank plan, just standing here with those guys spread out in groups of 3, they were meant to defend. So I think he's a bit flabbergasted and doesn't know what to do right now. Are we getting any naval invasions? No, it seems like they cancelled.
Pacific is rather calm as well, I have to say. The Americans succeeded in taking Palau.
Okay, finally.
So the Americans are working on the island hopping. They have naval invasions planned towards Guam, to get Guam back. Saipan after that probably. And I guess they will just jump Iwo Jima after that as well. It doesn't seem to be that much challenging.
The Japanese, they seem to be planning... Oh, but they have no divisions here. They seem to be planning to retake Palau. So there are some divisions moving to the Philippines to retake Palau. Ooh, look at this. We have a sneaky naval invasion here from the Australians, but that was beaten down quite quickly.
Quickly beaten back.
And it looks like the front has stabilized a bit here up in Burma. There's simply too much Asia Axis stuff here, even if the allies are qualitatively better, they are not able to break through. I should also say to Skrutnes, he was saying Japan can't pressure the Soviets from the east while they're tied up in India. This is very true, but also they are not allowed to do that until they have capitulated India, according to our rules. So yeah, the Soviet is perfectly safe from an invasion from the east at the moment.
I guess at some point the Axis can begin threatening India from the west, because they have won North Africa and they have taken Iraq, which means that they are allowed to invade Iran, and those will fall over in short order. And then we might see some Roman Empire troops moving into India.
For example, I mean, all of Danka's troops here are not doing anything. Imagine if they were instead here on the Indian border. That would be troublesome.
Yeah, I mean, Dankus has been a very impactful player. When Dankus sees combat, he is incredibly dangerous. But there has been a couple of years now when his troops has just been sitting along lines in different places, and that's not the best use of Dankus as a player or Romania as a country. You should fill out the line with major nation infantry.
It looks like he's been very active in changing his templates too. He's changed all his templates now to these defensive 30 width infantry with anti-tank.
Yeah, I mean, they have seen the Soviet heavy tanks at this point. And if I was Germany, I would be a bit scared of them, because they have performed well.
Oh, we see some pings here.
What is this?
Pings towards Washington. Okay, so it looks like the Italians have finally taken the Azores, and they have big ambitions.
Yeah, this might be the Gibraltar. I mean, taking Gibraltar, if they could island hop all the way to Washington.
It's possible in theory. We've seen it in maybe one of our games or something that the United States fall, but that was a lot earlier. Like that was like a 39 invasion or something. Attacking the US now shouldn't be really possible.
Then again, I mean, there are no troops here.
No.
So if they invade Washington, they take Washington, right?
Yeah, very true.
So I wonder if they have the naval superiority, though. It's quite a ways to go.
Let's have a look. Okay, one big navy is in the west of India, and another big navy is in the Pacific. And yeah, those are the two big navies. So that means they have no big navy. This is just an anti-submarine navy. Yeah. So if the Axis actually use their navies right now, they might be able to actually invade the US. That would be insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of... I mean, they could land on Bermuda, for example, to have a closer hopping off point.
Yeah.
But if they land on Bermuda, then everyone will know what's up, right? Because why would you invade Bermuda otherwise?
Yeah. But the question is, what can they do, though? I mean, it will be up to the British Navy, I guess. And looking at the Navy game right now in the Atlantic is not looking good for the Allies. The Italian submarines, and I think these are even sub-hunting fleets.
I mean, we could look a bit. I'm looking a bit on the Navy losses for the Germans.
Yeah.
They have sunk 1,200 ships total. They've lost 431.
Okay.
And the current year, then again, they have sunk convoys. They've lost submarines.
Yeah, and we did see earlier in a big battle that the Germans have lost most of their big ships. Yeah, we can see here they have no navy to speak of. It's just submarines basically.
Yeah, it's basically like the cruisers are gone, the light hulls are gone, the heavy ships are gone. So yeah, it's a bit deceiving when you read the losses here.
Yeah, still though, I mean the Italian navy is intact. Looking at this, a bunch of battleships and cruisers ready to go, and there is not much allied naval power facing them. And right now, I mean, they are not protecting their convoys going past Spain here, and they are losing a lot of convoys.
And Italy is doing well in the naval game.
Yeah,
they have sunk like 88 submarines, and they have lost 14. They've sunk 16 cruisers. So the Italians is rather threatening, especially now when they've won in North Africa.
Oscar Eriksson, our Australian player, is really active this game. He keeps attacking different places, and now he's retaken Singapore.
Indeed, he has. That's scary for a Japanese player.
Yeah. Rosen's tanks here from Shuko are facing him though, and it looks like they are able to push him back. Yeah.
Maybe, but I mean, these small pins, you know, they really make a difference. because you have to garrison all of this. If you know that he is going to naval invade cheeky places and take crucial cities, you can't really leave them. You need to have troops there, and that can affect the outcome of the war as well.
And to prove your point, we see the Americans are taking back Borneo here. So
paratroopers have landed.
Yeah, these are American paratroopers. Yeah, they're going for paratroopers as well.
Interesting.
Which is a good choice against, I mean, undefended islands. I mean, they are quick and yeah. If you're not facing any resistance, you don't need much heavy weapons.
Looking at the United States, they have just started a naval invasion here that is leaving
towards
Marcus Island.
Yeah.
And they have taken Saipan. They lack one of the smaller islands in Saipan, but the island hopping is turning in the Allies' favor.
Yeah, definitely. And it doesn't look like the Japanese have enough here to defend anything, really.
Yeah. Speaking of paratroopers, how is Albania doing? Urban Banner asks. And it's a little inside joke in Hygge HOI. We had a game where Albania paradropped Moscow and fucked up the entire supply on the Eastern Front and one play of the game for that. This time Albania is annexed by the Roman Empire, so we'll see if we get any paratroopers.
Yeah, we didn't have a player on Albania this time, so you can see Tirana, which is Aloha Bar in this mod. It's part of the Roman Empire right now. Yeah, there seems to be, I don't know, where are people fighting even?
Yeah,
what are they doing? It's a war, guys, come on.
Very, very phony war so far. I'm looking at current wars, like even the Soviet war, we have 1.6 casualties for the Axis totally.
Yeah.
And 179 losses for the Comintern in Operation Barbarossa after 2 years.
That's not a lot, yeah.
I mean, there is not a lot happening.
No. I mean, the Allies have lost more troops, but a lot of that is down to, I mean, Poland and France dying in the beginning, so you can't really look at these numbers and draw any conclusions from it. The Axis have scored some victories, as you can see here in the Middle East and Africa, but also taken Gibraltar and the Azores. But on the other hand, Soviets have killed Finland. So yeah, who is really ahead?
And I mean, the Soviets have killed Finland with losing like 100,000 troops.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Italy is almost is the leading cause of casualties among the Axis. Almost 1 million troops lost. In Italy, and they are not a country that really has that manpower. You see, they're down to 288,000. Extensive conscription. If they want to invade the US, I mean, obviously they have gotten gains from that. They won in the Middle East, they took Gibraltar, they took Iraq, formed the Roman Empire, and so on.
Have a look at this. This is what he's planning now.
Okay, interesting.
This is the Italian plan at the moment.
So, an invasion of Ireland. Well,
well, as we were saying before, Eklund, he's played Ireland before, and he's been capitulated as Ireland before. But look at this; they are defending Ireland.
Yeah, they are seeing through the shenanigans.
This is the most heavily defended Ireland I have ever seen in any of our games.
Yeah, I think he has wised up.
I think he said, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." So he's not. There ain't no fooling me twice, like George Bush said.
Yeah, definitely. This will be hard to take. I don't think that Italy, or the Roman Empire rather, has prepared for meeting any significant resistance in Ireland.
He needs the naval supremacy though to be able to complete this naval invasion. So he needs this to be green as well.
I mean, he would probably get that naval supremacy, but will he get the island? Doubtful at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on the strength of his marines compared to the strength of whatever is defending here. We see.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the biggest defense in the world.
British Ireland? What do you mean British Ireland? Have they?
Yeah, they've gone Commonwealth.
Okay, I didn't know they could. I think Irish people watching would be revolting if they hear this. But yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They have gone British. They have Fianna Fáil.
Yeah, they have four garrison division and two marine divisions. This guy needs to be awarded a medal. Give him a medal. And what are their templates looking like? Yeah, these are pretty strong templates. But they are not completely fully equipped just yet.
I'm looking at the Soviets here again, still nothing happening. No movement.
We see some furious pinging over here in the Burma front, and it looks like the Allied armor has made a cut off here in towards the mountains here, and that means that the Japanese divisions here, these 5,
they are in danger.
They will probably
that's mountains there as well, so they are encircled. It might not look like it from an outside point of view, but you see that little squiggly line there?
Yeah.
That means that it's intraversable terrain, so they are just dead.
Yeah,
and
there goes 3 of them, and here goes another 2. And that means that the Allies are taking the edge here on this front, and could potentially keep on pushing.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you look at the wars here, we have... let's see, the Japanese Empire has lost 561k in the war against America.
Yeah.
And they are involved in German... Yeah, that's the German-American war there, 561,000.
It seems like the wars are merged into one here.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this is not an optimal situation for the Japanese. They will have trouble covering this line as well. Now with those troops encircled. You see the Canadian armor is already making moves in.
Yeah, and there's no one holding the lines up here in the north, so that's really scary. They really need to consider moving back and shortening their lines, shoring up.
And it seems also they have moved their troops from Rangoon.
Oh yeah.
Or no, they haven't. But they moved some troops from the area in order to cover the line. And that means that the new naval invasion of Rangoon might actually succeed, and then they are in massive trouble.
Rosen's tanks were trying to do a counter offensive there, but they were unable to break the Indian Gurkhas. Rosen's tanks are a bit more geared towards heavy attacks, so they're supposed to be fighting other tanks really, and not.
And they have trouble also. They have a lot of infantry tied up here, trying to take back Singapore from the Australian player, and they are not succeeding. So Singapore is firmly back in Allied hands. We hear that Algot has lost his carrier. Someone said.
Oh no!
When did he do that?
I heard him scream through the through the wall, so that's why.
Okay, let's see here. I will.
Yeah, we can't see if he's lost.
Looking at the naval losses,
but yeah.
Yeah, he lost 1 carrier last month. That is very sad.
That's sad.
For Algot.
In this game, you can either use your carriers in the naval battle, so to speak, or you can just set them aside in a naval zone close by, and you can fly your planes and do port strikes and naval strikes and so on. And if someone's not looking, that can be really devastating. But apparently, someone was looking. So yeah. Oh, I wonder. Look at this though. He's trying to get some naval superiority up towards
that's
Canada.
where he lost it.
What is he doing up in Canada?
Yeah, I mean, it's sad that he lost his carrier, but I mean, if you're up in Greenland, driving around with your carrier,
maybe you had it coming.
Yeah, I mean, again, like if no one was looking, then no one is looking, right? But if you're driving around with your little carrier fleet outside the American coast, just checking out.
If no one sees the carrier sink, is it really sinking?
Yeah. I mean, we missed it, but.
Yeah, look at this Eastern Front. It's the most peaceful Eastern Front I have ever seen.
Yeah, it's incredibly peaceful. I mean, we had more losses in the Spanish Civil War than we've had on the Eastern Front in 2 years.
And they have now agreed that, Soviets should have Estonia and Latvia, and the Germans will have Lithuania. Peace,
I mean,
peace in our time.
Looking at the map now, it seems that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact holds.
Yeah.
More or less. None of the territories promised to either party in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact has changed hands since the declaration of war, which is a first in our games.
And neither Romania nor Soviets want the pieces of land that they fought so hard for in the war just now.
I mean, this is interesting. Like, I mean, even these small ones, like Odessa, for example. Just take this guy, move him, and then you have Odessa.
Yeah.
You could just, I mean, this line, there is no reason for Danke's line to be here and not from Mykolaiv to Vitynia. Crimea is completely empty as well. Pretty much all of Ukraine you can just walk through.
Yeah.
But, then again, like, no one wants to show their hand, and the Soviets are quite content with not being pushed, because, I mean, That's their core land, and they will only get stronger as the game
Yeah, they
progresses.
only need to hold. And here we see they have just spawned a bunch of infantry close to Moscow.
But I guess like now Algot has lost his carrier, so we'll see what he gets up to. But I think that threw quite a wrench in his plans that he lost the carrier, obviously.
Yeah.
But
I see no naval invasions planned just now. I guess most of the action right now is happening in Asia, where Australia retook Singapore and is now holding it. Still
the United States are coming in towards Iwo Jima as well. We have naval invasions planned here from Marcus Island and from Saipan.
Yeah, they are slowly but surely winning the island war here. Let's have a look at the number of convoys that Japan has. Still a good amount. So they should be fine for now. But as Japan, as soon as your convoys hit 0, you are basically done. So yeah. It's a number to keep an eye on.
I'm looking like this buff, like the State of the Pacific, is going to start affecting the Axis as well. I mean, they have not pushed an inch of Soviet territory, and the Soviets are just getting stronger.
Yeah.
And if the Allies also win in the Pacific, how do you push the Soviets then?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm really wondering what Mako is thinking right now, who is the first seat Soviet player, German player. Because there is nothing really going on from the German side right now. They are training some new replacement troops who are in a defensive position, which is a bit defeatist. I mean, they should be going on the offensive.
But I mean, at this point, there are phony wars everywhere. Like the Spanish and the Brazilians are pretty much just looking at each other over in Morocco.
It does look like the Axis are preparing for an advance in the east, though. You see the Germans are concentrating their armor here to the middle of the front. We see the Hungarians concentrating their armor here in the south. Dankes is building up his strength in the south, and
he is starting to move in now.
Finally taking up this empty territory between him and the Soviet lines. So it looks like we will see some action here on the eastern front in just a bit. But the question is, how will it go?
Yeah, but it will be an interesting action, because now when we've had like German losses 151k and Soviet losses 155k, and nothing going on the Eastern Front, that means that everyone that's attacking now is attacking with 1943 technology. So it will be a very interesting Eastern Front. You will have like the modern tanks, all the support companies, like it will be a completely different method to what we have seen before.
Have a look at this. Algot's Italy. Algot is not good at sitting still. Now he has his sights set on Iceland.
Okay.
And Iceland is actually quite a strategic position, because if you manage to take Iceland, it's really hard to support the UK with convoys and lend-lease and whatnot. So if you can take Iceland and fortify it, that can be really annoying for the Allies.
Especially like he lost his aircraft carrier in that region. If he takes Iceland, then he got an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, it's basically a big aircraft carrier with volcanoes.
Yeah. So I think, he is making moves towards North America, definitely.
Yeah.
It's a very, very interesting game. All the moves are happening at other places than the Eastern Front.
Yeah,
but now we see some movement. The Soviets are pushing.
The Soviets are actually pushing. They are getting a bit antsy, and it looks like they pushed. No, they are not getting through. Not just yet, but they are able to, as we can see here, three Soviet tanks can easily beat 2 German tanks. They are heavy tanks though, so
yeah.
Now they're moving back again.
Meanwhile, we see Dankes moving up a bit on the southern part.
Yeah, and the Soviets are testing them out, but are unable to break through. And here we see Jonte's Hungarian tanks going up to the border, ready to make some moves. If we have a look here on the Soviet side, we see that their defensive line is unchanged. They are still arrayed in the way they were when the war started. So
yeah,
we'll see. Okay.
Oh,
here we try. He's trying to make some breakthroughs here. The Hungarians are, and the heavy tanks are not able to.
They might.
Oh, wait, maybe they are.
If they do this encirclement on the Hungarian tanks, that's a disaster for the axis, but
Yeah,
I
look at
think
this.
they will be able to get out there. Yeah.
I think this is the entire point of Jacob's strategy. Like if you have your main line here and the heavy tanks in front, it's very risky to try to attack behind the heavy tanks. So you really have to get rid of those heavy tanks before you can engage the line.
Yeah.
And right now that's.
Then
it's
again,
getting
his
difficult.
plan didn't really pan out because his plan was to keep those tanks, and when the Germans push hard in the beginning of Barbarossa, you surround them and kill them.
No, not surrounding. He just wants to push them back from attacking, and so far that's what he's been trying.
Yeah, I mean it's working out now, but
Yeah.
now he has gone on the offensive. He had to
Yeah.
start the push because nothing happened.
Yeah, well they were attacking him, and now he's counterattacking. And,
Yeah, the front is evening out
it
here.
looks like Jonte moved his tanks up to the middle instead, trying to get these 3 Soviet heavy tanks here. But the infantry in the back line are still holding, though.
Yeah, we will see.
We have both German and Hungarian tanks trying to cut these Soviet tanks off, but it doesn't look like they will succeed.
Probably
And
not.
no, there they went back. And down here in the south, it looks like it's stalled for a bit. Not much happening in the north. Let's have a look at if these naval invasions are happening anytime soon. No, it doesn't look like it.
I
They are
think
still-
he needs his naval superiority, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have that yet.
At some point he will probably, though.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants it, at least temporarily, he could get it, I suppose. Nothing going on in Africa now. It seems like a dead front. Over in Asia, things are not moving quickly in any direction. The biggest concentration of forces are here in the same place in Burma. The Allies are able to push when they want to.
Yeah, there is the naval invasion planned on Rangoon, but there are no divisions, so I mean
Yeah,
that has been put on hold.
yeah. Australia is holding Singapore though, making a good showing of it. Borneo is liberated, and all of the bigger islands here in the East Indies are in Allied hands, and all of the smaller islands are one by one falling to.
It's interesting, you
Allies.
see these plans on Iwo Jima here. The Americans, they have Amtraks, they have Marines, they have pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And Iwo Jima is completely empty, but they are not kicking off the naval invasions
Yeah.
because they don't know what's on the island.
Yeah, this is where you could use either a scout plane or just roll up with a submarine next to the island, and you could see that it's completely undefended. So it's definitely overkill here with all these attacking troops. He could be attacking 5 islands instead of 1. But if you look at the big picture of things, the Allies are encroaching on the East Asia co-prosperity sphere. So if things continue in this direction, the Allies will win in the East.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Allies want the long game. 1943, Soviets still intact, no losses, basically. Like, that's good for the Allies.
Yeah, let's have a look again at the Eastern Front, because
Yeah, stuff has happened now at least.
they are trying to break through, but it looks like we are still arrayed more or less along the original Soviet defense line. The Soviets have moved back from the Baltic states towards the more defendable area here behind.
Yeah, see if they can take Kiev, then they get a somewhat defensible line.
It looks like the Hungarian tanks are the ones most successful in fighting the Soviets right now. You can see here they are about to break through, but on the other hand, the Soviets are here ready to defend. Also, the Mongolians are here with their assault guns. They have 5. That's a good number. Good number for Mongolia.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a beefy Soviets. Considering no one really stopped them. They took Finland and they are just building up stuff. And
Yeah. You can see the Mongolian player here. He's holding his troops fairly concentrated, which is a good idea when you don't have that many. But the Soviets seem to be able to push through, though. They have broken
made a
through the
little
line.
breakthrough.
But so far they haven't dared to capitalize on any of those breakthroughs, though. They seem to be content just holding their line. And I mean, as the Allies are winning in Asia slowly and they are not losing, that's good enough.
Yeah.
It would be stupid to take too many risks, I guess.
Algot has changed his naval invasion plans now towards Greenland instead of Iceland.
Ooh, high value target.
Yeah, definitely. From there he will be able to do something. You see, he's trying to get naval supremacy in the Labrador Sea as well, outside Greenland. So he is really trying for to like break out of the Mediterranean and do work towards the United States.
If he wants to take this, though, he has to go over there and beat the American fleet. I mean, it wouldn't be too hard because this is not the Americans' fighting fleet. I think this was their sort of their sub-hunting fleet. Not this one. This one. Yeah, as you can see, this is not a strong battle fleet. So if the Italian Navy were to get over there, they could probably sink it. But that's not the one holding.
Yeah, the United States invasion of Iwo Jima seemed to have failed as well. The Japanese actually reinforced it, and the fleet was able to hold. So no plans here anymore.
Okay.
Interesting. Like we said before, like it's easy for us to say when we have the top-down view.
Yeah.
But, this game has been a lot of overestimating enemy capabilities. We saw it on the Eastern Front. We see it now. We saw it in Africa. Like there is a lot of instances where people are thinking out like, oh, we're going to do this plan, and since everyone is nervous about people trying new stuff, you don't push even though it's empty, because you think, oh, it's a trap, they have something planned, they will naval invade in the back, they will do something, and you just end up losing out on vast swathes of free country, even like supply hubs and harbors completely undefended.
We have a bit of a breakthrough here on the Burma front. The Allies are doing a bit of an encirclement there in the west, but they are also breaking through in the east, and it doesn't look like the Asia Axis have anything here that's able to hold up against this Allied advance.
Yeah, Rangoon has fallen again.
Yeah, and they could just keep on going. I mean, they have the manpower of Raj and the tanks of Canada. So yeah, the Asia Axis are in a spot of trouble right now. Also, you can see here Australia still holding Singapore. There are some, it's Australia trying to naval invade here further up the coast, not succeeding, but still they are binding up a bunch of troops, and the Asia Axis need more troops.
Yeah, Algot has abandoned Greenland as well, and now he's going towards Cape Verde.
Okay.
And that will probably succeed.
Yeah, and they are out in the water, and they will probably just land there.
Yeah, I don't think that's any trouble at all. I mean, the thing is, he plans this naval invasion. So I'm going to invade Iceland. Oh, too little naval supremacy.
Yeah.
I'm going to invade Greenland. Too little naval supremacy. And now he's going Cape Verde.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess show off the small bits first, but I am doubtful in regards to a successful naval invasion of the United States, for example.
Yeah, I mean,
he might cap Brazil.
That's what I'm thinking about. I mean, Cape Verde in itself is not a fatal blow, of course, but it does leave it very open to attack Brazil, and you don't want Brazil to fall.
Speaking of which, I wonder what Brazil is doing. They have a garrison on Rio de Janeiro, but otherwise their troops are in Morocco.
Yeah,
mostly. And they only have 9 divisions out in total, which is...
Yeah, this seems to be not counted, so they have 12. These 3 guys defending the capital, and the rest are up in Morocco. So, yeah, they could definitely be invaded if they're not careful. But on the other hand, there's not an infinite amount of Axis forces here ready to capitalize on such a landing. The Spaniards are, they have some troops here, so maybe we could see something happening.
I am tuning over to the United States here, interested to see if they are planning something, but...
Yeah, I'm gonna just have a quick look at the Eastern Front here. It looks to be pretty stable. Not much going on.
Yeah, they might have given up Iwo Jima, but they now are going towards Mindanao, like this.
Yeah, that's in the Philippines. Yeah, they're trying to recapture the Philippines, which is a good idea. They
will probably be able to. Looking over at the Japanese player, I do not think that they will be able to defend that.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And after the Philippines fall, I mean, it's just Taiwan, Formosa, and
we see the
Okinawa,
rush.
and then you're basically in the home islands.
The Canadian armor is trying to make a breakthrough over the river, and they might actually succeed. And if they do that, then I think Thailand is in trouble, right?
Yeah.
He has garrison Bangkok though, but not with a lot. See, the mountaineers are crossing over.
Anthrax? Oh, Amtrax. Yeah.
Yeah.
If we start slurring our speech, I blame the beer.
Indeed.
Or English being our second language or whatever.
With it, once again, the Eastern Front has stabilized. No movement, a little push, like
Yeah,
probing attacks, but everyone is working elsewhere.
Everyone's really scared to get encircled too, I think. It looks like the Axis are just about to be able to hold this line here.
Yeah.
So we are basically back to status quo antebellum.
Meanwhile, though, the Soviets are making pushes around the Baltic states. You see some towns falling to the Soviets here. They are moving up.
Yeah, and the Mongolians are invading there from the north, and this is a potential pocket here.
Yeah, this might be very dangerous. They really have nothing to hold. Like the Soviet tanks here can pretty much just roll down to Königsberg, technically.
Yeah.
If they have the infantry to fill out.
I think
you see some pinging here.
Yeah, the
they
plan is
pin
probably
this.
for these Soviet tanks to meet up with these Mongolian tanks and form a nice pocket here in the middle of this these Yugoslavian infantry.
They will be able to do that. There is nothing stopping them here.
It does look like it. We have some Axis tanks scrambling to meet this advance. Some Germans, some Spaniards up here. Also,
yeah, they might actually be able to save it, the Axis.
It's close. It's really close. Okay, so we have 6 divisions from Yugoslavia here. It looks like they are.
They just managed to retreat. That pinning maneuver won't.
Or we see some pinging here. They are pinned right now. When you are under attack, you cannot move. So this is called a pinning attack. And right now we see
they got them.
An encirclement, and that's the end of 3 Yugoslavian divisions, and they look to be pretty full stacked as well.
And perhaps more importantly, it opens up the front. Like now you have 1 infantry division covering up every tile here, so you could just move along more or less.
Yeah, this is not enough to hold any concentrated attack.
Yeah, I mean, look at the line in the south. They're just vast empty spaces where the Axis do not have any troops at all.
Yeah, looking from the Axis point of view, they do have some further back. I guess
I mean, they cover the line, but
it's very thin up here in the north. Very thin. Okay, let's see. Has the Roman Emperor made any moves?
I got a cat. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's standing here menacingly in Cape Verde.
Yeah.
And there are a bunch of convoys being sunk. I mean, this is a very sneaky naval zone to control, because if you see here, where are the convoys supposed to go if they don't go through here? I mean, you can't take the Panama Canal and so on, but yeah, you really want this to be clear if you're the Allies.
Especially right now, since the Suez is blown.
Yeah.
Then again, like, it was the Axis that blew it up, and it's the Axis that controls the province. So
yeah,
in hindsight, they shouldn't have blown up the Suez, because they could have used it now.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, I guess.
If they wanted to reinforce India, for example.
Yeah, right now the Cape Verde plain is the playground of the Italian Navy and submarines.
Yeah,
so that's definitely something the Allies should have a look at.
Carnage on the seas. And that's good news for Algot and his continuing naval ambitions, because I think he's not done where he is.
We have to go and collect the stream cat now and then. She wants to be she wants to be engaged in all parts of the stream. But,
yeah, we have a laptop sitting like
the cat cow.
Yeah, like the main part of the laptop is outside the windowsill. So if the cat steps on it, it will fall down and break.
Oh, Olof, show the stream the cat cam right now. But to more important things, or at least other things, we can see the Soviets, they are breaking through at will here. In several places we see these green balloons, and they are breaking into Polish territory here. It looks like the main advance is here in the center at the moment. Also in the north they are breaking through without too much issue, and the Axis must be scrambling right now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is not easy for the Axis, and I mean, meanwhile, as Skrotnis wrote here, these naval invasions from Julius Caesar is a constant distraction, if nothing else.
Definitely.
And I mean, they are a constant distraction, but it also means that the Italian troops are not here.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, their object is to it is to defend down here, and they are doing that by being annoying down here. So
yeah, I mean, Italy has played a very strong game. It's,
except for the beginning.
Yeah, I mean that did fail though.
We can't say anything else about that. But yeah, looking at it now, the Allies are they are in control of the game, I would say, because the Eastern Front is the Soviets' playground at the moment, and in the east, the Allies are both threatening Burma, as well as all the Pacific Islands. So right now, it is the Allies that would have the edge, I think. Here we are seeing them landing in northern Philippines, and they have a good amount of Amtraks now, and these are nasty.
These are really dangerous troops. And I mean, the thing is, it's gone on for so long. Like, it's 1943, the Allies are coming online, the Soviets have gotten rid of their negative modifiers, the US probably has a lot of war support, and a lot of focus is done. The Allies are quite comfortable when they are in a position of control. At this point in most games, it's the Allies that are panicking, like, oh, we need a D-Day now, the Soviets are falling, we need help to get back some islands. But at this point, like...
Yeah, we are in late 1943, and the Soviets are not even breaking a sweat. We see Oskar Eriksson here on Australia doing another annoying invasion. Do they have anything to meet it up with, I wonder?
I think he can just walk across to the harbor.
There are...
He should walk across to the harbor, though.
Yeah, Kotabaru is empty. Maybe he realized now, okay, nobody here, let's go to the harbor. He's running out of supplies, but as long as he's not attacked, he will be fine. Down here in the south, nothing happening. But up here, the Allies are breaking through at will. They just need to pick a place to attack, and they are attacking.
Yeah, this will be a dangerous encirclement situation for the Asia Axis.
Yeah,
I don't think they can do anything about that.
We have 3 divisions up here that are about to fall.
Yeah, and the line is just crumbling in general.
Yeah, I think maybe they are regretting not going Big Manchu, because this is where you could use 1 million Chinese troops on the border.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the Pacific.
They finally noticed Oskar Eriksson's Marine here.
Yeah. So he's gone. But in the grand scheme of things, the Allies are doing rather well.
They are doing very well, I think. Unless there's some crazy moves from the Axis soon, they are going to be in deep trouble. We can't expect any heroics from the Asia Axis. I think they are stretched to the limit, just trying to defend in Burma, and in Europe. Yeah.
It has stalled again. Pretty much nobody's really attacking, no one is really doing anything, but...
Yeah, the Soviets made a small offensive, and the Axis forces just regrouped a bit further back. But it looks like the Soviets are content to just sit and wait for the Asia allies to mop up the east.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviets are still controlling the initiative. Like, the Axis have 385,000 lost, and the Soviets have 332,000 lost. So, I mean, if the Germans and the Soviets lose the same amount of men, that's an incredible Soviet win.
Yeah.
The Germans needs to have like a kill-death ratio of 10 or something like that.
Yeah, at least 2 to 1. I mean.
Yeah, at least 2 to 1.
Yeah.
And also, like, in the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, when the Germans make their pushes, they have like 10 to 1. It's when they start reaching Moscow and it's winter and Stalingrad and everything. That's when they lose outright. But now they are losing out earlier than they would have liked, probably.
Just having a look at Dankes here, with all his experience, he seems to be just holding his southern part of the line. He does have some paratroopers now in Paris, though. What is this? Is this a preparation for a sea lion?
Yeah, Dankes might be trying. That will not serve him well, though, considering the reinforcements.
Yeah, this
is a very well fortified British home isle.
Yeah, they would need a proper invasion to be able to take care of this. The Germans, though, they look at this. They have tanks arrayed on the Atlantic Wall, which
that might be the Germans' gambit. I mean, if the Soviets don't push the Eastern Front, it's interesting.
Oh, look
like
at this. This is a lot.
Yeah.
This is a lot of German armor in the west. Are they expecting a D-Day, or are they preparing a sea lion? That's the question.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you see the other shift in the meta, because usually it's like the United States and the United Kingdom needs to do a D-Day in order to alleviate pressure from the Soviets. Now we might see the other way around, where the Soviets need to alleviate the pressure from the United Kingdom by pushing on the Eastern Front, which they are doing now, by the way.
Yeah, it feels like Mako and the Germans have overestimated the risk of a D-Day invasion from the beginning. I mean, they had a bunch of troops here in France when they could have been used on the Eastern Front, and now they have almost half their tanks, 12 divisions in the west, while 16 is in the east. I mean, with these 12 in the west, if they were helping the push in the east, maybe that could make the difference. Right now, we see the Axis lines are crumbling, and the Soviets are advancing unopposed, and you can see
we have 4 encircled German tanks.
Ouch! They cannot afford this.
Is very bad for the Axis.
They are able to defend
themselves. They might be able to break them out with these Spanish tanks moving in desperately to this little tile here.
Yeah, Hungarian tanks from the west. Yeah, they are safe.
They managed to save them. If they lost that one, then that would spell trouble indeed.
This is one of those risky situations where you see armored divisions coming from both sides. Things can shift very, very quickly. Right now, the Soviets are being pushed back, but it doesn't look like they will lose any divisions, though. A bit of jousting back and forth with the armor there. Wow, look at the east here. The Allies are really having a field day.
The Indians are just steamrolling the Ratakonosin kingdom, and I think they might be the next player to capitulate by the looks of things at the moment.
This looks really grim. I wonder what their surrender limit is. Let's see.
It's probably it's not that far away, I would say.
Yeah.
62% towards capitulation.
Yeah, and there's nothing stopping these Canadian tanks or Indian infantry. I mean, where are even the forces of the Asia Axis? Do they have anything left to speak of? Yeah, there is some troops here in China.
I think the Japanese are preparing to hold. They have formed up defensive lines. They have pretty much given up Thailand, and they're forming defensive lines up towards China now as well. But
yeah,
I mean, there are troops here, but I wonder. Veteran troops as well, but they have really fortified the home islands and like Iwo Jima and.
It seems they aren't stopping at the Chinese border. They're trying to defend Siam or Ratanakosin Kingdom, but yeah, it's rough. I wonder if they have enough victory points up here in the north to be able to survive, because Saigon is their capital now.
I mean, once Saigon falls, I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. Yeah, I think if they lose Saigon, I think they're gone.
86% towards capitulation.
Yeah, they are just flaking at this point. What do they even have left? Hanoi, I guess they need to take Hanoi. That's probably not the easiest feat, though, for the Allies.
Yeah, I think if we would have a vote now, who would win, the Axis or the Allies, I think the Allies would look pretty good in that respect.
Yeah, I would imagine so as well. Nothing has really come of the Roman Empire's ambitions of naval invading and doing stuff like this. No Iceland, no Greenland. I guess they got Cape Verde, but we haven't seen any movement further. They are performing very well on the high seas, though. They are thinking convoys, and they are thinking light ships. But yeah, it's at this point, does it really matter that much?
Yeah, I don't think they will win by starving out the Allies on convoys at this point, no.
I mean, the United States at this point, they have so much. Like, if you look at their production, they have 142 dockyards, and that's the Ratanakosin
F's in
Kingdom
the chat for Ratanakosin Kingdom.
Yeah.
They had a pretty good run, but yeah, they were unable to stop that major Allied advance.
Ratanakosin Kingdom is gone, and do the Japanese holdings in China, are they soon to follow? You see, after the capitulation, that there are enormous supply problems here since India got this.
Oh right, yeah.
And now they are taking the chance to attack here.
I'm just gonna switch over to the axis here, and yeah, we can see here.
Yeah, they are probably going to hold that line. I don't think they will be able to push across the river,
but it's just a matter of time before the Allies bring up all these Australians and the Canadians and the Indians who have just defeated the Ratanakosin Kingdom. As soon as they are here on the border towards China, I think we will see a push into China that the Asia Axis cannot stop. They're doing a bit of an attempt of a counter attack here, but it's failing.
Yeah, at this point, like, what are the Axis going to do to turn this tide? I mean, the Japanese can't really do anything. The United States is just coming online. The Eastern Front is dead. I would say Sea Lion is probably not a bad idea at this point. You need to do something unexpected.
Yeah, you need to concentrate. I mean, the Axis are preparing to defend against a D-Day naval invasion that is not coming. I mean, the Allies have no reason to do a D-Day right now. They can just keep on dismantling the Asia Axis and let Soviets do their thing, because the Soviets don't need any help right now. So they can just take their time. And you see over here in Asia, we have it's a real community of nations here. We have the Australians are here, the Canadians are here, the South Africans I think I saw as well. Yeah, there they are. So they can just focus wholeheartedly on the Asian front, while the Soviets just
we're going to hold a new poll, so get your mobile phones ready.
Yeah.
And the question this time is, will the Axis make a comeback?
Yeah. So go.
I didn't know how to change the text, so it still says Will Moscow.
Oh yeah, it says
when you go to the link, it will say the correct.
We have some technical issues. So the question is not will Moscow fall. The question is, will the Axis make a comeback?
Yeah. I think the answer might be the same.
True.
We'll see what you guys decide. So go into Menti and write in the code 2443 6453, and you can just make a vote.
Thank you, Urban Banner, for posting it in the chat as well.
Yeah, and also for you who weren't here earlier, we had a lottery where we handed out a free Hearts of Iron DLC to one of our Patreon subscribers. You don't have to be a paying member. You can just go into patreon.com/Hygge Gaming and register, and you have the chance to win a Hearts of Iron DLC. And I'm not going to tell you the exact number of Patreons we have, but the number is not very high. So if you register, you have a very good chance of winning a free DLC. And like I said, you don't have to pay anything. If you subscribe on the free tier, you get access to our Discord, and you get some newsletters when we release stuff.
You won't get a better chance than this, right? Because like in half a year or so, we will probably have like 10,000 Patreons. Something.
Oh yeah.
So if you do it now, you will statistically have a good chance.
Yeah, get in there early, definitely. Okay, so the Allies have consolidated a bit up here in North Vietnam, and they are breaking through the Asia Axis lines. Hanoi is still holding for now, but you see the South Africans and Canadians, the Kalle and Falk, they are working together with their tanks to try to break through here. Still the Asia Axis are holding. This is where they will make their stand. But at the same time, America is coming. This is the tip of the spear of the Americans. You can see here all of their marine divisions are now Amtrak battalions, which are really something. And
you guys should link the Patreon in the Twitch description. Right now it's only the YouTube links. That's actually not a bad idea.
That's really good. Thank you, Debase Racer. That's a good idea. And maybe Olaf, you could put up the Patreon address.
Yes. Right, there it is.
Nice, nice. So go in there and just register for free, and you are in the chance of winning a free Hearts of Iron DLC.
And next time we stream, we will do the Twitch description thing.
Yeah.
I think we're in too deep at this point in order to change it.
Yeah, we can't do it now. We're in the middle of a war, man.
I could check it out when I rotate out to the technician's bench again. But that's actually very smart. We should do like all the links in there.
Yeah. Also, if you are a Patreon at the Sherman Firefly tier or over, you get to name your own generals. So here we see one of our patrons has named this general Annoy Jonte. Jonte is the name of the Hungarian player. So Annoying Jonte, this is the kind of thing you get to do. Or if you look at the leader of Spain right here, let's see, Oscar Isco Franco. So Oscar, who is a Patreon, he has renamed Francisco Franco. You get to rename a general, but if you're smart, you take a general that becomes a head of state. So right now it's Oscar Isco Franco, and this could be you, naming your own generals.
Yeah. Also, do you think that Jonte is annoyed at this point?
I think he's getting a bit frustrated, at least. I mean, his tanks are doing a good job where he fights, but they're not doing a good job enough, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, still Eastern Front. No news on the Eastern Front. Yeah. Let's see the results of the poll.
Let's see the results of the poll. Will the Axis make a comeback? What did you guys think? Let's see here what the results say. No.
It's looking bad for the Axis in the eyes of the general public. But I have called games prematurely before, so they might come back, and we see here some movement. We have a naval invasion from the Roman Empire behind the Brazilian division, so the Brazilian army is dying in Morocco.
Okay,
that's all of the Brazilians' divisions. So
they're not attacking for now; they're just establishing dominance.
A very sad fate for the 9 Brazilian divisions in Morocco.
Troops will not go down without a fight, though. They're trying to break out desperately, but they are unable to break out. And you can see here,
I'm checking out Brazil now.
Ouch.
They have some more divisions now, but
that symbol there means a division just died. So they just lost 9 divisions, which should mean they are relatively undefended, right?
Yeah, they have some. I am actually looking now. They have built up. Oh no, I'm looking at the Roman Empire. Let's see here.
It looks like Free France has given some division to UK, which the UK has used to protect Brazil. Also, there are. Is that Australia? Yeah.
Yeah,
Australia has moved their garrison divisions to protect Brazil. So the Allies are responding to this. This Axis attack.
I think the Allies know what Algot is doing at this point. Like, he got a carrier sunk outside Greenland. He was planning a naval invasion of Iceland. He was planning a naval invasion of Greenland. And then he actually took Cape Verde. So I would imagine at this point that the Allies are like, watch out for that guy. He's going to try to naval invade you. So.
We just saw someone in the Axis team was pinging Dublin. I don't know if that's a sign of desperation. Let's go for it, guys.
There is a lot of pinging from the Brazilian player on Cape Verde now. I don't know.
Yeah, he's saying that's the real threat. That's where you should go. Over on the far eastern front, we can see the Allies have finally broken through and taken Hanoi. And the Asia Axis are in retreat. They are trying now to conserve their forces. All the Japanese Marines are not out taking islands. They are here slugging it out in China. Meanwhile, the Australians have landed in Hainan and are pushing up into China that way. Australia's having a game. Oscar's
Australia is really doing high impact gaming this day, like taking back Malaya, helping reinforcing Brazil. They have really been helping.
He's even in the Philippines. He's everywhere.
Yeah, they have really been helping out the allies across the entire frontier. Like Australia, they have some divisions. I mean, they have some Amtraks and some Marines and really some of everything.
Yeah.
And probably quite a navy as well. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I think they're mostly going for building submarines, or maybe they're building destroyers now.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing extraordinary, but they have like... They're a jack of all trades, Australia.
Yeah, and he's been having a heck of a game, definitely. Let's see, what is the American tip of the spear doing right now. These Amtraks are what we need to keep a look at, because when these guys reach mainland Japan, that's the end of Japan, and this is the last obstacle basically. Once they take Iwo Jima, they can easily naval invade Japan. And on here, on the home island here, as you can see, there are some defenders, but if you land 11 Amtraks in one position, in one place, then yeah, there's nothing holding them back.
And they have naval invasions planned of both Iwo Jima and Taiwan.
Yeah.
Yeah, the United Kingdom is still holding Hong Kong as well. So
they've held that for the entire time. Nobody.
Yeah, I think
no,
so.
Manchukuo is controlling it.
Oh yeah, okay.
But yeah, the Asia axis are slowly losing. Not much to say about that. We see a small naval battle going here. It looks like the Australian destroyer navy was sunk there a bit. 36 destroyers. But they managed to sink a heavy cruiser.
Huh.
That's surprising. They did have some naval bombers.
We see the Roman Empire is trying to push down through Free France here.
Okay.
In Africa, so they are making some moves. I don't know how impactful it will be in the long run, though.
Yeah, this is the only front where the Axis seem to be having any success at the moment. Yeah, and I mean, there's limited things they can do here. They could potentially take out Free France, but they would have to go a long way before they do that. And I mean,
and they have so much troops spread across. Like they have 5 divisions in Kuwait, 5 divisions in Basra, a railway gun in Iraq. They have the whole North Africa line, and there is nothing defending here. So I mean, the North Africa line of the Italians could just walk down to Mogadishu, more or less.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's just a few Brits here in Ethiopia hanging out in the mountains, but I don't think the Axis will launch any huge invasions right now, because they have nothing to follow up with.
I need to press on the chat computer, so it doesn't go into standby.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, no, it's
Here.
TV.
There,
okay.
Yeah, so things are not looking great. We see the Eastern Front is standing very still, as we have seen it do most of this game. The Axis forces are even not pressed up to the border in most places. They are hanging back a bit. You see here the Hungarians are deployed quite a bit back. Maybe they are ready to answer anything, while the Spanish tanks are heading south. I wonder where they are going. Where are you going, Andreas, with your tanks? He's going all the way home to Spain. I think they might be fearing a D-Day. We know no D-Day is coming, and all of these elites,
their fears are unfounded, I would say.
Elite Spanish infantry here, just defending against nothing basically. Because I don't think, let's have a look at the US here. Yeah, they have some troops in the Pacific, most troops in the Pacific.
Then again, like the longer you wait, if the ally or if the Axis don't regain the initiative somehow, like they will just eventually the US will take Japan.
Yeah.
And once they have done that, then they will have a D-Day. But then they will have a D-Day that they can't possibly defend against.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a question in the chat from Debaser Racer. Why are the Soviets not pushing? Can't they push before a specific date? No, they are allowed to push. They just aren't. We have been contemplating why as well, because the front is completely open. They could walk to Berlin.
I think it's the fact that the Allies are winning so decisively in the east, so they have decided not to take any risks. As long as they hold their front, they will win eventually, because once the Allies are finished in the east, the Europe axis can't possibly beat an untouched Soviets and the Allies. So
that's also like, from our perspective, we see that they could pretty much walk to Berlin, but from their perspective, they are just, we are winning and we don't need to do anything. And the only thing that could fuck up the Axis at this point is if the Eastern Front collapses.
Yeah, they're playing safe. They're not playing for the medals.
Definitely not. At this point, like from our perspective, it's the Eastern Front is quite securely Soviet. Then again, like it's the Germans, if they moved the D-Day defense, if they were to decide that we are not going to defend against the D-Day, because obviously the US is putting everything on the Pacific.
Yeah.
And they move all that up to the Eastern Front, then the Soviets could be in trouble.
Definitely. Having a look here at the UK. Oh no, we can see some pinging going on here. Yeah, it's just the battle in West Africa here. It looks like the UK has joined France in defending here. I don't think we will see any big moves coming. Looking at the UK though, the Philippines is liberated. So yeah, go back to your own territory. You can see here there is some build-up here. They are preparing for a D-Day eventually. So the additional tanks that Canada produces are not sent to Asia because that would be overkill. So now they're just sitting in the UK, preparing, building up strength.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in the east, we see the slow, inexorable advance of the Allied forces here.
Yeah, it is. It's trouble for the Allies on all fronts, more or less.
We see an attempted counterattack here by Rosen. He's trying to make some moves, make some surrounds.
Might be able to, by the looks of things. Scrutiny is asking, is Turkey an AI? Yes, they are an AI, and they are also neutral, so they are not part of the war.
Yeah, you can't invade Turkey even if you wanted to. You can, however, invade Iran, and that's something that happens quite frequently. And I'm a bit surprised that the Axis haven't tried that.
I mean, from the Axis point of view, instead of doing all this naval invasion shenanigans with the Italians, they should have just taken out Iran and threatening India from the west.
Imagine if the Spanish army was here instead of over here, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, West Africa is really not going to turn the tide for the Axis.
No.
Being able to attack the Caucasus from Iran might.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Then again, we see a lot more than they do, but it has been a very interesting game. It's not a lot of things are happening as they usually do.
No. Here we can see the counteroffensive by the Manchukuo tanks. He's got 4 tanks. They are doing quite a good job against infantry, even though they are specialized against tanks. But you can see here now that they are too few to actually break through in any meaningful way, and now they are moving back again. Let's see, how is the US doing with their advance? They've taken Iwo Jima now.
The US have landed on Iwo Jima, and this is nothing that the Japanese can stop.
But they are being routed. 2 of their Amtraks are running at the moment, and the third is he's able to defend. But these 2,
this is actually not looking good for the United States.
The Japanese don't have too many troops here to work with, though.
Yeah, we said Scrutiny said here, generally the intel seems to be lacking, a lot of missed opportunities.
Definitely.
And we definitely agree with that. Like, if you did this espionage game better, like radars and moving a single troop up to the front, scouting with a plane or a submarine, you could avoid a lot of the blunders that has been done this game. And that is most detrimental to the Axis, because the Allies are quite content with nothing happening. But the Axis need to do something.
On the flip side, though, they could have won the game already. If the Soviets attacked when they could have attacked, the Eastern Front was undefended for a long time. I mean, the game would probably be over by now. It seems like the American Amtraks managed to survive that little interaction here on Iwo Jima.
That's the thing, they just overwhelmed them, right? Because now they have an Amtrak that can just run to the harbor, because there is just one Japanese division.
We can see the Japanese player saying here that the war has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage.
Yeah, that's probably a correct analysis, I would say.
A good assessment, I would say. We are paused at the moment. I am unsure of why. Maybe someone will tell us, maybe not. We're not the first ones to know. We can see here, though, that the Australians are attacking again. More naval invasions from Australia, this time in Guangdong. And up here, there is nothing defending in mainland China, basically. You can see here they don't have any divisions here defending. They're moving most of it up north. Here we can see they plan to make their last stand up here. don't know if this is the Yellow River, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a big river in China, so
Yeah,
probably.
they're making the last stand by the big river. The big river here in China. Yeah, it's a bit far up. I mean, they could have taken something further, but yeah, you want it to be consolidated, and you want all the different tiles to be well defended. Also, mainland Japan is pretty heavily defended, but not enough if you know what's coming. And we know what's coming. We have 11, at least 11. I
I'm
think.
gonna run to the bathroom while we pause.
Go for it.
Sandra says it's a 5-minute sandwich break.
Okay, we have a 5-minute sandwich break. Maybe we could get the player in here for an interview while we wait.
Who are you thinking?
Who are thinking? What about you in chat? Do you have any requests? Is there anyone that you would like us to question? If so, let us know. Otherwise, I'm thinking, yeah, maybe it's too early to bring in Germany and say, yeah, well, the things didn't work out, did it? We could bring in the Siam player if they are still here, maybe. You could maybe do a request, and we'll see if they are available. We have a request for the Soviets, so maybe a Soviet player. I think Jacob would love to gloat a bit and and talk about his own brilliance. So maybe we'll get to see a Soviet player here in a bit. We'll see who we get, basically. So yeah, to summarize, things are not going well for the Axis. Things seem to be going quite well in the beginning. The Allies evacuated North Africa, basically, in Egypt, and they were pushed back. And their big counteroffensive from Iraq wasn't successful. The plan was to trap the German armor down in the Sudan, but they didn't succeed. But on the other hand, the Axis have not been able to push much further out. They are having a bit of a push down in West Africa, but it seems to be stalling out a bit as more reinforcements from the Allies have arrived. So yeah, things are not looking super well for the Axis forces. In Asia, they are in a complete rout. They are preparing for their last stand. They still have some convoys, which is nice. It's a bit surprising almost, seeing as they are probably being raided to shit from pretty much every allied nation. Look at that, they lost a little heavy cruiser to some naval bombers there. So the US are gearing up to do their final attack on the main islands. They are just mopping up on Iwo Jima now, and then, as you can see here on the map, Japan is next in line, and 13 American Amtrak divisions. That's a lot. It's enough to beat whatever's here. So I think we may see Japan losing in a bit. I'm a bit unsure of how many ships they still have. This seems to be their big navy, and yeah, as you can see, there's not too many capital ships left. We have one battleship here that's really wounded, the Musashi, and not much else. Yeah, after that it's just the anti-submarine fleet and the submarines. So yeah, Japan is pretty much on their last ropes. Okay, so we are getting Jacob on the Soviets for an interview, as you requested, chat. So I will just put on my headset here.
Hello.
There, and we'll see when we have Jacob with us. Jacob
now
is the main. Yeah, now. Hello,
yeah.
Jacob.
Hello.
How are you feeling? You're feeling pretty well about yourself, I can imagine.
Yeah, that's fair to say. And I think it's fair to think also, like it's gone way better than I thought.
Yeah. So your plan was to, like we see Soviet players do a lot of times, like your main defensive line was a bit back from the actual border, and then you had heavy tanks arrayed in groups of 3, just ahead of your main defensive line. What was your thinking there?
I mean, the thing is that like as soon as they get close, I can kill them because I have ridiculous stats on my heavy tanks. So
yeah, let's have a look at one.
We haven't really pocketed much.
No, but that wasn't your strategy either, was it?
No. So check the like red guards or ordinary heavy tanks. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm having a look at that template now. It looks pretty scary. And yeah, we saw you taking down Finland before. Finland first strategy, as I reckon.
Yeah, kind of. A bit mean maybe, but it was effective.
Yeah, well, you can't always care about the feelings of your enemies. Sometimes you just need to win. So what's your strategy now? You seem to just be hanging out and waiting for the allies to do their stuff in Asia. Is that what you're doing?
About Asia, check the Manchurian border.
I'm checking the Manchurian border. Yeah, we see some Soviet mountaineers moving into position here.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to invade them? What's the rule?
Yeah, it's 44.
It is 44. Right, so you're allowed to invade them.
It's a really long game.
Yeah, it is. But looking at the borders,
pretty sure it's gonna be a nuke game. So
looking at the border, you would think it's 42 if you see look at the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
But yeah. So the Asia axis are about to be invaded from the back.
Okay.
Kick them while they're down.
It's very interesting that the Soviet main controller is doing an interview in 1944.
Yeah.
That's the game.
Yeah, I mean, if the Soviet main controller is doing an interview in 1944, you know the war is not going well for the Axis. You should be stressed out of your mind right now and crying for help from the Allies, and you're not.
I was stressed out of my mind, but that was when Dankits killed me in his,
right, yeah. The Bessarabian War, yeah, that was a bit of a surprise for us as well. We didn't actually see when he surrounded your troops, but that's what we heard.
Yeah, it was fine actually. Like we had, we weren't fully mechanized or fully like tanks, so we didn't lose much actually. But, it was humiliating.
Yeah, you lost your pride. That might be it. But maybe you have regained that now, because I don't see Dankus streaming in across your borders at the moment.
He's not, and I don't think he can even. We'll see. I won't jinx it further.
Well, the war is back on, and we have things to comment on, so we will let you go. But good job so far, and good luck in the remainder.
Indeed, we have things going on. We have a big encirclement.
Bye.
Yeah, this looks...
this is grim for the Roman Empire.
Ouch.
We have some in the chat as well. I don't know, you might have talked about it already when I was at the bathroom.
No.
But we have Skrotnisse saying, I thought the Axis had this when they took Gibraltar and the Allied trap in the Middle East failed, but the momentum shifted. Germany hasn't been active since they cleared up the lowlands.
No.
And in a way, I agree there. The Axis really lost the momentum. They lost initiative in this game. And as the Axis, you really need that, because you can't let the Allies dictate the conditions of the war, because then you're kind of screwed, right?
But also, like Skrotnisse says, they're afraid of the D-Day, and I think that's the big issue here. That they are too afraid of the D-Day. I mean, they've had a lot of stuff up here in France for a long time, the entire game basically, and this stuff could have been used to great effect on the Eastern Front or elsewhere. Yeah.
And that's interesting also, just as Peter Complete says here. Overestimating the opponent can be as dangerous as underestimating them, as it appears in this case. And that is very much the case.
That's actually my username, so it's Olof who wrote that.
Right, okay. Well, thanks Olof for the insight, because that is true for both sides, right?
Yeah, here we see the Italian, what's left of the Italian Africa Corps being mopped up. There are some German tanks moving to meet this new threat. Also, Dankus has some paratroopers here who are ready to make some moves against the Canadian tanks, and I mean it could work because there's not too much here in the back lines. They may not be ready to face a paratrooper invasion here. I really need to pee again.
Yeah.
But maybe it's time to do the switcheroony anyways.
Yeah, sure.
let's do
So
the
I'll move to
switcheroo.
this chair.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. I am back, and I am much less sober.
Yes, sounds nice. Somewhat a similar situation in my case.
Yeah, usually you come back and say, "Oh, so much has happened," but these fronts have been standing very still.
Yeah, definitely. I think we have not really seen any real move. I mean, the Eastern Front has been quiet, but
Yeah,
everything else has moved, like Asia and.
Yeah, Asia has been the biggest difference during my time as a technician. Africa, there's stuff has happened, but it's still this front line south of Cairo. But Asia has changed a bit. India has really pushed out.
Yeah, Japan is still having a hard time. I mean, this is a bit of a defeatist backline, I would say. Like we see, pretty much all of China is giving up.
Yeah,
I mean,
at this point, it feels like they're trying to just hold on as long as possible, hoping that Germany can accomplish something, right? You're hoping that your allies are breaking through and pushing the enemy back, but that's not really happening if we're looking at in the European theater.
Yeah, and I'm a bit scared to call games because, as we said, like Berghoff, I called the game. Like I called it for the Axis, I called it for the Allies, I called it for the Axis.
Yeah.
I was wrong every time, but
yeah, okay. I'll do it then. I'll call it. This game is gonna go to the Allies. They're going to win this game.
I think it is leaning heavily towards an Allied win at this point. We have some more naval invasion shenanigans going out from the Roman Empire here, but I mean they lost their whole Africa core and. And I mean, at this point, the Allies are just rolling up, taking back North Africa, and then we have the entire Italian armies. We have Kuwait and Basra, where we have Italian troops sitting, and I don't know where will they go.
Yeah, exactly. And as you and Petter said earlier, like the game is really much a game of tempo, and towards the end of the game, if everyone is still alive, it favors the Allies. Like. The Soviet Union and the US are both, they're sleeping giants. They come alive at the end of the game. The point of the Axis is to try to win the game before you wake the beasts that are the US and the Soviet Union. And they're not close to capping either of them. So yeah, that pretty much spells the end for what the Axis can do. And I don't really see them, pushing towards either victory point here. Like they're defending towards D-Day, and like yes, a D-Day would be difficult to do, but the Allies don't need to.
Yeah, and I mean at this point it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy because eventually they will get the D-Day when Japan is mopped up and everything is said and done. They will probably do a D-Day, but at that point you can't defend against it.
Yeah,
exactly. Because it's like 1945 and the Americans have already killed Japan.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously you should defend for D-Day, but they should have seen the writing on the wall a bit earlier, I think, and actually tried to push the Eastern Front. Yeah,
I feel like this is very much just the Axis running out of momentum, as you said earlier. You need to be aggressive. And they weren't quite aggressive enough this game. Maybe they focus a little bit too heavily on Africa. Maybe it would have been the right decision to let the north of Africa go, even though you had such an advantage there, just so you could push Russia in the beginning.
We saw German armor. I remember in the North Africa front when I was on the technician bench. We saw that the German armor it left.
Yeah.
Then it came back to help out. Then it left. Then it came back. And I mean, every German tank really helps.
Exactly. And regardless where you want to place those tanks, they're not doing anything in transit. Like when they're just being transported between Africa and the Eastern Front, they're not doing anything. So you want to be more decisive with them, I'd say.
We have some questions in chat. Who is going to get nukes first? We don't know, but we'll see. Like, I guess people are starting to research it at this point.
Oh, Japan, they're not.
Yeah,
they're not researching anything. Okay, yeah.
They haven't even researched atomic. They don't even have atomic research at this point.
Yeah, this is a bit of a defeatist attitude.
4 years too late. All the research slots empty.
Yeah,
this is looking bad. And Skrotis said that the Axis are front heavy, they need to be on the offensive, the Allies are the opposite. Yes, some nukes would liven things up. I think Algot, he has not abandoned his research tree at least, right?
No, he doesn't give up. And Germany is researching nukes
but
as well.
But it's still like, I mean, this is 5% research speed.
Yeah.
And you could have researched it 1940.
Yeah.
You have like 7 or 8 research slots for some nations. And both Italy and Japan has not even researched. I mean, that's 5% research speed that you lose out.
I'm sure Algot thought he would have won by now.
Yeah. Let's look at the Germans.
Yeah,
Germans.
They have 2 years left though. That's a long way off. You're not going to win this game by waiting 2 years for nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I thought he just switched it out.
Yeah, as we were talking about it. Yeah,
it was there. Now it's Engineer Company 4 instead.
Yeah, I am super interested. Is the United States going for nukes? Are they gonna hold off D-Day until they can nuke the entire French coastline? Let's see.
Maybe I see that the United States have annexed Mexico.
Oh yeah, because we don't have a Mexican player, right?
Yeah. We'll see. They have.
Well, they're researching the nuclear reactor.
Yeah, they are. So they are slowly moving there. So
yeah.
At this point, it might be the United States that will be first to the nuke.
Yeah.
Historical, I'll give you, but I think that the game will probably be over before the first nuke is dropped.
They'll probably have capitulated Japan before then.
I guess, I mean, the Soviets are playing this super safe at this point.
Yeah.
They are talking with their allied comrades, like we are winning in the Pacific, and they are just not pushing at all.
Yeah. At this point, I would like to see some flashy plays, because at this point I feel the win is so secured that I would want to see them try to
I mean,
take
at this point, like, you have like 1, 2, 3 completely empty tiles here.
Yeah.
And in depth there is nothing. They can just can just run to Königsberg basically.
Yeah. I think last time Jacob played, he took Norway as well. It doesn't seem like they're looking at that now, but
yeah, Norway is still intact though.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an ahistorical path, but see some pinging going on from Italy here. We have Hungarian tanks in Africa again.
Manchukuo has capitulated. All right, we're seeing the Russian front now. This is what Jacob is doing with his.
The Russians have invaded.
With his generals.
This is looking incredibly grim now.
Yeah, Japan is probably not going to be able to hold this.
And I mean, that's their front line again. That was their defense, right?
Yeah.
They put the defense here, and they were going to hold. But then the Soviet Union just invaded from the north.
So Australia is now bordering the Mongolian Empire. Yeah.
We'll see in the MVP votes later, but I mean, Australia this game is a powerhouse.
They have been one of the most impactful players. I'm not sure if they would win the most impactful player, but I think they're definitely going to be in the running.
I am looking at the losses here. If we look at the Empire of Japan, we have Australia, it's India and Australia.
Yeah.
And then the United States.
That is insane.
So the minors are actually performing.
Yes. Japan was beaten out by the minors here. And I feel like the same thing that happened to Germany happened to Japan. Germany lost momentum. They couldn't continue their great success from the early years. And I feel like the same thing happened to Japan. They had a good start. They had the potential to keep going, but they just weren't able to really translate their early advantage into any sort of meaningful game.
Yeah, I agree there. It's I mean, the loss of momentum, and it's also somewhat self-inflicted, because this front, like from Operation Barbarossa start until like 2 years in, the front was silent on the Eastern Front. The Soviets could have just walked down to the Balkans, but the Germans could also just have walked to like the Dnieper and Kharkiv and those places. But no one really did, because both was scared of what the other side might do. Yeah. And being scared and not doing anything hurts the Axis more than the Allies.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how worried the Soviet were. I mean, they had every reason to be worried. They lost the war against Romania bad, right? So and Danke is like kind of a notorious player, right? So you would imagine that they were worried as they were holding the Eastern Front, but they didn't have to be.
Yeah, I mean, Dankes did a very, very strong showing there. Like, also unorthodox, denying Bessarabia and winning.
Yeah.
That's a first in this community.
Yeah, and we will see a lot of players try to emulate that now, I think. We will see Romanian players try to do that.
Yeah.
I do, however, think this will be a cautionary tale towards defending against D-Day too early. That's a lot of troops you're putting on the Western Front. And you need those troops for the Eastern Front because you need to push the Soviets back before they get too big.
Yeah. You get, like, I mean, it's an alternative cost as well. Like, at this point, perhaps it doesn't help that much, but I mean, all of this, that could cover the line. I mean, you have empty spaces here. Like, here is no one. You have, like, here, completely empty.
Yeah.
The railway gun, the front. I mean, you have troops in a sense, but
yeah.
I mean, this could be used. You have. I mean, there is no armor here anymore, though. So I guess.
Yeah, I think if we spoke to Germany afterwards, they would probably bring up the fact that Italy couldn't hold Africa. I feel like that's going to be a point of contention for them. But maybe the right choice is just letting Africa go.
At this point, like, they are holding, but I mean, here we have 4. Once again, like, if we look at Germany here, now I went to Poland, like, here, they have, I mean, these tank divisions.
Yeah.
They're nothing to scoff at. They could do work.
Yeah, like, and 4 tank divisions, that's not an insane amount, but that is, at this point, a fairly large part of the German armor.
4 German tank divisions here. You have 1 Hungarian tank division. 4 Hungarian tank divisions. 6 Hungarian tank divisions. And what are they doing? They are trying to take back northern Ethiopia from the United Kingdom.
Yeah, like, why? Why are you doing
while the Soviets are encroaching on German territory.
Yeah.
And that's probably a miscalculation.
I feel like they don't really have any good alternatives at this point, right? So this is not something that needs to be discussed in August of 1944. This is something that needs to be discussed way earlier.
Yeah, right. Let's check out. The Free French has also retaken West Africa.
Yeah.
We had the Roman Empire making moves there, taking back all the way down to, like, the Ivory Coast.
Yeah.
They did kill the entire Brazilian army, but I mean,
we see some more here now. Yeah.
But that's also the power of the Allies. Like, in the late game, the Brazilians, they come back. Like, the Brazilians lose 9 infantry divisions. They have 2.3 million manpower, and they can get the Lend-Lease from the United States. I mean, the Brazilians lose 9 infantry divisions. Half a year later, they have 9 new infantry divisions.
Yeah.
It's no big deal in that sense.
And we talked earlier about, like, the fact that the Axis were able to beat out South Africa. They were able to destroy every single South African division. And now it's gone on for so long that South Africa is back. They have 3 divisions of tanks, so they're here, like, fighting in northern Africa, and they're having an impact again because the game has dragged on for so long.
And I mean, they are more kitted than before.
Yeah,
like the South African divisions that they killed are not the same South African divisions as they're fielding now, and the early successes were not translated into victories. I mean, the Gibraltar take was kind of impressive. Like, when they took Gibraltar, that was like, the Axis have the initiative, they can do something. And then they were like, okay, I'm going to naval invade Canada, lose a carrier. Then, okay, I'll naval invade Iceland. It doesn't work. I go Greenland, doesn't work. I go Cape Verde, and you take Cape Verde, and you just, the ambitions grow from, like, the bubble, and then smaller and smaller and smaller. And suddenly you are on the defensive.
Yeah, you can feel the desperation of Italy growing, really.
And I mean, this, like, the South African armor here as well in West Africa. Like, they are going to be able to roll up to Casablanca and Ceuta, Melilla without any.
We have a pause now.
Problem.
The Brazil player apparently crashed, so we have a pause now. But yeah, I absolutely thought when the Allies lost Gibraltar that this was going to be like a somewhat even game.
Yeah, we see Korea is more or less fallen to the Soviets, and that's the thing as well. Since the Eastern Front is so dead, the Soviets can just focus all their energy here.
That is not something that we see every day.
And that's not very common, and it's not something the Japanese are prepared for, because they do not have like that standing infantry army that can withstand, like if you... Like the Soviets at this point, if you have like all of these infantry divisions and all of this...
Yeah. Would that be a first for the Hygge HOI community to have Tokyo taken by the Soviets instead of the US?
It would probably be. I wonder if they have that ambition, but I mean,
I'm
these
sure
are
Jacob
dangerous.
has that ambition.
These even have a medal because they took Åland.
Yeah.
So they have been traveling a lot.
that is like your Finnish troops taking Leningrad and taking Baghdad. Like
indeed.
this is just on the opposite sides of the world.
Yeah, they have been with us since the Spanish Civil War. Look.
Yeah.
They seized the airfields in eastern Spain, and then they invaded Åland and took Mariehamn, and now they are storming Seoul. So this is a division.
Those veterans are not paid enough. I'll tell you.
I'm
they
here,
need to be
ready for an
sent
interview.
home with increased pay.
Yeah, definitely. We have some who deserves an MVP award. Give us some nominations, and like I'm not sure at this point. I see
MVP.
MVP. It seems like kind of shallow at this point to give it to the Soviets. But
yeah, like the thing is, the Soviets definitely have an impact here, and they're the ones who held, but like they were never pushed by the Germans, so it's hard to say that what an impressive defense by the Soviets. They were never pushed.
And I mean, they lost Bessarabia, and it took them long enough to get Finland. I mean, they are making an impact now, and they are running over the Japanese. But
and
I would say I would lean a bit towards Australia. We say there is someone in voice chat waiting for an interview.
Oh, there is.
Okay, let's do that then. Who is it though? Badger, okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, England is coming in for an interview.
Fuck, this is out of batteries, I think.
Fuck.
No. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you guys doing in the studio?
Yeah, we're doing well as well. We just discussed that this is a game with a lot of news. Like, we are seeing a completely lull Eastern Front. Meanwhile, we see people making moves like all over the globe. Do you think that this will have any impact on the meta going forward?
No, I don't think so. I think that the Soviets, I think they want to overwhelm the Allies early, and they didn't really manage to do it, like just on the brink of doing it. And then the Soviets just got too strong, so now they struggle to break through, I guess. So I think it was rather a consequence of their strategy than a plan.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
But how do you feel? About your place as United Kingdom?
I'm doing I'm quite happy with where I am. Like I'm getting a proper army ready again to support an invasion. So like I'm back on my feet in terms of land army, and my air force, like most of it has been funneled to the Soviets throughout the game. But now I'm starting to get like some planes in my own pocket as well, so we can go on the offensive. So like I'm quite happy where I am.
Yeah. Well, what do you think? I mean, you're an allied player, but at this point, to be fair, like it's looking grim for the Axis. Do you think that the Axis has any way back in this game, or is there something that you are worried about as an allied mayor?
I think that if we can just manage to get a foothold in Europe, I think they're done for. So right now, I think they're like fighting us with everything, like a lot of stuff down in Egypt, and that's where it's happening right now. And but if we manage to get through here, I think the road is open.
Yeah. Well, that will be our parting words, because the game is rolling again. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And looking over at the map again here, still no moves on the Eastern Front. Japan is falling.
Very much so. It's they're not having the greatest of games here, and we see like Soviet troops and Australian troops working together to bring down the Pacific. I think after some consideration, I think I'm with you that like out of the players here, I think Australia had the most impact, like the most surprise of, oh, I did not expect this.
Yeah, they have really been like this surprise naval invasions and the jack of all trades thing. They have a little bit of everything. They have some marines. They sent garrison troops to Brazil. They have some subs hunting convoys. I mean, it's
and I feel like every major player has had some sort of mistake that made it like, oh, should this person really be MVP? Like the Soviet lost the war against Romania. The United Kingdom had this plan in North Africa, and it was a good plan, but it didn't quite manage to pull it through. And the Germany lost the momentum. Japan lost the momentum. It's the US hasn't really come alive yet. Like, we haven't seen anything very special from the US yet. So like I wouldn't be opposed to giving the MVP to a nation like Australia, who has had such a decisive impact this game.
Yeah, I think so. Also, like, I was thinking Dankus because, I mean, he won the Bessarabia War, and that's kind of unheard of, a very new thing. He encircled a lot of Soviet troops, but in regards to impact, what has he gotten? He has Odessa, it's 1944. And he did send his troop down to North Africa, and the counteroffensive did encircle all of the South African tanks.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't lose North Africa, so I mean, that's probably his impact there. Like,
I mean, in every engagement that Dankus has been in, he has won and performed very well. But the impact of those engagements has not really, like, it's not. If he encircled like 10 Soviet tanks on the Eastern Front and made a push towards Stalingrad or something, then you would have it. But again, like, the impact, the momentum is kind of lost. Now you have the troops sitting here, and the 2 years before that you had the troops sitting here. Yeah,
like you said, like every engagement that he was involved with, Dankus has like had great results. We needed more engagements though. We needed the Axis to be more proactive.
Yeah, definitely. We did have some Italy shenanigans, like the taking of Gibraltar. Yeah, we have. He has wrote that. Yeah, that's the wrong one.
Oh, yeah,
I don't think the Allies would surrender at this point.
Right. Development in the war.
Yeah.
The war is over.
The Axis have
surrendered to the Allies.
Yeah.
And the war is over. Peace in
our time.
Yeah, peace in Europe. Peace in our time. The good guys have won. It's a bit of a not as intense of a game as you usually see. Like, usually you see like either the fall of Moscow, the fall of Berlin, some daring invasions here and there. Like, this has been. We have seen some daring engagement. We have seen some innovations. I think there is some meta-defining plays to take with you, especially like the non-surrender of Bessarabia will be an interesting thing to look out for moving forward. But
it was also interesting to see a different approach to Northern Africa. Even if it didn't work out, it was still something new. And yeah, I feel like even if it was a slow game, we've seen a lot of new things this grand game. And
yeah, definitely. It has been a very interesting game. Stuff happening all across the board, and also we have one more DLC code to raffle out to you, dear viewers. So if you want to join our free DLC lottery, register on our Patreon, patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. It's completely free, and then we will write down all the names of the people registered, and we will draw it out of a little urn, and then you might win free DLC.
Yeah.
That goes for like all the DLCs except like the
one that's about to come out.
Yeah, not the one, whatever it's called for South America. So Arms Against Tyranny and all of the others.
Yeah.
So join us there on Patreon. It has been a very fun game. Not the most eventful all the time, but there has been stuff happening. There has been encirclements going on, and also like it is interesting to see how the Hygge HOI community finds itself in the new meta of Arms Against Tyranny. These latest games have been a lot of different meta-defining things. We've had 2 Finnish Winter Wars won by the Finns. Now they got rolled, but then Romania won the Bessarabia War, and we saw a Roman Empire forming.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff you don't see every day.
Yeah, I would say that the beginning of the game really took off, but yeah, it had a slower second half. It'll be interesting to see if these strategies are used more moving forward. Like, are we going to see every Romanian player trying to defy the Soviet Union at this point? That'll be very interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think you need to prepare for it as the Soviets.
Yeah.
But I mean, this time we missed a bit of the war. We had a big encirclement and they lost tanks and stuff. But
and we were so focused on El Alamein and Africa.
But I mean, to be honest, you need to be a very good Romania player, because in the Blitz game we had a denial of Bessarabia as well.
Yeah.
And then we had. They got completely steamrolled, and that really turned back the dial on the Romanian fighting power for the entire game.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's not like the Winter War where you just sign a little white piece. It's very easy for you just give up Bessarabia. It doesn't hurt you anything. I mean, you lose Bessarabia, but it does not matter that much.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, and it'll be interesting to see if the Soviets maybe develop a strategy of just conceding that part, because they're not willing to devote the resources to that immediately, because again the Soviet is a very slow start.
It could go both ways. If you have an aggressive Germany and an infantry build Soviet, for example, if Romania refuses and you don't suffer any negative consequences, just give them Bessarabia. I mean, what do you need Bessarabia for, really? It's mostly a historical flavor thing. Yeah. But with Turkey neutral and all of the other Balkans in the Axis, I mean, eventually, it doesn't matter that much. It's
and I don't think Romania does become stronger, but it's not like they double in industry from this. We'll see. And it appears that the Axis might have had some terms for their surrender, but we'll hear in a moment here what the actual defeat is regarding now.
We get information from the studio that they are indeed surrendering now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're negotiating about. This isn't real land, like you're not gonna keep it at the end of the day. But maybe it's about some honors.
Hello.
Oh.
We will get some major players in for an after discussion now in Caps Lock. So.
Oh, they haven't put us up yet. Yeah. Cameras on, I guess.
Oh,
hello.
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 Oh yeah, right. Camera's on.
Right, we'll see. We're going to get your beautiful faces up on the after discussion screen here.
I don't have a camera today.
Yeah, it's fine.
Is it because you're crying?
It's because I had to move my computer this morning because my girlfriend had a brunch.
Yeah.
She said you can't be playing here if it's a brunch.
The good old blaming the brunch.
Exactly. Maybe
I'm
just
still in my
got sick
underwear.
of me swearing at the computer for an entire day.
Where did you lose?
How many
your
convoys
carrier?
did you lose? My carrier?
Yeah, where did you lose?
I lost it in the north of Scotland. The one time I was gonna be sneaky with it, got caught like, instantly.
Yeah, and I just happened to
I was
be in
gonna
the
do Pearl
bathroom to hear
Harbor on
him
the-
say it.
Yeah.
I was gonna do a Pearl Harbor thing on Scotland, but I only got to like halfway there.
And speaking now is our player from the Roman Empire, Italy, Algot, on the losing side this game, but able to do some plays. You took Gibraltar. And
Finally, with the help from Romania, we together after the like 6th try, we got Gibraltar.
Yeah, at least.
But I imagine that you wanted to capitalize on it more and be able to like naval invade stuff and do something larger with it than panned out.
Well, we managed to capture the islands in the Atlantic, which was very good for the raiding. But yeah, I stopped building capitals when I got the submarine tech, so my ships were not really. I couldn't get range to North America, and the British ships were too many to get any supremacy around the British Isle.
Yeah.
You tried though? Did you try?
I try on the western approaches, yeah.
Okay, because I was quite
And I
afraid
got
for
it
quite
to
some time.
49% or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
So if we would have coordinated.
Speaking of Britain, Badger, we saw that you reinforced the home isles quite a bit. So you were scared of a sea lion invasion.
Yeah, I mean, I was scared after they took Gibraltar. I was really under pressure for a long time. Since the Eastern Front was standing still, it felt like I had a lot of attention on the naval game. So there were submarines everywhere, to be honest. And I had to get some injections of convoys from the Mr. US with a cigar in his mouth here. So it was really tough for some time, but I managed to do fine. And then I wasn't that afraid for Sea Lion once I realized that they never really built any more capitals. Then I realized that it wasn't like any real danger. But yeah, it was still really tough for a long period.
Yeah, I also I was going to ask you what went wrong with the Africa plan. I heard you had this whole idea that you were going to give up like Cairo and Alexandria and push through with the tanks and this whole idea to encircle the Axis. What happened?
I mean, it almost went okay because the German tanks went on safari down the Nile, and we did a counter attack into the Levant, me and Canada as planned. But we ran into bad supply and bad terrain, and once we got that up and running, they reinforced everywhere. It was like a slugfest. We got 2 overruns on German armor, and we destroyed another, like in total 1,400 tanks. So like 5 divisions annihilated in theory, like in equipment. So like it was semi okay, but it was like we planned on annihilating everything, right? But you know, that was an optimistic outlook on the whole trap. So we were really happy with what happened, to be honest, that we just fell back and defended. But I have to say, like once I took Iraq, that was the most annoying thing that happened throughout the game. I swapped my templates and removed all my anti-tank guns, and the second I did that, they attacked me. So I'm not sure if they looked like someone was sitting next to me looking at my screen or something, but it was like crazy. I don't know.
You're attentive.
Yeah.
They read your mind.
Yeah, like I changed from anti-tank guns to heavy anti-tank guns, and literally 2 hours in-game speed after I did it, they attacked me. And broke down the fort right away, thanks to that. So, yeah.
I was wondering, from the Allied perspective, the Soviet main controller, Jacob, well, the winner of the game, in a sense, here on the Eastern Front, like, what happened on the Eastern Front? It seemed very quiet. We were talking about, like, how the almost the entirety of Danke's army was in North Africa doing a counter push around like Cairo and Alexandria, and the Balkans were pretty much empty, and you still didn't push, and the Axis didn't push. Like, what's
thing
your
is that,
thoughts about that?
Dankers didn't join the war.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, that's the rule break. He should do that.
Yeah, you have to join the war.
Yeah, I forgot about that. But anyways, he didn't join the war, so I didn't really dare to push. Like, if I'd gone into like Poland or something, he would just come in behind me, and I wouldn't be able to deal with that. Because really early on we didn't have much, but like with heavy tanks, it's bad to leave a Soviet heavy tank build just brewing. But like they never really pushed. So we just held the front line and grabbed focuses that we get from them not pushing. And they did a minor one like down in Kiev in like 42 or 43 maybe. And that was scary. And we barely had enough to maintain that. And then we just waited and made more tanks. Like in hindsight, we could have pushed, I suppose, but hindsight.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like it was a unusual game in that sense on the Eastern Front. That usually the Eastern Front decides the game, and I mean in a sense it did this time as well. But this time you were able to focus on invading Japan instead. Speaking of which, if we have Sean with us, what do you say about Japan and playing Japan?
I absolutely love the Navy game today. This is probably the most enjoyable Navy game I've had in a long time.
I agree.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. When the super heavy carriers, the American super heavy carriers went under, and they got absolutely smashed in the Straits of Malacca and the South China Sea. That was really good. It was overall that was a really enjoyable Navy game. And it was great to co-op with Jonathan. Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we have a did Australian subs come as a surprise? Like we said that Australia has been quite of a jack of all trades this game. How much did Australia affect your plans? I see there is a lot of Australia on the map, and they took back Malaya at some point. What's your thoughts on Australia?
I can only speak from mainly the Navy side. I think Jonathan can give the input for the land fighting, but we had the submarine raiding was just a little nuisance. But we sunk the subs maybe. Also the super heavy battleship as well went under, which was very nice. But I think Jonathan can give the input for the land fighting in Singapore.
Yeah, it was back and forth, a real roller coaster ride, as it's usually for me. But I would say it went really well. We really had a strong beginning and looked very promising from the start. But it just then when the Indian tanks and the Australians started to do all the naval invasions within Singapore, it just became a bit too much.
Yeah, I can imagine. It was a lot of stuff going on in the Pacific. We had India, Australia, and you guys.
Yeah, it really became quite hard to face all the European axis as well as the not really European axis, but the Asian axis allies. But yeah, it was great fun though. I think all the Asia axis players played really well. Big shout out to Rosen and Alexander and to Sean for playing the Navy really well. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next time I can try this country.
Yeah. And I wanted to ask as well, if any one of you guys in the chat have a question for our major players that are now in the Discord here. Feel free to write them in the comments, and we'll get them to answer to the best of their ability. Moving on, I would like to talk to the United States, if we have a United States player here in the Discord.
There is, yes.
Yes. What do you think of your place here? I see that you have annexed Mexico. You have jumped some islands. Were you planning an invasion of the Japanese home islands, or were you planning for a D-Day?
We were planning for the invasion of the Japanese home islands. We were trying to take Awajima as the last islands, and then to attack the home islands. We did have some issues with the Japanese Navy. This is my first game as a major player and also the naval player, so it was a tough one. I did learn some things, and especially the naval supply issues, which sank 3 of our navies, or at least 1 navy and 2 of our screens in our navy. So we had a lot of ships, but no screens left. So that was an issue.
Yeah, I can imagine. And we were talking as well. We still have Italy on the line here, Algot. I was thinking, what was going through your mind when you pushed across El Alamein and there were just nothing there? Did you think like, oh, there is something going on, this is probably a trap?
Yeah.
Because you just walked all the way to Tel Aviv basically without meeting any resistance.
Yeah, that was scary because it's very unorthodox to not defend at all. I thought something had gone wrong with the Allied build-up, and that they decided to just scrap the defense. But they just kept a lower defense instead, and turned out to be a tough fight anyway.
Yeah. Speaking of being scared as well, I was thinking about the German player. We saw that you had quite a garrison to protect from a potential D-Day, with troops that might have been better used on the Eastern Front. Were you very scared of a D-Day, or were you planning a sea level invasion?
We don't have a Germany here.
Oh well.
I could answer instead.
Yeah,
maybe.
you go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, we didn't eliminate large number of Allied troops, so we knew the capacity was always there. So yeah, we were afraid of the D-Day.
Yeah. Very well. I saw that Pontus, you had the victory cigar up, but
yeah.
So
yeah,
I also have my USA
vest. Yeah.
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 Can I?
But,
I will see. Your frame disappeared here now.
yeah. But can I say, I also want to ask Italy, as you have him here representing the Euro-axis. How was how was your strategy on the naval side? Because like you guys spammed submarines like crazy. Like what were your take on that?
Yeah, the strategy was to have a strong enough Navy 39 to win in the Med, and then everyone is gonna build subs after that.
Okay.
And I don't know how it went for the others, but for me, I feel that I sunk a lot of convoys.
Well, yeah, you
according
should.
to the game stat, it's like 7,000. I don't know if that's correct, but
yeah, I would say you did sink a lot of convoys.
And I think I lost around 100 subs, but I built so many, so I could replenish them pretty quickly. So yeah, I feel that was like my one success this game. So it was good.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
We had a question here, like the Soviets. Was it always the plan to have a slow victory in the Winter War, like slowly bleeding out the Finns for more casualties, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
Short
much.
answer.
Yeah. So we were fairly certain Dankers was going to deny Bessarabia, so we wanted we wanted to drag it out as long as possible. And yeah, that's it basically.
Yeah, but what happened in Bessarabia though? We barely looked, but Then we got information in the chat that you lost a bunch of troops and tanks and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna blame Japan because they capitulated China just as I started the paradrop, and then they paused for a while soon after. So tanks had plenty of time to like deal with the.
I'm just gonna say this right now. I did not know the game was paused.
No, it's fine, man. I probably wouldn't have done it anyways, but I will blame it on that rather than skill.
I'm gonna throw you under the bus.
Apparently, the tank is quite good at micro. Who knew?
I'm gonna throw you a little bit under the bus, Jacob, because it was really funny. Because Jacob jumped into the Allied Discord and said, "Johannes, can you take a save because Dank is dying now?"
Yeah.
And then he jumped back, and then China capitulated, and there were no Danks dying. That was just a long pause.
Yeah, no, that was a bit of a hit to my pride.
But that was a lot of fun.
Third one, I suppose.
Yeah.
You did win out in the end, though.
Yeah, we had a positive KD ratio, but it's a very unbloody war.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting when we looked at Operation Barbarossa in like 1943, and it was about 200,000 casualties on either side.
Yeah.
What did you think when you saw that? Because I mean, you must have had ambitions for a bloody Eastern Front, right? When you built the heavy tanks and you spaced them up. And...
Oh yeah, I was planning on falling back to like Stalingrad, but they never came, so I had time to build up. Like at any point during 41, they could have pushed us, but they didn't. So we got plenty of bonuses. Like we got the Germans a calming buff and Tankograd, so we got even more tanks out. It was just a mess.
Yeah.
So quite soon we produced like 3 tanks every month, something like that.
So lastly, we have a question for both the Axis and the Allies. We'll start with the Axis. Who do you think was the greatest obstacle this game? And I guess you could reason amongst yourself.
I mean,
Axis or who?
Yeah,
Commentary?
Axis.
Axis, Algot, and Sean.
Sorry?
What
got a
was
question.
your greatest obstacle this game as a faction, since we don't have a German player?
Yeah, I didn't have eyes at all on the Eastern Front, but of course the heavy tanks on the Soviet, I would say, was the absolute biggest obstacle. Because all the other obstacles were hard, but they could be overcome. So we had trouble with the Canadian tanks, but we could pierce them. Same with the South African tanks, but even with rows and rows of heavy anti-tank, you couldn't get up to 88 armor or what it was on those tanks for a while there. It was very hard. That's what I heard.
Soviet armor?
Yeah, the Soviet armor. Exactly.
Yeah, that's 92.
It's 92. Yeah, it's hard to reach 92 in piercing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, at what point did you realize it might be too late to push the Eastern Front?
Well, there was a defeatist sentiment in the voice chat for quite a while. I think the first year of Barbarossa somewhere, there was a realization that we're not going to get further.
Yeah.
But do you know why you didn't do anything during like the first year of Barbarossa?
Yeah, what was the plan?
A few troops were held up because we were being pushed in Egypt, but that was a fraction.
Yeah.
So no, I don't know.
The only time I really fought German tanks was in Finland.
Yeah, we had the biggest armor engagement outside Helsinki. First and
Really?
second Battle of Helsinki. Both ended in Axis victories, but eventually Finland fell.
Yeah.
Also, the same question to the Allies. What was your greatest obstacle this game?
Should we answer both for Pacific and Europe, maybe?
Yeah, do one each.
You can start, Pontus, for Pacific.
Well, from the US side, it was definitely the Japanese Navy. We had some obstacles in the sea and a lot of ships going down. But on the Burma front, I think everything went rather smooth. They got pushed for a while. They took Singapore, but got it back, and pushed both Siam and most of Japan out. So fairly smooth, I would say, on the ground.
Yeah, insightful analysis. Let's move on to Britain.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Iraq and Egypt like fighting was like a proper slugfest. We lost all of the South African armor early, heavy tanks, but we managed to survive with the Canadians. They managed to flee, but my like half my land army got annihilated in the first like real engagement. So that's why we were not able to push that hard because we lost quite a lot, to be honest, and then we focused on Asia instead because the Soviets were doing fine. So we thought like we have time to focus on Asia, but we took some good hits, and like the Luftwaffe was also really strong over Egypt all game. Just to say, like Sean said, like the Navy game was really fun. It was a long time. Like I think that for the last couple of games, the Axis have gone a lot of surface fleet and building capital ships. But this game was like an old school classical submarine spam with a lot of nubs. I thought like it would be under control, but since they just stacked them for quite a long time, and then just when Barbarossa started, they started to raid everywhere, and there was like hundreds of submarines. And I mean, it takes time to counter that. Deal with it. Yeah, and we were able to deal with it, but we took some like real hits as well because there were surface fleets hiding among their submarines as well. So it was like a real tough fight, and like I felt confident most of the time, but like there were times where I felt like I might be losing this, to be honest, as well, because I lost so many sub-hunters, like my destroyers and light cruisers. I lost plenty during the fight, so it was a real fun fight. And I needed, like I said before, I needed convoys as well from the US. So, and I've been constantly spamming the war support decisions throughout the game. Yeah, it was like a real fun anti-sub warfare game, to be honest.
Yeah.
That was, yeah.
Nice. Is there any last things that you want to bring up here in the after talks? Then we will do our DLC raffle.
No, I think we're good.
Yeah.
I just wanna
like the biggest not to go for the Soviets.
I want to do a quick shout out to the Polish player for going Air Poland, which might not sound that fun, but you know he had an air force of 1,300 fighters by the end of the game, so he was quite impactful. As you know, it's kind of like you're hidden in the stats of planes everywhere, but he did a lot in Asia with his fighters. So that gave me focus on the Western, like Europe instead, so he could manage Asia. So just a quick shout out to the Polish player.
Yeah, not all heroes wear capes.
Yeah.
Some of them wear cabanos. Yeah, but nice to hear. As we said before, we have Poland can really be a powerhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, thank you so much for this post-game interview. And we are going to do the DLC lottery before we say goodbye to all you fine folks.
Where is the urn?
I think I have the urn here. Is it?
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, we're adding some names.
Yes.
Some new names in there, so mixing that up.
Yeah, you see, and now we have the DLC raffle background as well.
You want to do the honors?
Yeah, I can. I can't look in now. Here, there, and here is something. Let's see. What? You won.
You won. You have been victorious.
Yes. Congratulations, Johan.
Yeah, you get a free DLC.
We will find your email and you will get the free DLC. One of these here, but not that one.
You have the new one.
It's a delay on the camera.
Okay. But not the latest one.
Not that one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not that one. But all the others.
Yeah.
Rounding up, thank you so much for watching this game of Hygge HOI, illuminating the arrival, this grand game. We have Peter joining us back here again, and thank you so much for tuning in once again to our grand game. We will be back probably like in a month or so, doing this exact same thing with higher production value, more interesting polls, more exciting games, more members of our community. And it's so fun to see all the support from the people watching, and watching the community grow, and watching the studio get better, and watching the players do new shenanigans every time. So thank you so much. My name is Victor, and I'm enjoying you here today. And
I'm Petter, and thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'm Olaf. Thank you guys so much for having me. This has been a lot of fun.
Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm just gonna go and close it now.
Yes.
And we will probably continue drinking at this point.
Very nice.
Cheers.
It's Sunday after all.
Yes. Who has to work tomorrow? Oh.
Yeah, I do, unfortunately. But that's
me too. But we'll make it through somehow.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.